Mic check, mic check.
Mic check, mic check. Yeah, I'm good. Good morning to everybody else, and welcome to the Peche War Memorial Stadium here in Gulu for the second leg of the Guinness 2021 Uganda Rugby Sevens. On the pitch right now, we have the Heathens who are taking on the Gulu Falcons, and we hope you have as bright weather as we have here in Gulu, and we thank you for joining our live stream. We're going to be bringing updates all through the day. Earlier on, the Toyota Buffaloes were victorious over the Sailors, and we have plenty of action coming through. Ruben, how do you see the weather in Gulu, and what do you expect for the day?
Perfect weather, definitely, for rugby. I'm very, very excited for this tournament. If it is anything to go by, even half of what was in Kampala last weekend, I think it's going to be pretty exciting. As we see Paul Epilo already expressing himself, I think he's back to feature for the Heathens. Do you think he could be the missing link from what they had?
He definitely adds his playmaking skills to the Heathens, as Lawrence Sebuliba dots down and Trevor Ochan adds the extras. He definitely adds a little bit of verve and structure to the Heathens play. That is how they have been set up. So the Falcons, who are kind of new to rugby, will have a hard task. And yes, I'm sure everybody in the ground is going to celebrate if they dot down in this game. Looking kind of unlikely. They've had a couple of handling errors and they don't look confident with ball in hand. But that can always be because it's the first game as a Heathens kickoff and the ball bounces around. Also good to see Claudio Tema back. He missed out on the circuit last week. So Heathens, as from what they put up last week, I am sure that their team is now a little more solid. Norbert Okenya, of course, is going through, and he's a man with the wheels. So he's had a good opening couple of minutes.
Yeah, you could definitely say that they had to bring in some reinforcements. They had a heartbreaking semi-final loss last weekend, so they want to avoid such things. And as we see in Claudio Tema, already showing his influence and going to the center post to dot down. Very ambitious defender there, but he doesn't get the tackle. Heathens in a very, very commanding lead. But as you're talking about the Gulu Falcons, this is going to be surely a perfect opportunity for them to get, you should say, a perfect test with the big teams coming from Kampala to tussle it out with some of the local teams. I think it's great for rugby in general in Uganda, and it's also great for Sevens. It's going to be a very good spectacle. So halftime for this game, and the Heathens leading this one 26 points, and the Gulu Falcons with no response as yet. Throughout the course of the day, 3 groups. We shall be bringing to you all the fixtures, and you can follow all the games on our Facebook and the YouTube channel. Do share the link, do let someone know, and as usual, always get a 6-pack of Guinness or get yourself a crate if you're a couple of people at home watching from the convenience of wherever you are. Remember, rugby is better when shared with others, so enjoy the banter, enjoy the rugby, and enjoy the Guinness.
The first game of the morning was between the Toyota Buffaloes and the Sailors, and the final score for that was 26-0 to the Buffaloes. So they got their legs up and stretching pretty early, and the Sailors had a couple of players who went down in distress. Basically, it should be about the conditioning there, but I'm certain that they will get better as the tournament goes on. This is a one-day tournament as opposed to what we saw last weekend, possibly because of the up-country travel and the logistics involved. But as the Heathens get back to the second half, I'm kind of sure that they're going to ring a few changes, nothing yet, because they still send out the same team that started the game, and then they'll be looking to have a very, very big and commanding lead in this first game and go through their playing structures as instructed by the coach. Athio Mohammed, who is at their technical bench, arms folded. Do you think Tolbert will show up today?
I think only Tolbert can answer that question, but I think it would be nice for him to be around, to see the variety of talent, especially from the other regions. The northern region surely giving us a lot of talent. Trying to chase.
Yes, there's no bad dots down there. It's you talked about Byron Oketayot, and he actually has a brother who plays in Toyota Buffalo. It's called Morgan Oketayot, and he's a hard hitter. I think he has been sent out with the mission of being the steam train for the Buffaloes, because that's all he's been doing to the Sailors earlier on. So yes, there is a lot of talent on display, and it would be nice to see many of these players featuring more in the more accomplished tournaments. So it would be good. Changes around is that Aziz Khan and Oyet also missed out on a slot on the squad last weekend. So the Heathens really have a stacked lineup of superstars who they can call up to, and that's a good sight to see that they have actually assembled a full squad. Normally, in the history of the upcountry tours, teams have been traveling light, but I don't see any of the stars missing from any of at least the Heathens and the Betway Cobs team benches that I've gone to. So it's going to be a nice spectacle of rugby, and I'm sure that point Gulu are going to enjoy it. Whoever is at home and joining us in whichever channel that you have chosen to watch this from, it will be nice. You share with us your views using the hashtag Gulu Sevens, and then you can also use hashtag Guinness Sevens. So we'll be hoping to hear and see what you have to tell us. For the fans who are here, it's going to be a spectacle of its drinks. We have Predator Energy Drink. We also have a new product that has been launched, and that's Bushera Drink. It's a product of the Coca-Cola family. So there's lots to fight the sun, because we're hoping we're going to have a full day of sunshine here in Gulu. As Lawrence Sebeliba drops the ball in contact, but adjudged to go backwards.
Yeah, definitely. I think it has been all Heathens in this game. Yeah, but just to talk about what you said, usually teams travel light when they're coming up country, but I think this year it's going to be a bit different, because you have to get as many points as you can from every circuit that you participate in. So I think the Heathens have clearly shown their intent that they know they fell short last weekend by one game to the final. And then coming to Gulu, they're really showing their intent that they want to go all the way. They want to win it so that they can have a proper ranking in the overall standings of the table.
As the Heathens pile the pressure on the Gulu City Falcons, Lawrence Sebeliba passes it on down, and gap is seen. Try is scored, increasing the scores and keeping the scoreboard busy. The Gulu City Falcons are clearly struggling to get out of their half, but that is because of the dominance of the Heathens, particularly the kickoffs. Because in rugby sevens, if you then struggle to get your kickoff, which is an opportunity for you to play, then you're really going to be starved of the ball. Coming up next is the Ginger Hippos and the Mongers. That is ideally a quarterfinal fixture, so it'll be nice to see some quality rugby early. So
yeah, definitely. For all those fans that have come in and all those that are watching on Kawowo, this is, I think, a very good game that's coming up. Maybe let's say an early blockbuster. Usually, you see some of these games in the knockout part of the tournament, but this is an early one. We've been having a bit of, I should say, mismatches with our first two games, but the next game coming up is surely going to be one for the money's worth for anyone that's watching.
At the Gulu City Falcons with a chance to threaten the lines. Some quick stepping, and then the seatbelt tackle by Oyet. That's above the shoulders. So the Gulu City Falcons with a chance. Oh, good gap pass right there, and the ball goes wide.
I think a try for the Falcons would be very good for the local fans.
And yes, they'll all be on full voice because we already hear a few fans on the sideline screaming and giving the encouragement. They're trying to like wheel the team over the try line, but that's not how it will work because you have to do the hard work. And the turnover happens, turning defense into attack. Heathens dot down for yet another score, and the intent is to have the drop kick early and continue piling on the points.
Yeah, definitely. Heathens comfortably entering into the 40-point mark. And you can see the Falcons coach is clearly not amused with the teams, the way they are giving out possession so easily. You can't play sevens rugby without the ball. And it usually becomes a long day if you just have to be defending. So that's definitely something they need to work on, and the coach will have to readjust for the games to come.
The Hippos and the Mongers already in the tunnel, which is on the far side of the field, and that is the full-time score. The Heathens are over 46-0 is the score for that one, and that's a resounding victory. And I'm sure they've ticked off many of their boxes for how they wanted to start this tournament. They were third last weekend and want to better that. Of course, there's resistance. There will be resistance unexpected from the Hippos, from the Mongers, from the Pirates, and also from the Cobs. Welcome we are here at the Peche War Memorial Stadium in Gulu, and it's a nice afternoon of rugby. We are really looking forward to a spectacle. Brilliant display of skills.
Yeah, definitely. Coming onto pitch right now, Ginger Hippos clad in their white and gold, and the Mongers in their customary blue. What do you think about this game?
Well, it's really going to be a blockbuster of rugby action, because we know the Hippos are full of running, and in contrast, the Mongers are more of the hard hitters. Yes, they have a few pacemen in their squads, but they're really known for taking it route one. And their defense really holds firm. Judging from their performances last week, I know they gave quite a bit of resistance to the Betway Cobs, which was outstanding on the day, but they did have a true test from the Mongers. It's interesting, the kit for the Hippos, because not only is it gold, but it also has an African Chitenji Ankara kind of design on the sleeves and the numbers. So the designer did put in quite a bit of creativity into that. So do their skills on the field match?
Yeah, definitely. The Hippos missing out on Maxwell Ebonga, who's undergoing a recovery period. I think he has an operation due for a knee injury, and I think he's one of those guys that is what we called last weekend the missing link from their trio. The other two in the trio being Jonathan Echeru and Dennis Etwao, very very important cogs for the Ginger Hippos team. But I think Mongers will also have something to say about it. Very very important. The team traveling all the way from Entebbe. You'd probably have to think that they traveled very early so that they can get ample rest. It's quite a long journey for them, so that they can be ready to play full days rugby.
Yes, it was. In terms of travel, we checked on the grounds a little bit yesterday evening, and it was nice to see. We did find the Warriors going through some of their recovery sessions, and it's a good thing the teams did travel early so that you do have enough rest. It's going to be a very hard, as a good loop happens there to maintain possession, and the back flick does find a player. Mongers keeping ball in hand, but really not threatening the line of the Hippos. As you mentioned, the trio for the Hippos, Jacob Ocheng has also become very, very instrumental. We did see him skin a couple of players last weekend, and he's been doing it regularly, even in the 15s. And it's a good thing that he did get a call up, and is now part of the Sevens Academy. So it is good that we have players who are showing up and putting their hands up to be counted. As the Mongers launch the attack, the ball is spread wide. They cut back in to beat the touchline. Quick pick.
I think this is a bit uncharacteristic of Mongers rugby. They're really that's very, very brilliant. Making sure that the ball doesn't go dead. They are really keeping it alive, and you can see that with every offload there's intent to attack, and they dot down for their first try with the conversion to come. It's currently 5-0 to the Mongers. Conversion good, 7-0 to the Mongers.
This should be causing a few shockwaves back in Ginger, but you know, the game of sevens does turn around very, very quickly. So 7-0. What is important now is who scores next. Of course, the Hippos employed whole new coaching staff, Kevin McMott. We also have Ocheng there as well.
Charles
Onen. So he has started going through his work, and he's one of those players whose careers was cut short again because of injury. So it's becoming a nightmare for coaches and clubs. These injuries that are creeping up onto their players early in their careers.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a sign that our teams need to focus a lot on their welfare, how players are conditioned, how injuries are handled, and as we are seeing Jacob Ochin really enjoying that enforcer role for the Ginger Hippos. And he did it a lot last weekend, and he seems to have come on the same wavelength. He really wants to enforce. I think that enforcer role is one that is underestimated in sevens, but it's very important for creating the space and maybe creating a bit of fear in the defense of the opposition team.
Every team actually needs that kind of person who is just out for brute force, and in that particular instance, you need to be able to dominate the tackle, dominate the tackler, and also be able to wrap around, free your hands, and then create the space for the oncoming runner. It doesn't make sense in sevens if you're going to have that kind of person and then there is no person running off that kind of contact. So in terms of sacrifice, you need to be able to create that space and then have a runner off you. On the far side, we see the Pirates going through their pre-game paces. So the tournament is actually coming alive right now, as we have a short medical break. The contact situations, and I hope that is not because of Jacob, because then he'll have counted one dead body already.
Yeah, this is like we say, this is a one-day circuit, different from last weekend, and we have 3 pools. Pool A having Cobs, Impis, the Warriors, and the Gulu Elephants, who are our hosts. And then Pool B we have the Pirates, Hippos, Mongers, and Rams. In Pool C, having Heathens, Buffaloes, Sailors, and the Gulu City Falcons. So there's a lot of rugby coming up. And I hope for those that are watching, you're very comfortable. It's never too early for a Guinness, so get your six-pack if you're alone. If you are with friends, I think a crate would do, or two, depending on how much you can take. Remember, it is for 18 years and above for those that are consuming Guinness, but all rugby will be on the Kawowo YouTube and Facebook pages, streamed live and to the convenience of wherever you are. So sit back, enjoy yourself, and just enjoy a lot of rugby at your disposal.
Yes, remember, we want to hear from you and what you think of the saves that are happening as the Hippos cut the deposit by 5 points, score their first try of the morning. And as we went through the pools, because it's a one-day tournament, yes, there are 12 teams. And they have been split into groups of 3, and then there's going to be quite a bit of mathematics and finding out the top 2 and then the next best 2, but we'll bring you all those for the quarterfinals and then the knockout stages much later. Conversion unsuccessful, so it is the Mongers 7, the Hippos 5, as the Pirates prepare to take on the Rams. Not seeing the Rams warming up, so they are warming up somewhere behind.
Yeah, definitely a beautiful day of rugby. But just looking at rugby these days, especially in the sevens code of it, you yourself have played both code sevens and 15s. What do you think about the current crop and the current style of sevens rugby as compared to how you played it back in your day?
Well, I think the current crop is faster and stronger. I believe that in terms of coaching, they need to look a lot more of the space. I'll just give you some of the scenarios which I think the coaches need to work on. In particular areas of turnover. The one thing that we learned is as soon as the turnover happens, the quickest thing for you to be able to do as the foot race happens, Mongers again recycle the ball brilliantly, and then the dummy. Oh! Very, very good show of skills there.
It's nice to see the first dummy of the day sold.
and yes, sevens is one of those where you just anticipate, and if you don't go and make the intercept, then you're open up. And I was saying one of the areas that is not being enforced right now, I think, from the coaching staff, is how to get the ball away from the area that where the turnover actually happens. That I think that should be a very good place to actually spread the ball and spread the defense, get them moving up and down. Secondly, the handling errors are just out of this world because teams make good breaks but can't either hold on in the tackle or try to offload. So those 2 areas I think are very, very key. But the truth is there's a lot more power, a lot more pace in the game now than we used to have then. So players just have to be conditioned and up to the task, and that is what's going to put us in good state on the international stage as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think there can be no better assessment than from a man that has actually been there and done that. He knows what he's talking about. As the Mongers go into the break with the lead, just scoring a try as we went to halftime there. Very, very good, very characteristic from the Mongers. Keeping the ball alive. A little different from last weekend alone. I think there's a lot of change in the game. They are confident to see a Trevor usually play with them in the game, but he's on coaching duty. The backliner nonetheless, so he's a man that has a both in the ball around, and you can see already his knowledge is coming to fruition, I should say, giving out a lot of wisdom, and the Mongers are keeping the ball alive. They're making sure that the offloads are moving, and they are really frustrating the Hippos. The Hippos are not having an answer so far to the strategy employed by the Mongers as we prepare to kick off for the second half.
Yes, the Etewe Mongers there, the Plascon Mongers ending the first half pretty strong with another full score, leaving a lot of work to the Hippos, and they have been recycling the ball very well in the breakdown. Good
Yeah,
defense there
definitely.
from the Hippos, forcing the turnover. And like I said, in that kind of situation, I don't think teams are reacting quick enough, because that's where the break is. As the break happens, swing of the hips. And to one of the quickest people in Uganda rugby at the moment, Dennis Etwao, but he's bundled into touch.
Yeah, speaking of quickness, I think so far what we have seen from last weekend and this one is that there are a lot of guys who have not just been home sleeping. There's a lot of people who are actually showing that they have the fitness and they have the pace. I think one of the surprising players I have seen in that regard is Arnold Atukunda for the Pirates. He was able to to leave Justin Kimono grabbing at grass, but remember Justin Kimono is not a man who's slow himself. So it's very brilliant to see the pace, and it's also brilliant to see the strategy that the coaches and the teams are employing.
It's very important in sevens when you have what we call your explosive pace or your takeoff speed. And we used to say that it's really the first 5 meters that matter, because once I break away from you, then I'm able to create the space and the room and also make the chaser give up. So might not last the distance, but those first 5 meters. So if you're not quick off the mark, then your goal is going to have an effect off the step. You're going to always be exposed, as the Hippos have a chance again. A quick tap, and that is a tactic that gets them some bit of ground. Good juggling of the ball there, and now the Hippos get it wide, and this is definitely a score, and Dennis Etom might make it all the way to the side of the field. No, it's been cut off. Quite a bit of work for the kicker, and these 2 points will be, this conversion will be very important, because it will then bring them within 2 points of the Mongers.
Yeah, I think definitely the coach told them that they need to get the points, the first points in the second half if they wanted to stay in this game, and that is exactly what they have done. So can they be able to convert and keep the pressure going comfortably? They do convert. Dennis Etwa really carrying the Hippos on his shoulders. But you can see the wealth of experience he's getting from, especially the Sevens internationals and the training with Coach Tolbert as well. And you can see, I think you can see the difference from the kind of the players that are investing or are called onto the Sevens academy, called onto the Sevens training. There is a different way they express themselves, a different kind of vision that they have.
Yes, but it's only because you are really exposed to a different number of scenarios. So would call it muscle memory or sort, but they're also exposed to more avenues of the game when they're in the Sevens Academy. The kickoff, which has been critical, Hippos choose to go deep, and the Mongers do gather, skip and loop pass. I like the way the Mongers are actually using the loop pass very well, as what the first tackle is broken, but the player is forced into touch. Still a hustle with the ball, and that is a time-wasting tactic. The Hippos now have a chance to attack. Oh, good defense by the Mongers, and they force a knock on. Another dummy step. They're actually very good on their feet, and the sweep of the hips. Maybe that short ball is not the best option, especially for a small man with the defense there. But in sevens, what matters is your ability to get into the contact, and the foot race is on. Comes inside, cuts outside, breaks the tackle. Try time.
It's 19 to the Mongers, and 12 to the Hippos. You could say the sweeper in that particular play gave the attacker a lot more space than he should have. Yes, he did. He actually did well to usher him onto the line and use the line as a defensive strategy, but then he gave him a lot of space. When he decided to actually commit to the tackle, it was too late. I think he misjudged the pace that the attacker had, but credit to the Mongers. They are not letting the Hippos come back into the game, stretching the game yet again, and it's 19 points to the Mongers and 12 to the Hippos.
So this particular play is going to be very critical for the Ginger Hippos because they need to then regain the ball from kickoff as we have the first introduction of a lime green ball to the field. They always say neon is the new black. So it's going to be important how the Hippos handle this phase of play because we are deep into the second half and they are trailing by 7. Dennis Etwao takes matters into his own hands. Skins one, skins a second.
Rounding two defenders.
Show of pace and show of confidence there. Dennis Etwao knew they had nothing on him, so the man with wheels. And they always say there is no substitute for pace in sevens. Conversion is good, so we actually have a tight game.
I think actually, yeah, definitely it is a tight game. I think I'd gotten my math a bit wrong there, but yeah, it is. It's 19-all. The Hippos showing that whatever you can do, we can do, and they're not letting this game just go. I think in their group, this is a very, very crucial game because it could be a decider for who's going to top the group. And remember, ranking in your group is very, very important for the kind of knockout game you get. I think, try to avoid getting a big matchup in the quarterfinals so that you can have an easier route into the semifinals. Try to save a lot more energy. Try to not get to meet the guys because once you have the easier opportunities to the semifinal, then you can be able to increase your chances of getting to the final.
Yeah, it's important to note that the other teams in this group are the Pirates and the Rams. So this game, just like you said, is very, very critical in terms of table rankings for this particular group, as we have a player down in distress and so we need some medics onto the field, and Dr. Nelson has just been trying to maybe offload the PS system in the stands. I wonder what he was doing there. Yes, the next game is the Rams and the Pirates, and the teams are already in the tunnel. So the game's coming thick and fast here at Kawowo Sports, either YouTube or Facebook, whichever is your fancy. And also like to hear from you using the hashtags Gulu Sevens and Guinness Sevens. So share with us your thoughts on how that day will go. We'll be running a poll much later on the day about who you predict the finals to be, and we'll share that as well. That will be with the UG Rugby fan zone, who are also present here in Gulu. But you can just start sharing with us and copy to and you can tag the at UG Rugby fans who you think is going to be in the finals. So that particular prediction will end at the quarterfinals because of that you'll really clearly be cheating. A big up to the members of the Uganda Rugby Medical Society.
Yeah, I feel like they, especially from last weekend, they really did a very good job. Urgency and professionalism in the way they approached the issue. I think there was one scary moment last weekend in the semifinals, and they handled it so well. So credit to them, surely, for doing a very, very good job.
And also it's a good thing to see that we also have an ambulance on site, and we hope it will not be needed in this particular instance as the player gets up onto his feet, and that is always a good sign because being carried off a stretcher is not something anybody would want to see for such a tournament, especially early on in the game, because it does put a dark cloud over the rest of the game.
Yeah, and also complicates the selections, I think, for the coaches. Now he has to assess if the player is fit enough to continue for the rest of the day. Remember, this is a one-day tournament, and there are less resting times in between all the games, so it's very important for players to stay fit, stay healthy as much as possible. And just to clarify on the relevant hashtags you can use on especially Twitter, Gulu Sevens and Guinness Sevens. Those are the two hashtags that you can use. Leave a comment, a reaction. anything, let us know what you think about this particular and let us know about your experience. Maybe share a picture of you enjoying the experience with your Guinness, and let's enjoy rugby. Saturday is always a rugby day.
Mongers field, kick it out, and they decide to share the points in this one. So the first draw of the Gulu Sevens. So both teams walk away with a point. So it does now leave the group still wide open.
Very, very open. Yeah, there you can clearly see both teams were not willing to take the loss in this one. And remember, it's a very tight group. The other two teams, the Pirates and the Rams, it's going to be interesting to see what comes out of that one. But whatever points you get, you can get, you just take at this point, especially in this particular group. As we currently have the Pirates and the Rams in the waiting area, and they come running onto the pitch. The Pirates led by their captain Ivan Magomu, and the Rams led by Aziz Karim. Very, very interesting game to see. Having watched the previous game, definitely both teams are not going to want to drop points in this one. They know that their group is not the easiest of groups, so they really need to come out full guns blazing.
The other side, we actually see the player in the ambulance, and there might be need for some medical attention for the Mongers player. We will bring you details on his condition as and when we receive them. But big thank you again to the members of the Uganda Rugby Medical Society for looking after our players up to that level. And we wish the player quick recovery as the Rams and the Stanbic Black Pirates go through their psych modes before their kickoff for that game. Rams are normally a very silky side, especially when it comes to the sevens code. So let's see what they can put up here. They normally have quite a bit of.
Yeah, they missed their coach Richard Lumu much of the tournament at the Mileke Sevens, but today he's back in full force to share a wealth of his knowledge and experience. Let's see if it can be able to translate into actions and results for the Rams as they kick off a short one to Alex Aturinda of the Pirates.
Of course, this will be a huge mountain for them to climb. The Pirates are a very well drilled side, and Big Bala, who is that's the enforcer on their team this side, and he is actually one of the fittest people in the Sevens Academy. He strides through with a big fend and gets the first points on the board. So you would expect a bit of that. How do you think the Rams can encounter that, seeing that they are more slim-bodied and a little bit silkier?
I feel like they have to find a way of employing the double tackle and making sure that they at least kill the man with the ball and avoid maybe a possible offload. But credit to Bala there, he shows testament to his work. He has really thrived in that role of that wing, of the wing of the forwards, where he gets to have a mismatch most times with a big fender, the big hit, and then he runs straight to the try area. And yet again, it's the same story. Yet there's the Rams seeming to have no answer at the moment for that. But let's see how they react going forward.
Conrad Wanyama couldn't get the conversion to go, so it is 5 for the Stanbic Black Pirates and 0 for the Rams. Kickoff. Let's see what option they choose, because many of the teams have been going short and giving a chance for the contest. So let's see what the Pirates choose to do. And yes, they go short. Well fielded.
Surely the better option to go when you have Kelvin Balagade and Isaac Massa as your chasers.
Oh yeah, Isaac Massa, of course, with his reputation as a minister of defense. He is a very hard.
And Nelson Mandela looking for the space.
I would have thought that by now Nelson has developed to a level of even selection for part of the Sevens Academy. He seems to be kind of stagnant in terms of his skills development. So for Nelson, we'll hope to see that he can break through and have maybe a breakout season where he steps up to at least a call up to that sevens training. Scrum down to the Stanbic Black Pirates. Conrad Wanyama with the ball. I anticipate at this point that Timothy Chisiga is going to have his first touch because I see the way Conrad has lined it up. Pick it.
Yeah, definitely they'll want to stretch the defense a bit and get a one-on-one because Timothy Kisiga is very good, but his services are actually not needed in this case. You could see the defender was very focused on Kisiga because he knows how dangerous he is with ball in hand, but that actually freed space up for Conrad Wanyama to literally jog to the try area. And the Rams are really asking themselves questions, why their defense is so leaky at the moment, I should say.
In terms of a particular play, of course, the player is the defense is caught in a bit of sixes and sevens because you have to choose between who is going to break off the scrum. In that particular instance right there, I would actually ask the scrum half not to chase Conrad around. Otherwise, as soon as the ball is put in, then you come and become the first defender on the blind side. That could help you nullify the risk of the ball out wide. Conrad again, I'm not fond of his kicking boots, but again, it's from where the conversion has been, where the try has been scored from. So it's 10-0 in favor of the Stanbic Black Pirates, starving the Rams of the ball.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that the players, especially the kickers, will be aware of is their kicks are very, very important. We saw last weekend a semi-final being won off a kick. So kickers will know how important their role is, especially in that particular regard, and they will have to polish up as much as possible. As Nelson Mandela, who has been looking the most dangerous of the Rams, creating some space for Humphrey Magero, who's not bundled into touch, but the ball is lost, and the referee seemingly not amused with something, so he's getting some communication from his assistant referee, and it's going to be a scrum to the Pirates.
So yes, again the Rams players there guilty of not dominating the tackle or maintaining possession in the tackle area. It's critical in the contact areas to be able to maintain possession, recycle, and then have your team play off. As you have the scrum down, Ivan Magomu, we're yet to see a line break from him. He's, as Timothy Chisiga brings it out wide, and
Joshua Ngwao there, losing his footing a bit, but able to recover. And the Pirates taking it from wing to wing, long pass there from Isaac Massa, looking for the enforcer, Kelvin Balaga yet again. And as we actually talked about, they employed the double tackle, but then the support defender, a bit of lazy defending there from the Rams, and Isaac Massa getting another score for the Pirates. But you can see just the impact that Kelvin Balagade has on this team. It takes two people to tackle him, and then he has really disorganized the entire rest of the defense.
Yes, in that case, you have to scramble back very, very well, and then also try to negate the support runners. So you have to then go to a little bit of man-to-man marking, which is uncomfortable in sevens, because that leaves and exposes quite a bit of space. But very, very good work there by Bala. An easy kick for Conrad this time round, and he does oblige. 17-0 to the Pirates. Very, very good support running there, because Desire also then had a few fends to create the space and separation, and eventually Massa dotting down. So that's a good, well-worked team try for the Stanbic Black Pirates. Rams still to keep the person on their scoreboard end busy.
What excuse would someone have to drop the ball when they're using such a neon-colored ball?
Well,
surely you can see it coming from miles.
Yeah, where there's that, and then also being caught on camera dropping the ball. because that would surely not be a good sight. And yes, you can't say I was not sighted or the ball didn't have grip. It is neon, it is new, so it's all full of grip. But again, could be a big hit from Massa. So
Yeah, I think that's the only excusable reason.
and we're back for the second half. The Thunderbird Black Pirates again trying to enforce their dominance. But the Rams have a chance at a 50-50 because in sevens in particular, when it goes to line out mode, then you've opened it up. Then you've opened it up for the contest. And another score for the Pirates. Alex Aturinda there dotting down after some good work. And again, another dummy sold by Haruna Mohammed. Pirates now clearly with a stranglehold of not only just the game, but also the group. Desire taking a player out in the air. That's illegal in sevens, and that's illegal in rugby, actually.
Aziz Karim, they're trying to create some space. The Rams are really trying to look for any opportunity in space, and with Nelson Mandela there has been trying to take on the Pirates defense a lot more, but Pirates is very airtight, and I think Coach Bobby Musinguzi will be really happy with the way his team has defended. Remember, last weekend they lost out in the final to the Betway Cobs, and I think they'll be wanting to go one better this time round.
Yes, it is always heartbreaking when you lose it in the final. As the Rams, for the first time in this half, managed to get, but then very good work there by Haruna Mohammed, forcing the turnover. Step offload. Try time. Going a little bit acrobatic there. Pirates.
Yeah, I think it's something that we actually even saw from last weekend. Players are taking their acrobatic approach when they are finishing. I think too much TV, but as long as they land safely, then there's no problem.
From somebody who has scored tries before, you have to make it look good once you cross the line. The challenge is
So.
the challenge is when you're trying to showboat and then you knock it on. Oh, and then the chance goes begging. Your team will definitely not be pleased with you.
I don't know how you face the coach in that in that particular scenario.
You had better be winning by 30 points.
Yeah, but the Pirates, you can see with their dominance, and an interesting fact from the Meleke Sevens, the Pirates did not concede any single point until the final. So that shows how good their defense was, but they now really need to get that impetus that sees them off even in the final, because they didn't concede any single point until they met Cobs in the final. Very good defense there by the Pirates, and maybe they just need to work on how they can be able to now win the final.
Wow, that's a very, very interesting statistic, because that shows a lot of solidity and a lot of teamwork. It also takes a lot of discipline, because it is not easy to maintain that straight line and keep doing it over and over again for every team.
Ivan Magomu, Isaac Massa, and the ball goes out. Arnold Atukunda, man who was in relative form last weekend, continues from where he started, and that's a try.
The pace of Arnold Atukunda, of course, is one of those breaths of fresh air that any rugby enthusiast would like to see. You would like to see new talent coming through with such speed, and then once we work on the conditioning and then the body as well, then you're able to take the hits and able to score the tries. Same kind of development that Norbert Okenye went through. So it will be, well, we'll be expectant of him having to go on and then become a very, very good sevens player and an athlete for Pirates as well.
Yeah, but definitely exciting times for rugby in Uganda, to see that there is so much upcoming talent. Maybe many players that we wouldn't have seen last season, but this season we're actually seeing the likes of Arnold Atukunda are there, and also testament to what the Pirates are doing in their system with player development from their ranks, from the sailors, and from their connections. Doing a lot more with the enforcer role. I do not think think the Rams have come to tackle today. The game has been relatively so one-sided, and Pirates, just as they had scored a few, you should say seconds, 30 seconds ago, they score yet again to surely make this absolutely no contest.
All the Mo can do is shake his head because that was too easy and there's really no excuse. One of the things that we tell the players is there's no player who is strong at the ankles. So if can be, and that's a tactic that Conrad Wanyama uses a lot. He does just tie up your shoelaces.
You can definitely see that if players are small, usually they're afraid of the contact or they're a bit skeptical about it. But it goes back to the coaching and how they teach the players how to tackle that. If you're small and there's a size disadvantage, I should say, then you should always look for going as low as possible when getting into the tackle. The Warriors clad in their purple and pink and yellow with a touch of black, facing Impis, the team all the way from Makerere. Another very interesting game coming on to the pitch. Remember, we are at Peche Stadium in Gulu. For those that have never been to Gulu town, this is a very, very beautiful place. Very, very organized town. And the conditions are actually very ideal for rugby. The sun has been peeping and hiding. It's been playing hide and seek with us, but we are sure later on in the day, it's going to be showing its full face and color. Honest. Very, very renowned rugby journalist, sports journalist. What is your take on the Sevens as you have seen it so far?
First of all, I think the important thing to mention is that Impis stepping onto the pitch for their first game today are without some of their key players who are taking part, who are representing Makerere University in the Kings of Africa Rugby Sevens. They are hosting at their home ground at the Graveyard. So we've seen Impis turn up in Gulu without speedster Jonathan Lohoni and also with Captain Keith Weraga. So it will be interesting. They say they've lost up to 4 players, so I think maybe there's a couple of lads that are still on the bench, but then we'll see how they present themselves this weekend, knowing that they're a core side, so a performance that is not up to standard may cost them in the long run, knowing that there's relegation at the end of the 6 rounds of this 2021 Guinness Sevens Series. But on the whole, from the first round and so far in this second round, there's beautiful rugby on show. I enjoy seeing players exhibit their skill sets and show off what they've beautiful dummy runs. We've seen nice offloading, especially from Mongers and then again from Pirates and Sailors. I think these are some of the small things that these teams have worked on. And it will be nice to see more of the players expressing themselves, because this is a platform for them, like Alan was saying earlier, that this is a platform for them to put their hands up and get a call up to the national team.
Yeah, there you've had it from Ernest. Thank you very much for that. Very, very insightful take and those updates. As usual, he's very reliable for that. And as he spoke about the Impis lacking a number of players, you can see it's questionable on their bench. They don't have that many numbers. But currently on pitch, the Warriors with more of the lead. And Captain Simon Peter Nyeko there, getting past 2 players, looking for the corner. And the referee, let's wait to see. Does he give a score? Yes, he does. Yes, she does. Correction. Thank you very much. And it's 5 points to the Warriors with a conversion to come. Conversion attempt will be taken by Richard Kinyai. Very defendable boot on a normal day. And the Impis today, they are led by coach Sebuliba Simon, plays for them in the 15s as well. And today he has the unusual responsibility of being the head of strategy, I should say.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how Impis have positioned themselves this weekend. We can see that they have traveled with the bare minimum, the requirement. Oh, that's a beautiful conversion from Richard Kinyai. But they've traveled with just 7 players and 2 on the bench without their coach, Emmanuel Katuntu, who is also the university coach. So you can see that they are stuck between a rock and a hard place. But going by the way they've positioned themselves here in Gulu, their priority has not been the Gulu Sevens because anyway they're not competing, but they're
Robert Sentongo, very, very brilliant player there.
out of nowhere.
That's just a piece of individual brilliance there, right? Just awesome.
I think we might have been wrong on saying that they've chosen to go all in at the Kings of Africa Rugby Sevens because there's still some pretty awesome rugby players for Impis here today.
I think it's testament to their depth there to show that they can actually be able to field 2 teams for 2 different tournaments.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I think it's also another opportunity for players who never usually get the chance to get consistent game time, that now they are actually getting a chance to show the coaches what they can do, and this is a perfect platform for them.
Absolutely, and this is not just for Makerere Impis, this is for most teams because this being an up-country tournament, we have some of the regular players not being able to travel, or this being seen as a circuit that is not going to have full strength for most of them. So we'll see a couple of players that have not traveled with their teams, and we will not see those who have not traveled, but we will surely see those who have got the chance to, step up and play with the big boys.
And you see, ball in hand is Arinaitwe Stallone, one of the old heads. With the Impis today, he will really be taking on a very big leadership role with the unavailability of many of the guys, as Richard Kinyai trying to emulate what Robert Sentongo did. And I think he was going to have the legs to make it all the way, and this is just end-to-end stuff. Both teams really going at each other, and the Warriors immediately responding off the kickoff, back into the lead, and with the conversion to come, Simon Peter Nyeko doesn't make a mistake, making it 14 points for the Warriors and 7 to the Impis.
Oh, that is what you call pure determination. For any sevens coach, you'll be worried about the breaks that are happening in your line in the middle of the field, and that's what's happening for both sides and both ends of the floor. So it's 14 points for the Warriors, who were hosts last weekend at the Mileke Sevens, and 7 points for the Impis.
Yeah, definitely. Warriors are stopping at the quarterfinal role. Actually, both teams did stop at the quarterfinal stage last weekend. They will be looking to at least go one better. That will be their first, I think, goal to tick. Then they can see what goes forward. But great to see ball coming out to Owen Kinyera. He usually has some very good pace on him, and he faces up with Robert Sentongo, and Robert Sentongo comes out top in that challenge. Very good defense there, using the line to his advantage and bundling the attacker into touch.
Yes, normally at that kind of situation, you've made quite a bit of ground. The coach would want you to cut back inside, take the contact, and then be able to recycle possession. So in terms of how the Warriors have approached this, Owen Chinyera got himself into a box which he could not jump out of. So line out throw to the Impis, and they managed to do that quite well. The referee says it's not straight, so that's going to be a scrum down to the Warriors, who have an attacking platform now. Another chance to bother the Impis defense. In rugby sevens, normally hard to score first phase, so you need to swing the ball, maintain possession, and go from side to side, so that you can be able to create the space and get your big runners going through the gaps. On the far side, you can see the Betway Cobs warming up for their game as a dummy is sold. Ball comes back to the narrow side, all the way to the wing, bundled into touch. What does TJ say?
The assistant referee has something to say about that pass, I think. We're waiting to see a bit of communication there from the referee and the assistant referee. Assistant referee didn't look convinced by that pass, and you think the Warriors need to take such chances and avoid getting into a sticky situation in a game that is closely contested at the moment.
Yes, it's going to be a little bit of helter skelter for the Impis. What do you do here? Do you actually run the ball through hand, or do you kick it back and try to play the territory game? Because the closer you play to your try line, the harder it gets for you in terms of the turnover. And the pressure the Warriors are putting onto the Impis is actually hard, as the Impis kick it out for halftime, and they'll take that the 7-point deficit into the break.
What do you think the Impis coach would be saying to them at this halftime interval?
Well, I'm sure the first thing I'm going to tell them is, in terms of defense, don't allow any player right through the middle. Let's try to force them. Well, let's just try to force them to play, so that we might be able to have a chance. And also, when we have the ball in possession, let's keep it and let's attack with intent. So that has actually been lacking for the Impis. And then you also be expecting a lot from Stallone, who has quite a bit of experience in the sevens game and in rugby in general. So it's also good to see Stallone. This is where Stallone actually began his rugby playing days with the Impis before he moved on to the Buffaloes, and then he became a journeyman, and he eventually found his way back home.
Yeah, you could say he was a bit, he was like the prodigal son. Moved around a bit and realized that home is best. So he came back wearing shirt number 12 and putting on the scrum cap, blue in color. And you can see he's there actually in the huddle, sharing with the team that where he thinks that they need to do better, and he knows that if Impis is to have anything to get from this game, they need to score fast after the halftime break.
One of the worrying signs for the Impis maybe in this tournament is how thin their squad is, because if I count, they have about 8 or 9 players, and if you're going to go through a one-day tournament, that's going to take a lot of effort for the players. So I think in that respect, of course, they have the Africa University Games going on, so I don't know how they've managed to balance and actually be able to put up a squad here.
Yeah, as Kawowo journalist Ernest told us that they really had to stretch the squad and be able to balance. They could not miss the Kings of Africa Sevens, and yet they also had to be here as a core team. So it's very important to see how they're going to last. Remember, this is a one-day tournament, very little rest time, so fitness is really going to come to the test here. It's going to be tested to the full, I think.
Refreshments are done, team talks are done. Noticeably absent for the Warriors this weekend is Gabriel Aredo. I don't know why he's not here. Actually, you're a Warriors person, so why isn't Gabriel here?
The communication I got, he was named on the team, but as coach for this weekend. But probably some other commitments came up. We're seeing in their dugout, it is Juma, Juma who is seemingly on the coaching role, but we can also see they're reliable. TM is around Eunice Olembo.
Oh well, yeah. Wherever Gabriel is, we hope he can be able to make it as.
One of Warriors' Achilles' heels has been their defense. I hope they can be able to find something to help patch that up. They are usually very okay attacking. When it comes to the defense, sometimes it's not as good as their fans would like it to be. But very good defense there nonetheless. Possession changes hands, and it's a bit of a high tackle there, properly spotted by the referee.
I think.
He has had enough of it.
Yeah, I was actually just going to make a comment about that, because we've had about 4 or 5 high tackles flying through over a very, very short space of time, and it was just a matter of time before she became impatient. And Owe Chinyera choosing the unorthodox way of chipping through, but the ball runs into touch. Again, that's not a tactic that you can employ if you see that there is actually scramble defense or cover defense.
Yeah, surprisingly, even from last weekend, we're seeing the Warriors actually struggle when the opposition is a man or 2 men down. From last weekend, they met the Buffaloes in a quarterfinal, and the Buffaloes were down at 5 men, and instead it was the Buffaloes that scored, which was a bit of a shocker, in my opinion. But I think they need to learn how to play through situation and understand that when you have the numbers game, make the most of it as much as possible.
Good to see the CEO of the Uganda Rugby Union around, Ramsey Olinga. And it's impressive what the Gulu rugby community has managed to put up here with Singh, James, very very instrumental. Otim Vincent, who is the chairman of the Uganda Rugby Sevens organizing committee, they've actually put up a very impressive display. The field is immaculate. It's a very good playing surface. We're just hoping that the weather holds. The sun is peeping out, makes it a beautiful rugby day. Our sponsors, Guinness, are on song. So it's going to be a very, very good day of rugby, and not only for on the field, but even off the field, a spectacle for the fans.
Yeah, as the fans keep walking in. For those that are around Gulu, all those that can make the trip as quick as possible, then you're very welcome to Peche Stadium. Beautiful day for rugby. I think the board has been very, very generous to the rugby fans and rugby in general, giving us very great weather. But even if you're home, in the comfort of your home, or whether you're watching in office, just make sure you enjoy, because it's going to be live. All action is going to come, all updates are going to come, and don't hesitate to share with us on social media. Let us know what your experience is, and share the link with a friend. Don't watch these games alone. If you can't invite someone over, share the link of the YouTube Kawowo channel, so that you can be able to get the games streamed live and at your convenience.
As Nyeko goes off and Mzei Wakazi, Henry Musisi comes on. The chip through. The foot race is on. Try time for the Warriors. That was very, very well done.
Yeah, I think credit there to Richard Kinyai for looking behind and seeing no sweeper being put behind for the Impis, and then kicking. And also credit to Humphrey Ratch for the chase. Robert Sentongo there being a bit lackluster on the when he went back to chase the ball. You think he was, I think, feeling a bit assured to capture the ball, but where Humphrey Ratch came from to actually dive and get that ball, I think it just shows who was hungry and who wanted the ball more.
And Chinyai takes it from too far. I believe if he had stepped just a little closer, it would have been an easier kick.
I think he wasn't worried about the distance, but he was trying to look for a better angle. But unfortunately, still the bearings weren't at par as he would have wanted.
But then that puts them at 22-7. No, making 19-7. 19-7 to the Warriors. So they have put some daylight. So the Impis will need 2 full scores to be able to. We'll need 2 full scores to try and wrestle this game back into their hands, as the referee adjudges the Warriors to make a knock-on. Possession with the Impis. Stallone goes into the contact. And yes, that's what the referee has to do there for slowing down play. And you're not behind the prescribed distance. You gotta go 2 minutes in the cooler to think of your transgressions. The imp is up to go for touch, and the touch finder is good. Chance for a line out, and we're deep into the second half of this one. Up next, you can see the Betway Cobs and the Cobs are going to be taking on the Gulu Elephants. And the Gulu Elephants actually launched a new kit, and they're going to put on a new kit for this particular tournament. Do you have any superstitions against new kits, Ruben?
Where I was coming. You never want to lose the first game in your new kit. So I feel like the elephants really need to come out all guns blazing. They need to fight. You don't want to. There's some sort of it's attributed to bad luck if you lose that first game in your kit. So you'd rather wait and actually debut on a game that you're sure you could win.
Well, in my days, I think it was close to 50-50 because with the Cobs, there are games that we lost with a new kit that has been launched, and so I understand what you're saying by not wanting to jinx the attire. it is,
But
it is, it's just one of those things. But say for a sevens, that doesn't count.
I think, but being Gulu, they are in a hard place because they are the only non-core. They are one of the two core teams, and they are the only one in their pool. So it's going to be an uphill task for them to get a win. And I would think that if you want your jersey to be seen, you'd put it up against the best team in the series so far. That's Cobs, which is your first game.
In that case, yes, that does actually make sense. And Justin Chimono runs out with the Betway Cobs and the Gulu Elephants. I think the Gulu Elephants have Taka in the front of their kit.
At the unveiling of the Guinness Sevens Series, we actually saw Joseph Aredo standing in as captain. So maybe you can give us an insight. Who is captaining the team? Is it Joseph Aredo or is it Justin?
The captain for the Betway Cobs is actually Joseph Aredo. So possibly Justin was just anxious to get the game started. So
no, I actually just noticed even from last weekend he has been leading the team out. So maybe there is he is the captain on the.
He is the motivator behind all that. Maybe he is again you don't break a winning formula. So if it happens once and it works for you for that day, then you just keep keep going.
Definitely a wealth of experience that Justin Kimono brings to the game with I think a lot of rugby under his belt. For a man his age, he has played way too much rugby and he has so much knowledge from all that experience.
Kudos to him also for overcoming his knee surgery. So he overcame that about 2 or 3 years ago. He had a little bit of start-stop in terms of return to play, but he's now back and he's actually a little quicker now. So he's trying to get his pace back, and he also featured for the Uganda Rugby Cranes in the Africa Cup.
Yeah, but I think, as you've mentioned, one of the biggest challenges is how you recover from injury. That recovery period, if not handled very well, can be very tricky. Yeah, but credit to CJ and credit to see him back and losing some pounds, I should say. He had really bulked up and become so big, and I think it was affecting his mobility. But now he is comfortably able to play on the wing or center as he has been used by his respective coaches.
That's one of the benefits of having Timothy Mudola as your strength and conditioning coach. And unfortunately, we did not get a chance to see him as a strength and conditioning coach for the Rugby Sevens because that was going to be one of his assignments. So he was taking that up, but at that point in time, and then that's Joseph Aredo, who was most valuable player last weekend at the Mileke Sevens. Adrian Casito and the spread wide Alhaji Manano has an intent of attacking the line. Passes it on to pass Ogena, who slows down that kind of motion, but the Betway Cobs manage, retain possession. As the ball is knocked out of hand, Joseph Aredo with a dummy behind the back pass. Justin Chimono has enough pace to make it.
I think he actually stepped into touch, but the referee calls a try.
Yes, we did see some of the dust raised there.
Yeah, the Cobs coming into the Gulu Sevens as favorites and defending champions, winning last weekend's Mileke Sevens as the eventual winners, and they're actually top of the overall log. So they come here with very, very high expectations that they set for themselves. So clearly they should be able to match them.
Yeah, over the last time that we had the Sevens, we had the Cobs and the Pirates in all the finals of that particular circuit. So let's see. And then we began last weekend from exactly where we left off with the Cobs and Pirates again in that final.
I think one of the most notable comments that came out of some of the social media talk was how some of the fans really wanted to see other teams break into that bubble of maybe having it a final between Cobs Pirates or Cobs Heathens or Heathens Pirates. Let me say, how can other teams be able to penetrate that, because there seems to be a dominion by especially the Cobs, who had, after some time of not winning the trophies, they decided to step up their game.
And that is the homeboy Byron Oketayot. Yeah, and he's trying to make himself a nuisance against his uh, his founding team. I think it's not former team because he was with Rhinos.
Yeah, definitely. He's back home,
Yes.
original home, and no love lost. They're showing him that when it's on pitch, it's business.
Well, I guess he just shows that, hey guys, ever since you taught me good things, I'm coming back home and I'm better. So let's just be happy for me. I am back onto home soil. Let's see what I can do and make you guys proud.
Yeah, but I think even the Gulu Elephants will really be happy to see how far their former player has come. He has featured for the Sevens, he has featured for the 15s, he has played for the Rhinos, he has won trophies with the Cobs. So yeah, that's really a good day for a very, very, you should say, promising rugby player, and definitely a lot more to come from him.
In his class, he had Ben Bongomin.
Yeah.
He had Jordan Bogomin, sorry,
Yeah,
and then Marlon, who is now on the sidelines organizing and putting things together.
Yeah, but I'm really happy to see Marlon back walking comfortably. He got that freakishly unfortunate injury, but credit to the medical staff for the quick response, and he's now back walking and hopefully back on the pitch sometime soon. We wish him the best in his continued recovery.
As the Cobs only leading this by 5, they swing the ball around. Adrian Casito to Justin Chimono. Try time.
Yeah, and I think as Justin Kimono dots down for Cobs' second try, one of the players in the Cobs team that usually doesn't get a lot of flowers, but I feel does a very big job, is Alhaji Manano, keeping the stability, especially in the center of the pitch, with his defense, and also being very, very intelligent in attack. And we saw that he was able to commit the defender and pass out to create the overlap. Credit there to Alhaji Manano.
Oh yes, he has actually become a very stable member of the Cobs team, as Joseph Aredo hits the upright. He's using the upright for target practice. No, Joseph, it has to be in between the posts.
Yeah, he was definitely the best kicker at the Mileke Sevens, with that clutch kick in the semifinals against the Heathens, with both teams tied, and he had a very, very hard kick from the corner that he converted with relative ease, sending Cobs to a final that they won against the Pirates.
Again, the Gulu Elephants try to run rings around Ian Munyani, who is also a member of the Sevens setup. Adrian Casito comes there as the assistant tackler, and the referee has had enough of that. The Gulu Elephants player has to go to the coolers to think of his transgressions. It is important in Sevens now, in terms of your reaction once you concede the penalty. Just sprint back.
Yeah, definitely. You do not have to interfere with the play if you're not 10 meters back from a penalty. But now that puts a lot of stress on the defense, with a team like Cobs and the kind of pressure they can put on the defense. And as we are seeing there, the numbers counting. All defenders trying to rush and cover the extra space. They leave space where they're coming from, and Alhaji Manano scoring.
You've talked about him and his contribution. He has a direct style of rugby that very few players of this generation have. He's always going forward as opposed to going sideways. So if he's not going there into a contact situation, then he is going to have a step. It is weird to see him step off that foot, because he's normally a better stepper off his right foot.
Yeah, but I think he's a coach's dream because he's very versatile. You can use him almost in every position. He can play off the flank in the 15s. He can play in the back line. So he's a very, very intelligent player, and you can't be versatile if you're not intelligent.
Kudos there, Manano. We're going to be throwing praises your way all the way and hope you can get to the final so that also may continue. The sun has come out and the drinks are chilling. Thank you, Guinness, for making this possible and for partnering with the Uganda Rugby Union. Sevens are going to be played all around the country. Next weekend, we are in Soroti.
Yeah, a lot of traveling. I mean, what's better, traveling and rugby? It's just awesome to have such a combination. What do you have to say about the Gulu, the Gulu Elephants kit?
Well, I got a little bit hard up about it. It is blue, red, green, but again, it is kit, and that means there's actually another partner into rugby and making the game happen, and that is what we want to see. The more people that can come through, as Ian Munyani sprains that ball wide, Adrian Casito, long pass to Pius Ogena, and that is forward.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that Adrian tried to skip Byron Oketayot.
I think there was a bit of panic there. They're trying to to expose the space and make the most of it. But sometimes you have to be patient. Let it come to you. You have the ball, you have the numbers. Why rush it? I think that was a bit of a lapse in judgment from Adrian Casito, who's usually very, very, very reliable. And halftime with the Cobs in a very commanding lead, and Gulu Elephants yet to show their attacking impetus. Cobs coming into this one favorites, top of the overall standings, and winners from the Mileke Sevens, a very colorful tournament. Today we are at the Gulu Sevens live at Peche Stadium in Gulu town. Earlier on, the sun was playing a bit of hide and seek, but now it's fully out, and it's a perfect opportunity for rugby to be played. And wherever you are, or if you're here with us in Gulu, make sure you get yourself a nice cold Guinness. This is the perfect opportunity to start. Remember, it's a Saturday, it's a rugby Saturday, so there is no reason why you should wait any longer to get yourself a Guinness. And remember, you have to be above the age of 18 for you to drink Guinness.
Back for the second half, Gulu Elephants up against the current series leaders, the Betway Cobs, and we've seen a couple of changes already as Cobs look to seal this one. It's already in the bag, but then they would like to save some energy and resources for the other games later in the day. And so we see Adrian Casito and Ian Monyani off, I think with Justin Kimona as well. And on pitch, I can see Faraji Odugo, James Jongat, who struggled on day 2 of the first of the Mileke Sevens. Is on, but this time with some more medically made strapping for his right knee. So it's going to be interesting to see how Cobs position themselves for this day, especially knowing that there's probably going to be huge games coming their way in the knockouts. As we see Byron Oketayot, an old boy of the Gulu Elephants, positioning himself with Karim Marinaito for a restart. I think judging from last week's performance and the strategy they had on kick restart, Cobs have opted to go for lifting the lighter man on the team, and in this case, the designated lighter man is Karim Marinaito. But the kick goes straight through the middle, straight to Joseph Aredo, who leaves the bouncer, but then plays a very beautiful dummy. But then it's intercepted, and that's going to be judged as an intentional knock forward. And someone's surely going to the bin for that. No, Rosenberg couldn't have been as lenient as she has been right now in that call, choosing to keep an already handicapped Gulu Elephants at 7 as Karim puts on the afterburners and takes off for a try. And this is his first touch of the game, and it's going to be his first try of the weekend. Karim Marinaitwe dives just to the right of the uprights. A beautiful try, well worked try. Karim Marinaitwe last weekend, in the first weekend at the Mileke Sevens, was named the rising talent of the weekend.
I don't know if it was most improved or rising, one of the two, but
most improved, I believe. But he couldn't have been most improved when the last Seven Series was in 2019. But yeah, I get the gist of the award is to reward someone who has come onto the scene and stepped up and played a very beautiful tournament, as Joseph Aredo makes it full points with that conversion.
Yeah, but yeah, just talking about Karim United, I think he's a man that has come from Namiliango and being flung into this team, a team of very many talented players. There's a lot of pressure and a lot of responsibility on your shoulders, especially at a young age. But he shows that he has the mettle to actually handle the pressure. And credit to him because he doesn't fear contact. He also has the awareness to actually play where he's needed to be playing. So, and the coaches are also showing that they have their trust in him, which is very testament to his ability and testament to the confidence that they have in him. Great there from Karim Marinaitwe, wearing shirt number 10 today.
And there he is with ball in hand, making the first few steps, and very nice outside ball to Joseph Aredo. Secures the rack there, but James Jongat. Karim Marinaitwe has been judged for hands in the rack, I believe. The arrival at the breakdown, which is going to be a very interesting development in this weekend. The arrival at the breakdown. In simple terms, for those who may be watching rugby for the first time, it's airplane taking off, airplane landing. Yeah. So you must arrive at the breakdown on your feet, and you must be able to support your own weight. And he has been judged for not having supported his own weight. As James Sijonga dances his way around the Gulu Elephants defense and pops the ball, but there's no on there, so there's no offside. And Joseph Aredo snatches the ball, and it's a turnover, and Cobs are back on attack mode. That's Faraji Odugo taking pocket off to Marco Suna, who skips Byron Oketayot and plays James Jongat. James Jongat who plays Joseph Aredo, and it's a very, very nice switch and offload. James Jongat and Joseph Aredo, beautiful try time in the corner there.
Yeah, it's just beautiful play there from Cobs. Interchange between. Conversion responsibility going to James Jongat there. Very good interplay there, and Joseph Aredo being immediately subbed.
And then he shunts it wide, just
yeah,
wide.
The distance
was. Looked like he hit it. He hit it well with. Looked like he hit the body of the ball as opposed to the tip, which is an unusual thing. Maybe he must have miskicked it.
Yeah, James Jongat, very reliable for the Betway Cobs. Played a very big role last weekend and playing a bigger role this weekend, surely, as the Cobs look to go for back-to-back finals and hopefully get back-to-back titles. Currently leading the log. And in this Pool A, they are surely going to be leaders with their current dominance in this particular game.
Adrian Casito being playing risky rugby there with a near dangerous tackle, but he gets away with it. However, he's penalized for not releasing. But he has got it right this time, I believe. Yes, he has got it right. First to arrive at the breakdown, and he's able to secure the turnover ball and penalty against the Gulu Elephants. And I believe the Gulu Elephants will be played against advantage there because they were not 10. And they were unable to retreat, so they probably interfered with his advancement with ball in hand. And there goes, I believe that's Marco Suna stepping and breaking tackles, and he'll run all the way, jog lightly and score under the uprights. And you know, earlier, Ruben, we were talking about how players who are fringe players or players who have not had a chance to, get their names on the team list will take advantage, will need to take advantage of a weekend up country. We know we have 3 circuits in the central region and 3 circuits outside the central region. And Gulu being the first circuit outside the central region, we have seen Marco Suna coming on for the Betway Cobs, and this is his first try. How do you think he will be able to showcase that he deserves a chance to be, move from the fringes to become among the regular 12 players for the Betway
Especially
Cobs?
with a team like Cobs that has a wealth of players. It's going to be important to see how he makes the use of every chance that he gets. Remember, we have a lot of up-country rugby and a lot of activities happening in between. So he has to make the most of every chance that he gets with the tackles, with how industrious he can be. Remember, he's playing off the wing, but he has to come and look for work. So it will be how he makes the most of every opportunity that he gets that will determine how the coaches will use him going forward in the series.
And there he is with ball in hand. Off the kick, off the up and under, sets James Jongat loose, and he cuts and turns the corner straight through the middle against the Gulu Elephants, who have had no response to a raging Cobs
I don't
attack.
think I have seen the Gulu Elephants across the line during play into the Cobs half. It has been all defense and all in one half, which shows how dominant the Cobs have been, really fitting the reputation of favorites and defending champions that they are.
Yeah, and that's a successful conversion, try and conversion for James Jongat. As Cobs stretch their lead. I think it will be very important knowing that this weekend is about the top teams from each pool, and then we now go to the mathematics of first, second, and then best second, second best second, third best second. So it will be very, very important to put as many points as you can. Beautiful restart from the Betway Cobs, and Byron Ketayot collects easily to just power his way over for another Cobs try.
Yeah, I think there are no love lost there from Byron Oketayota against his former team. Showing that really he's here for business and nothing else. Really playing that enforcer role really well for the Cobs, as that was the final action of this game. The Betway Cobs coming out very, very dominant in this one. And just something that you talked about earlier is that even the coaches will have communicated to the teams that regardless of whether you lose, you need to look for as many points as possible, because after the top teams are selected for the knockouts, then there is the mathematics that comes into play. How many points did you get? How many tries did you score? So you don't have to just sit back and allow the loss to come. You also have to get as many points as you can so that you can be in the selection fold for the knockouts.
Yeah, that's for sure. And that's Betway Cobs 41 points against the Gulu Elephants, as the Buffaloes and the Gulu City Falcons come back on pitch for their second game.
Yeah, the Falcons are not really doing well in their first game, and the Buffaloes, in the stark contrast, were very, very good against.
The
It was the Sailors in their first game,
Sailors?
and surely with this game they are tipped to get the win, get the comfortable win, and actually go top of the group. So the Buffaloes, this is an unexpected win, as the Sun that has been playing hide and seek, as we have been saying, has now come out in full force. I think it's going to really test fitness here with the heat and the fact that we're now playing one-day rugby, not two-day rugby, with the resting time reduced. What do you think about that?
I think two things. I am stuck, trying to figure out where the balance is going to be, because one-day circuits are not new to Ugandan rugby. This is how we've always played, and just both in terms of rugby and logistically, being able to play for one day, the players are more accustomed to that. But the conditions here are much tougher than they usually are in the central region, with it's a bit low altitude compared to the central region, because I have studied some geography and I know that the Nile flows from the south to the north, and that means that Gulu is at a lower altitude than Kampala. So the air is a bit lighter than it is in Kampala, but then it is hot here, so it's going to be tough to get used to the hot conditions here, with a need to hydrate very, very much. But then also the tournaments being one day, the teams are used to playing like this. So we'll see how it pans out. I just would love to see how the teams, especially those that are vying for the championship, how they will manage their load in these early games where it's an easy win and you're just looking at keeping your best players, you're keeping your legs and your lungs for time when it is business time in the knockout phase.
Yeah, that's very, very important to note. And as we're seeing the Buffaloes here, it's not going to be really easy for them to get the points that they want. So they really have to put in the effort. Gulu City Falcons, one of the home teams here, and the fans are showing it with the support. For those that are not aware of the colors,
Awesome,
the Buffaloes putting on red and black, as the City Falcons are putting on a multicolored green and orange. And
that's a beautiful line out from the Gulu City Falcons from one end, and they run all the way around. I believe this is going to be their first try of the weekend. No, and he's bundled into touch. But that's a very, very nice line out. We've not seen many of those today, especially from teams that are not at the top of the series.
Very good change of direction and change of pace, but the sweeper is there. This seems to be like it's going to be a harder game than we thought it would. It's going to come to who's fitter, and Eddie Kaima, very, very industrious and very, very intelligent. He saw the defense rushing to cover the outside, the overlap, and he took the center, running straight and scoring under the posts. 5 points with a conversion to come.
He's taking his time, but I think that's probably not going to be a decision that he would love to take unless they are looking at topping their pool. But knowing that you need as many points as you can, you would want to score as quickly as you can and get back, to running, because this is a team where you can rack up to 40, 50 points if you are, as clinical as they've shown here, both in defense and in attack.
Yeah, definitely. And these teams are in Pool C that also has Heathens, and also has the Sailors, along with the Buffaloes and the Gulu City Falcons.
Yeah, so I'm thinking Buffaloes, knowing that they're up against their seniors, Heathens, that's going to be a hard game. They would want to score as many points as they can so that they can guarantee that best second position, or second best second, or third best second, so that they are they are in the main
definitely.
cup,
And even when you make it to the knockouts, you need to try and avoid the bigger teams,
teams that have
yes,
topped their pools, yes,
so that you can be able to advance further. So it's important to get yourself an easier matchup and advance to the semifinals. Then you can think about the big teams.
And then Buffaloes surely will be getting their second one, as their Solomon.
He actually he actually did. No, he actually thought he had made it, and I think his teammates did not tell him that there was an oncoming defender who was very interestingly hiding behind him as he was approaching him. So that was very interesting. But good try-saving tackle there. And
big hands. Gulu City Falcons on another one.
The Falcons have come to entertain. Surely if we can't score, we shall entertain. But they are really matching the Buffaloes for all their might.
Yeah, and it's a balanced contest in terms of power, but the Buffaloes are going to have to beat them, I think, with the experience and rugby craft. Should be a second try, I believe.
The referee calling. Actually,
penalty try awarded, I believe. So that makes it 14-0.
Yeah. That's 14-0
So
to the Buffaloes.
Buffaloes need to put as many points as they can to guarantee at least a best second position, to avoid any of the teams that will top Pool A, Pool B.
But the Buffaloes always trust themselves, especially against their bigger brothers, the Heathens. They train in the same ground. They usually see themselves around the clubhouse. So they'll be thinking about actually even topping the group. Yeah, it's 7 against 7, and I feel like they are giving themselves a shot against the Heathens. So after they focus on getting the win here, they will definitely be fighting for that top position, and I think that will be a very good game between those two.
Yeah, I agree with you. And that looks, the restart by the Gulu City Falcons didn't. The kick reception didn't exactly go well. And as Wilfred Seguia, the captain, the 15th captain, tries to play a quick ball, but he made the restart away from the mark. Even then, it's knock forward, so that's a scrum down as opposed to a free kick or penalty. Yeah. I am particularly interested in the set pieces. We've seen the Gulu City Falcons with a very, very nice line-out, and the contest in this scrum has also gone on well, but then Eddie Kaima, after Buffalo's getting possession. He passes a blind pass out wide, but then he's very
But I
lucky
think
that
that's
they
still
were playing.
credit.
That was the last play of the first
Yeah,
half.
that's credit to the set piece that you were talking about. The fact that they even in the scrum they are able to put pressure on the Buffaloes not to get clean ball. That when the ball came out, it forced Eddie Kaima, who's usually dependable in that role, to look for the panic pass, and he ends the half with a loose pass into touch.
Yeah, that I think we will see more. I think with more games and with the way this pool is set up, we will surely see a close contest with the new core side. That's the Sailors up against the Gulu City Falcons. It will be interesting to see how the Gulu City Falcons play against the team that they could be matched in both in terms of strength and in terms of maybe just a bit in terms of a skill set.
Yeah, I think that will come down to which team is better structured and able to employ their strategy. Because the way I see the Falcons, they thrive a lot in the unstructured play, and they seem to be very used to this kind of weather and the heat. So it's actually playing into their advantage, and the Buffaloes actually having a challenge here. So going forward in their game with the Sailors must be keenly watching this one and trying to devise means on how to counter the kind of style that they are playing right now.
Yeah, Sailors are actually not watching this one because they are warming up for their second match of the day against the formerly Hima Cement Heathens are now just Heathens, but wearing the
Yeah,
Hima
it
Cement
definitely
Heathens
gets
green kit.
confusing
Yeah, so
when teams are not sponsored by the team that the brand that they were partnering with, and then they keep the jersey. So sometimes it gets a little confusing.
yeah, so the Sailors are warming across the pitch over there. They're not watching this one, but then they will be interested in knowing the results so that they can match it against the Heathens.
So from your opinion, who do you think is going to top this group?
Without a doubt, that has got to be Heathens. They will need to beat the
You don't
Buffaloes
count.
if they want to.
You don't give the Buffaloes a chance to put a shocker.
Given how the third place playoff was last weekend and how the Heathens struggled through it, I think they would want to make a statement right now, prove that we are the bigger team at Shadondo, we're the big boys, and this is our win. And they've been thrown because of that finish. They've been thrown, and the setup of the round of the pool for this for this round, they've been thrown in the same pool. So I think Heathens will need to make the statement now. Otherwise, it will just get out of hand for them. It will be probably downhill in terms of the series standings, because there will be a team that has finished fourth behind them, and they've beaten them in this weekend. As Buffaloes.
Yeah, Odiambo there with a try, and I think credit to Edgar Lemiriga. He surely was telling them that, you know what, you need to stop making this a contest that shouldn't be a contest. So that's why they came out with the intent, the hard tackles, and recovering the ball and scoring the early try. I think that will really put a proper gap between them and the City Falcons.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But I think for in the spirit of rugby, you'd appreciate if the Falcons got a try here, especially for the fans that are coming in.
Yeah, I think I think the Gulu City Falcons will get their moment. We saw last weekend with probably the best team of the weekend that didn't win, and that was the Jaguars. They played very beautiful rugby, but the win did not come until it was late in the weekend. So the Gulu City Falcons will just need to be patient. They are playing against more seasoned teams. Their win will come, and it may not be in the pool stages, but in the knockouts where they will be playing against probably more evenly matched teams. This is going to be this. That's it. That's one of the decisions. Those some of the things that I was concerned about with the Gulu City Falcons. They could have chosen not to play that ball so that they take the free kick and then they can get a set play. But
yeah, it gives the Buffaloes time to rest and reorganize. Yet it's better to get them when they're still in a state of disorganization.
Yeah, so it's some of these reasons that they may not be able to get the win, but it's certainly going to come later in the day. And I would love to see them, get a win that will make their home-based fans happy.
Yeah, but I think also being in a position where they are playing against teams that are core, they're able to get a lot more experience and a better opposition to test how far they have come in their rugby journey. It's very good to see that rugby can travel in these circuits and be able to test some of the regional teams and maybe get a baptism by fire in some situations, but still the lessons learned are very priceless.
And they are goes Ivan Odiambo for his second try, I believe, of the second half. But you've got to love how the Gulu City Falcons are not are being relentless in their defense and chasing and making sure that if all comes, if the chase doesn't materialize, then let's make it as hard as we can for them to score points against us.
Yeah, definitely. They're not giving up on defense, and I think they're a very promising team. They just need to have a few tactical adjustments and maybe some experience. And yeah, the Falcons are a team that has a good platform that they have set up, a good foundation that they have set up, and with time to come, they'll definitely be a team to watch out for if they can keep consistent to what they are trying to achieve.
A couple of changes for Buffaloes in here, and there goes, I believe, Vincent Otim, who is one of their best wingers in the Premier League. But then the kick that he's supposed to chase by Eddie Kaima goes so deep that it bounces into touch, and the Gulu City Falcons will get a free kick, and then we can see how they play from a free kick, from a set play. Would love to see how they set up their attack.
Yeah, Eddie Kaima has actually been suffering with the restart. He has either been going short or now going really long. So that's definitely something he has to work on, because ball retention in sevens is very key to how you play and how much possession you have. So it's something that he really needs to work on. Big fend there. What we call the characteristic leave me alone fend.
And that's what Adrian Bukenya during the Rugby Africa Cup called the "How is your mother?"
Yeah, shout out to Adrian Bukenya wherever he's watching from. We hope he's enjoying himself a Guinness as he watches these games live on Kawowo. If you are also home watching from the convenience of your home, invite someone over or share the link with someone and enjoy a Guinness, a 6-pack, or if you're with friends, get yourselves a crate of Guinness. Remember, you have to be above 18 to enjoy this beautiful beer.
Nice scrum where they seem to be struggling with the feet, but then they've managed to break the line and score a try in the corner as Buffaloes stretch their lead even further from the Buffaloes, but then closer to Heathens in Pool C.
Hello.
The Buffaloes there employing the hold up kind of defense, where you hold the player that's coming into contact and prevent them from offloading, and if they're unable to use the ball, then there is a turnover. This game has been largely unstructured, both teams really making it uncomfortable for the other team to play, but the Buffaloes remain in the ascendancy. I think their experience and their know-how coming to the fore, being better than the City Falcons, but you should say the City Falcons have really also put in quite the effort, and maybe a try would be a worthy reward for all the effort they have put in. But for now, the Buffaloes still trying to slow the game down as much as possible, and the referee not happy with something, as there's quite a lot of contact in this game. You could think it's a 15s game, but it is actually sevens.
I agree with you that once the technical and skillful rugby just force your way over, and that's what the Buffaloes have done for the other try, I believe.
Buffaloes, and I think due to the frustration, they're like, you know what, let's just go straight and let's.
Was that Cheche Morgan for the try? Yeah, full time Buffaloes. Buffaloes 42 against the against the Gulu City Falcons. Another not really surprising result in this pool C, which I think is probably going to be the most contested pool. It's where we will see the teams that are going to contest most for that second best, second, third best, second, and the other mathematics that Ugandan sport is very, very accustomed to, that we're going to be doing later in the afternoon for the knockouts.
Yeah, coming onto pitch right now is the Heathens taking on the Sailors. The Sailors clad in black and Heathens in green.
Sailors wearing the Black Pirates away kit.
Yeah, the home team today in the red.
The Pirates being in their red kit as the black kit, but of course being a core side, they are in the series where they are playing against as last week in the same pool as them, but then this weekend they are in a pool against the Pirates, fierce rivals, the Heathens. But we will need to see how they position themselves and if they can put up a challenge like their big brothers against the Heathens today.
Yeah, definitely, but important to see that after last weekend's disappointments, the Heathens decided to bring back Joseph Oyet and Claudio Tema, as well as Paul Epilo as the most notable additions, and hopefully strengthen their resolve and increase their intent for a chance to win the Gulu Sevens and hopefully contest better on the overall log. Remember, currently it is the Cobs that lead, and ball crosses with both teams caught ball watching there.
I think if the Sailors had let that bounce or let it go dead, they would have had a chance to retain possession. But again, it's about knowing the rules, and their development side, Michael Korach, using his bullish attitude, he offloads to Paul Epilo, long pass out wide, and I don't think Norbert will have them finding the wide talent into the corner. The first points all for the Heathens. Again, very patient build up. Michael seeing the gap and taking it. So they are working on their game plan and their structures as they go through to the more lethal games. So 5-0.
Yeah,
for the
with the conversion to come. Let's see if Paul Epilo has the direction and the distance. The distance, yes. The direction, no. And it remains 5-0. But you can see clearly. Norbert Okeny has come with the intent to be one of the contenders, if not the overall winner of the top try scorer, because it has been raining tries for him ever since game one earlier in the morning. And Heathens will know that their group is a bit tricky after seeing the Buffaloes win 42-0. Now that they know they need to respond, and they need to respond big for that top spot in their pool. Remember, everything here counts for how your knockout games will be, and that's again Kato suffering with the restart. The first one was short, the second one goes really long, and it's an opportunity for the Sailors to get a free kick and start from center position in the set piece.
Ruben, seeing how the Heathens are set up, how they are going to deal without having Aaron Aforoth in the squad this season. Do you think the player that they have brought in can ably step into those boots, because he is an instrumental seventh player?
Definitely, he's very instrumental, and judging from the Mileke Sevens, he was very integral in starting all their attacks. So I think a lot of responsibility is now going to go to Paul Epilo. To try and fill those boots, or try to at least take it in his own stride and show what he can do differently. But he's definitely a person that they will sorely miss. I was actually looking at the team and wondering who's missing. And when you actually talked about Aaron Black, I realized that that's the missing cog. But at least I think to compensate, the fact that the Paul Epilo is back, Claudio Tema is back, and the fact that they have who else? The fact that there is someone else that just came into the squad. We actually just mentioned him earlier on. Anyway, when the name comes, we shall mention him. But I think there is enough cover. They just need to stick to the game plan given by Mohamed Athio, and everything will be good. As Norbert Okeny, clearly, like I said, looking for that top try scorer berth and taking matters into his own hands for the second try of the day, as there is medical attention there for Jones Kamiza, the sweeper for the Sailors. I think in his attempt to try and tackle, he he hurt himself. I hope it's not very serious, but credit to the medics who are there in time to try and resolve the issue. Noah Kayongo there, national team physio with a wealth of experience, especially dealing with the sport of rugby. He knows how to handle whatever is happening. Yeah, the sun earlier on was really hiding, but it has fully come out, and it has come with the heat. After a long layoff where there was no rugby, then you have a 2-day tournament last weekend. Now you have a 1-day tournament with all this heat. How
Well, the players definitely have to keep hydrated. The players have to keep hydrated and as they go through the games, and it's really important how they do the recovery after the games, each and every game, because we've seen some of them take fruit, and it's always advisable to have some watermelon in you and a banana or two to just keep your sugar levels and potassium up there. So it's important what the players do in between their games, and that's going to be very, very integral. Of course, most of the hard work is also done in the strength and conditioning during the weeks running up to these tournaments. So, but they are seeming to be very fit and moving quite comfortably. So the level of rugby that they are displaying is also very, very good.
Yeah, as we're seeing an early injury substitution there for the Sailors. Jones Kamiza is removed, and on comes Matthias Matovu. So we hope that the player that has gone out is fine. As Bale Bryan tries to take on Michael Okorach, the Gonya has his meal.
Well, they could actually be only one winner in that kind of contest.
And yeah, that is Matthias Matovu trying to look for the gap, but Lawrence Seboliba on the second attempt is able to stop the player. Referee Emmanuel Sama not happy with something about the defending of the Heathens, and Sailors actually asking Heathens a couple of questions.
It is interesting to see Sama, who is also a keyboard warrior, and many of the people know him as somebody who will do more typing on the Twitter board. Actually, he does know his rules, and he is a very, very good referee in the making. He can only become better.
Yeah, as the ball is kicked loose, and the Sailors have to run back to recover. But the Heathens are really defending brutally, and we see another Sailors player down. It's really a bit of a mismatch with the experience and the levels of power. We hope all is well, but the Sailors are down to 6 as Lawrence Seboliba moves the ball to Nobata Kane.
I bet you not that's a try.
As surely. Nobata Kane goes in for what would ideally be his hat trick in this game. And I think, if I'm not wrong, he could be around 6 or 7 tries already in just 2 games in this particular circuit, because we lost count of his tries in the first game, and now he scores his third of this.
Yeah.
Conversion successful by Nicolas Cato.
It is good. Yeah, nobody's actually a runner, and he's from a team that has that has space out wide, and that's where he loves to be. So it's good that you keep your confidence levels up in the earlier games, so that when you meet the harder teams, you've actually known your way around the grounds, and that really helps a winger in terms of being able to score your tries later on in the game. You've studied the field, you know your shoes, and you've seen the levels of position, so you know what you can do.
Yeah, that's very important, especially getting started on the right note. Nicolas Cato, I think you have seen for the 3rd time, and he actually even shouts in frustration. But I think that is the biggest part where Heathens is really missing Aaron Oforiroth. The fact that he had that connection with his kickoff that would land straight in the hands of Michael Okorach, and they would get possession back immediately. Nicolas Cato has failed to do that at the moment, and it might come to punish them later on. He needs to really work on that.
Well, it's possibly a case of the coach maintaining trust.
And a yellow card there for Trevor Ochan. The penalty was called for holding onto the ball, and he intentionally slows down play, and the Heathens are down to 6 players with Ochan, Trevor, in going out to think about his actions.
It not help his team selection one bit.
Yeah.
Because he's trying to break into the squad, so he's going to then have to do extra work to get into the coach's good books. But the Sailors are still trying to make some inroads into the Heathens defense, and I think the Heathens are yet to consider try as well.
Yeah.
In this day tournament. Looking at their bench, they do have quite a bit of firepower. Gerald Sewankambo there. We talked about Jordan Bongomin. I had a chat with him last week, and he is actually nursing a knee injury and might be having to have an operation as well. So we're just praying that Jordan can find the support that he needs to actually get his surgery done so that he can be back.
Yeah, we wish him a speedy recovery. As Olupot, their Pirates homegrown player, causing a few problems for the Heathens, who are a man down, and a high tackle there from Lawrence Ewuliba, and you can see Olupot. Much to the disagreement of the fans, Olupot had gone for the quick start, and the gaps had actually opened with the Heathens. The Sailors were really stressing the Heathens, but referee calls back play, and surprisingly the Heathens are down to 5, with Paul Epiro also now on the yellow card. Wow.
Well, also another smart call by the Sailors. They've called for a scrum down to actually expose, and I think that's very good.
Yeah,
game
very good awareness, very good strategy there. That means that it leaves one person out on the out when there is a scrum happening. Let's see how they can be able to use this. I'll actually be interested to see how they execute this.
Well, first things first, they have to win the scrum down.
Yeah, definitely Heathens will be putting a lot of energy on the scrum. As actually they have been saved by the time the bell, if you should say, yeah. Trevor Ochan comes back to make it 6 for the Heathens. Patient defending.
I think the Sailors just took the wrong option by trying to slow down that play.
I think we have seen this story before.
Yeah.
Matthias Matovu chasing Norbert Okeny. It's like he's escorting him, really.
Well, what he's done, kudos to him, is to restrict him from having a center post try. So you force him wide and hope you can restrict the 2 points. Not helping much the scoreline, but it is good as you build also into a tournament. You just learn those skills and put in that hard work.
Yeah, definitely, that's true, and that takes us to halftime. Dominant display there from the Heathens, a bit of indiscipline and a few questions asked in their defense. Mohamed Athio will definitely have to talk about that, especially in regards to the high tackles, in regards to how they are finding out from left to right in the drift defense. How are they going to be able to do it? And Coach Bobby Musinguzi of the Pirates, who's now having a bit of a chat with the younger team, the Sailors. How will they be able to turn all that pressure they are putting onto the Heathens, and how they are turning into attack will be very important. Experienced players in that very young Sailors team, Andrew Maivy and Bale Brian, should really offer the leadership and at least the go forward, lead by example, really put in a hard shift in the second half. They really need to score fast. Remember, even if you lose in your group, there's still a chance for you to qualify for the knockouts, but you need to get some points on board so that you can be in the mathematics for selection. Very sunny day here in Gulu at the Peche Stadium, and teams getting as much hydration as possible and getting a breather whenever they can. And surely the Heathens will want to get more points and see this game off. Remember, the Buffaloes, another team from Chadondo, got a very good win, so they also need to get a good win here and be able to contest for that top position in the group. We have seen considerable changes there for the Heathens. Norbert Okeny being given the rest, and Aziz Khan is on, a very experienced player, both on the 15s and 7s version.
Oh, we have kickoff now. Oh, that was a little bit unorthodox there. The player landing on their back, and the tackler seems to be in discomfort. Yes, that was, like I said, unorthodox, as Molongo stretches his legs and notes down.
Yeah, I think Athio Mohammed will be very happy with that. The response and the immediate reaction in the second half. It will actually give him an opportunity to use more of his players and keep the starters fresh. You'd think he'd want to give a rest to Michael Okorach, but he feels like the job is not yet done. And we see Michael is still on. We see Lawrence Seboliba is still on. Lawrence having a mixed sevens campaign so far, having a few forgettable moments in the Mileke Sevens, a few good moments as well. He would want to have a better campaign here at the Gulu Sevens, the second of 6 circuits in the series, sponsored by Guinness. Remember, we are traveling to Soroti, we are traveling to Kabale, then we'll find ourselves at Kings Park, then we'll find ourselves at Legends yet again for the finale.
So for Nicolas Cato's efforts and that sprint across the field, he earns himself a breather. As Olupot has also done his share. It's really impressive what that young boy has managed to do. He started as a ball boy at Kampala Rugby Club, and he's now graduated to actually playing some contact rugby. And he's actually a very steady scrum up, because I've watched some of his 15s games, and he is a force to reckon with at the scrum up position. So kudos to the Pirates for their development work with him, as the Heathens dot down for yet another try. That's good anticipation and
yeah, great awareness there. Watching for the blind side, there was no defensive cover, and the Heathens are able to score yet another try in this second half. Yeah, talking about Olupot. He is one of those guys that you should say has gone through the entire rugby journey, from ball boy to tag to everything. So it's great.
well, but you know, impressively, James Ejongat, also Ramadan Govule were actually used to carry my books when they were still a little younger. So they used to. And this is not a lie, because they actually grew through that system. So it's really impressive that they come out and they are now stalwarts at a club that I played for. So the love you build for your first club does grow on you, and you just stick
Yeah,
there.
definitely true. Although you've exposed how old you possibly could be, I'm sure our viewers are calculating.
well, they wouldn't know which years I'm talking about, but yes, that's round about it.
Yeah, but you're right. And another thing I think you can see from players like, especially James Jongat, those that started with tag, you see the difference in their level of skill set. And it's very important to have players start from the time they're young in nurturing their
Yes.
skills. As Cloud Otema,
Quick step, and that is the acceleration I was talking about earlier. Those first 5 meters of you taking it on do matter a lot in terms of this game. So there's a bit of work that you gotta that you have to do to build that acceleration quickly, and it clearly makes you a different player.
yeah, definitely. Heathens now really trying to go for the stats in this particular encounter, knowing that the win is secured, but how many points can they get? So they considerably top the group. Remember, their next game is a top of the table, top of the pool clash. They'll be facing the Buffaloes, a team that knows them very well from Chadondo, and whoever wins that one or gets the most points, gets the better advantage, will be able to top the group. So a very good win here for them would put them in a very good position. Even if they get a draw in the next game, they'll be able to top their pool and comfortably get a good knockout berth, I should say.
Well, that's a credit. That's a reward you get for topping your table. And as we see the Hippos and the Rams already in Tano, which is also a very, very good game that should be coming up. They are going to, again, the Hippos are trying to stretch and see that they also get into the table topping kind of range, but they have the Pirates to contend with in that kind of space.
Yeah, we talked about that group, and I think it's the hardest group of the day, which is Pool B, which has Pirates, Hippos, Mongers, and Rams. There is no one you can overlook there, and every game that you play is a really hard game. So any points that you get are very vital. The Hippos really have to really get some points from this one, you should say, especially that the fact that their next game is Pirates. They need to get a win here. And for Rams to also put themselves back in the calculation, you think it's a must win. So it really sets up to make itself a super game.
Well, again, after the kickoff, the Sailors are able to gather that. As Gerald Sewan-Campbell takes in the contact, the Heathens are really, really dominant and rampant in this game. Oh, step. Good scramble defense by the Sailors. For long as a long pass goes and there is space in the corner, Gerald Sewan-Campbell walk it in for another try by the Heathens. They have put up a rugby clinic in this one to the Sailors.
Yeah, definitely a mismatch, and it's really showing in experience, in power. The Sailors, a very young team, still having a lot to do. But you think that they'll take a lot of lessons from this. But Heathens just too good. And the referee says that that's enough from this, and the Heathens winning this one considerably and setting themselves up for a mouth-watering top of the table game, but putting themselves in a very good position for it.
Oh yes, and the action continues here at Peche Memorial Stadium in Gulu. If you're following us, please share with us your thoughts using the hashtag Guinness Sevens. We would want to really, really hear from you. But we're here having a blast. The weather is good and the sun is out. Scorcher for the players, but very good for the fans. We have cold drinks available, so you just head down to the grounds.
Jacob Ochen leads the Ginger Hippos onto the pitch for their should be third game, I believe.
Second game. Their final game will be against Pirates.
Two core sides who did not have their best performances in the first circuit at the Mileke Sevens, but we'll get to see how the shape up for
Yeah,
this one.
but this is one of those groups that I think we have not given that much attention, but it's actually a very tricky group. Pool B having Pirates, Hippos, Mongers, and Rams. You feel like every game in this one is crucial. Every point you can get from this is very, very vital.
Yeah, you couldn't have said it any better. Looking at this pool, we all know that there's going to be one team that tops Pool B, and that's going to be the Black Pirates, unless, of course, there is an upset. But knowing how sevens is played in this country, there won't be much of a challenge, much of a contest against the Pirates. But this is where the money is going to be. Ginger Hippos, I believe, drew their first game against
Yeah.
Mongers, 1919, same as they did last weekend, right? So
Last weekend was with the Rhinos,
with the Rhinos, 19.
but they have a
So
thing for that 19-all draw.
yeah, I think they've done some good artwork with their jerseys, and they are trying to do even better artwork with their performance on the pitch with the draws. But here we are, kickoff.
They really need to get a win here so that they can put themselves in a good position to get out of the group.
Sports Day! But Karim makes the cover tackle, but then it's a quick recycled ball out wide, and then there's two speedsters in Dennis Etwao and Jacob Ochen. Power runner bounces off the tackle, but I do not think he will have made it there for the try. But then the referee says try time, but then the assistant referee says he was in to touch before he scored the try, and I believe
Hippos ahead and also giving them the momentum they need to get them a very, very crucial win. Rams as well, and really will be looking to fire back because they lost their first game, and this is a game that they should win. Otherwise, they really get into a tricky position of mathematics for the knockout, and even if they get into the knockout after a loss, it will really give them a hard knockout berth. So they'll be looking to hopefully respond and get the win. Richard Lumu maybe hoping to give a few tips from his days on how the team can be able to play proper sevens. But the Hippos are really stretching the pitch and moving the ball. Restarts have not been...
Short restart by Dennis Otwao, but then so Rams get the chance to restart with a free kick at the halfway line.
Yeah, restarts have not really been good in the Gulu Sevens so far. A lot of short balls as teams are intending to play the short kickoff, but it's not really happening well, you should say.
I'm interested in seeing what happens, after you've won possession. Could be at the restart, or could be at such a free kick. What happens before and after the first phase? I think that would be very interesting in seeing how that looks like it is a high tackle.
Yellow card offense.
Someone's going to be going to the bin.
And he knew it already. He was running straight to the sin bin as the yellow card came chasing him. As now the Rams...
Karim makes a very, very smart call, knowing that there's a backliner off. He calls for a scrum down at the halfway line.
Trying to make take advantage of the numbers. Hippos down to 6. The Hippos employing not to have a scrum off at the scrum, which could be tricky, but again could be intelligent, depending on how it's executed.
Yeah, so let's see how Rams will approach this numerical advantage to put points on the board. Ball straight out to Mandela. Mandela releases the ball into the midfield, and then they play the loop, the signature loop the Rams are always playing. But then Karim carries the ball. They've gained some ground at 10 meters in, cuts back inside. That should be a secure ball. That will put the Ginger Hippos back on the back foot as they continue to stretch the ball's first phase all the way out to Humphrey Magiro, I believe, at the wing. And that looks like another high tackle by the Ginger Hippos. The discipline is going to be hurting them very much in this match today.
Yeah, definitely using very questionable tackling techniques. And Rams still searching for that try, but making most of the spaces. And unfortunately, the offload was very bad. It went forward. And Hippos regained possession with 6 men. The Hippos try to gather conversion. Sorry, not conversion. Turnover good there by the Rams.
And that's the Ginger Hippos bench with Kevin McMott and his head coach, Charles Onen, are not pleased with that call at the breakdown, having been adjudged to holding on, but then it looked like it was a fair contest that they had the upper hand on, and as Nelson Mandela tries to cut the corner, but then is unable to get the offload off for his teammate running the support line. Yeah, should be a turnover ball now for the Ginger Hippos, who have, suffered being on the back foot with a numerical disadvantage. And there goes another high tackle. I'm thinking, Ruben, there should be something that deeper in the way this weekend has panned out. Seatbelt tackles. Could it be a training technique from the coaches to find a solution to the offloads, or maybe it's just the players being a bit sloppy?
I think the challenge is in the training is an emphasis of how defense is. The focus is a lot more on the structure of how the defense should be, but not on the technique of the tackle. And it's a very common problem with you
that they had and put points on the board in what is going to be, in what is looking like it's going to be the most competitive pool. There goes an outside step, and he breaks the tackle. He should be able to run all the way for the try, but Nelson Mandela is giving a very, very frantic chest that I don't know if he has enough to go away. And oh yes, he does, and it's try time for Ginger Hippos, running 80 meters and leaving 1, 2, 3 Rams players on the floor. Surely Rams have got this one in the bag right now.
Yeah, the Hippos. At some point, you thought he was not going to make it. It was a very interesting chase there from Mandela, looking like he can get him, but he can't get him until he actually got him. But unfortunately, it was too late. He was already past the try line. And the Hippos really taking control of this game. Very important win if they can get it. Remember, their next game is against Pirates, as they will be contesting for a top position to get the win here. A win here and a win against Pirates would really put them in a good position for a knockout game. As we are at halftime, definitely both camps will have a lot to say. For the Hippos, Charles Sonnen and Kevin McMott will have a wealth of knowledge to give the youngsters of Hippos, to really tell them how can they be able to manage this win, how can they be able to reserve the energy, consolidate their position, and even get more points if possible, but also be patient and let the game come to them. Richard Lumo, on the other hand, will be telling his troops, we didn't have a good first game, we're not having a good second game, we need to do something about it. We really need to come out hungrier, and if the Rams are to really come back into this game, they need to score fast in the second half. ASAP. Great scenes here at the Peche Stadium in Gulu. The fans are coming in, and it's a really colorful event. People are enjoying Guinness, people are enjoying a lot of stuff. There's also a lot of stuff to eat. Remember, if you're around Gulu, you can come and enjoy the rugby, and you can get 3 Guinnesses for 10K. That's a giveaway. That is something that's really awesome. And if you're watching from the convenience of your home, thank you for being on Kawowo. Remember, you can use the hashtags Guinness Sevens and Gulu Sevens, and let us know about what you think so far. Who do you think is going to win it overall? Who are you supporting? Any feedback, any reactions, anything you'd like to tell us, please let us know. But don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to follow, don't forget to tag Kawowo, don't forget to tag the commentators themselves. Let us have a chat, let us have a conversation. Rugby is better when you're enjoying it with friends. The banter is always awesome. Remember, this is a great day, and rugby Saturday is a rugby day, and we appreciate our sponsors, Guinness. Remember, grab yourself a 6-pack if you're home, and if you're with the boys or the girls or the squad in general, then get yourself a crate. But Guinness is the beer synonymous with Sevens rugby in Uganda, as the second half is about to kick off. Rams trying to get out of their half. They know they need to score first. They know it's going to be very crucial for them to actually get points in this game, and any opportunity they get as they break the line, and he's looking for the support play. Bit of miscommunication there, and unfortunately the referee calls a knock-on there for the Hippos. So possession is back in favor of the Rams. Rams need to score if they're really going to get anything out of this game. Remember, it's also a must-win situation for them.
Uh, that should be a scrum reset. I think there the Rams players must have hit the deck first. What do you think?
Yeah,
In the observation of that.
I
set
think
piece?
there was a lot of space in between them that did not allow them to have the proper engagement after the crouch. So that's something that I think, yeah, a reset is a fair decision. Unless it persists, then you can think about a penalty.
Yeah, could there be of an early hooking or ball not going through?
Yeah, definitely. Because
As for that specific scrum down?
yeah, there was a bit of that, but I think the referee just let it slide.
Yeah, as Rams decide to put a Hail Mary of a kick
I,
ahead
I, I,
to chase, but then there's no one who was going to beat Dennis.
yeah, it was a very questionable tactic for a team that is trying to look for points. You're in the center of the pitch. Why are you giving out the ball? Why not keep it and play? But now they have given possession out to Hippos, and that was a very cynical play from Rams. It's
Yeah, you can see Mandela visibly frustrated with the ref's call, but then clearly it was from the side. But then, yet again, the referee's call has been reversed by Sister.
I think there was something off the ball that we did not see on our end.
So I'm thinking that I do not know what this will mean for the officiation of the game, but a couple of calls being reversed. It's good communication between the referees, but then the referee has made a few uncharacteristic calls that have been reversed by his own assistant.
Aziz Karim there looking for a space and going for the big fend, but
then he looked like he was leading with.
Yeah, it was a bit dangerous. Handling errors there by the Rams, and surely the coaches say it's time for some changes. Handling errors could be because of fatigue. Both teams now making some considerable changes.
I just had a conversation with Ginger Hippos coach Kevin McMott, and he was talking about what it took for his boys to get here. They set off from Ginger, and knowing that they are the team that is going to rank the highest number of kilometers, the highest amount of kilometers in this series as a core side, they left Ginger at 10 a.m. and got here at 7 p.m. That's close to 6, 7, 8 hours of travel, and the fatigue, and then they were unable to. Yeah, Alan Musoki here with the energy that is characteristic of Gulu, especially when he's at Sevens rugby, which he enjoyed in his playing days. This energy of seeing beautiful rugby being played.
Yeah.
But I was talking about the Ginger Hippos getting to Kampala, getting from Ginger to Gulu. The journey that took them almost forever, and the fatigue, but they were able to get some time, to come over to the pitch here yesterday evening and get to stretch their legs and prepare for this. But then he says that this is probably one of the reasons why they are struggling in their first games of the weekend. You remember last weekend against Rhinos, it was a 19-all draw, and in their first game today, 19-all draw again. So it could be the fatigue that comes with traveling all these long distances and not, the other teams getting an advantage, just a slight advantage over them. But I hope that they are able to find solutions in the remaining 4 circuits, and they can, put up a challenge, because I believe they have the potential, they have the skill set, they have the players to put up a challenge against the Cobs with beautiful show and go, put up a challenge against the Cobs and the Pirates, who have booked their places, who seem to have. Ameupiga slap bana. Surely Nelson Mandela is going to be going to the bin for that hot and loud slap. That's a very dangerous tackle against Ginger Hippos youngster there. And as Rams are reduced to 6 men, they've been pushed a further 10 meters for not being onside at the quick restart there.
That slap was really crazy.
That looked like another high tackle, and the youngster is still down again, but the ref waved it for play on, judging it to have been a legal contact there. But he looks hurt, clutching on his jaw as the team doc runs out to attend to him. Yes, what he's saying that it was a contact on the neck. And there's try time. The Ginger Hippos putting it fully out of reach of the Rams. Have been very, very
Yeah, surely,
inefficient
surely. That,
with ball in hand, and even much worse with as in their line of defense there. I think it's as a core side who finished 10th last weekend. This is not the performance they would want to put on if they are looking at going up in the overall series standings.
yeah, not really the performance that the Rams would want. Will be happy with themselves. They got the win, the tough win. After a draw in the first game, puts them in position at least to compete for well. Very, very competitive pool.
Yeah, some cheeky footwork over there after the restart with the Ginger Hippos and the Rams. But then Rosenberg calls the referee to the touchline to share a few words with him. I think I noticed the high tackle there, challenge in the air by Jacob Ochen, and then also it looked like a shove or a punch by the Ginger Hippos, by the Rams against the Ginger Hippos there. But then Rams yet again unable to take advantage of that possession to put points on the board, and it's full time. And yeah, as you can see, they are not pleased with running on referee, but running on with a desire for the Pirates. Good mood with dancing. Known as DJ Fufu is reacting to some beautiful music by the stadium DJ.
I wonder what the source of that nickname could be, where it originated from. But anyway, that's maybe a story for another day. But this is also another very, very crucial matchup. Both teams really needing the win. Pirates are the more comfortable, you think, but they'll need to get the win as well so they can put themselves in a good position. Mongers, having drawn the first game, this is a must-win for them as well if they really want to get a good positioning in the group and in the eventual knockout fixtures. So very good. For those that are not aware of the team's colors, Pirates, whose song is actually playing right now, their theme song, are wearing their home red jersey, and the Mongers putting on their blue home jersey. But none of the teams is home here. We're in Gulu, remember? But this is also going to be a very good game, and Conrad Wanyama with ball in hand in that specific sweeper role, ready to kick us off. And a very good kick that's missed by Kelvin Balagade, the chaser.
Rosenberg judges that to have been knocked forward by, I think, by Kelvin Balagade in the air. And so Rams will get the feed at the resulting scrub down just past the 10-meter line in Mongers territory. And that's a very, very smart hooking from Isaac Massa to turn over the ball and give Pirates a chance to possess in their half. And that quick carry on the outside has earned them a penalty against the Mongers for not rolling away at the breakdown. And so as we were having that conversation on what teams do with the ball on the first phase, and I think this is a platform to see Pirates going to full flow on the set piece, and Ivan Magomo with Alex Atulinda on the left flank, and but he loses at the tackle. So Mongers get a chance to redeem themselves at that specific set piece, but only that this time it's a bit deeper inside their own territory. Should be at the 5-meter line, well inside the 22-meter territory there. So what do Mongers do with ball in hand in such territory, knowing that Pirates have put all their players on the defensive line 5 meters away? So do they kick or do they swing it out wide and run, looking for the outward spaces? And they choose to run, but not outside, only through the middle, but then the ball is lost forward, handling error, and Ivan Magomu with a trademark show and go on the loose ball is able to dive under the ball and score Pirates' first try in the match.
Yeah, they are Pirates able to recover and turn what was defense into attack and turn the attack into a try. 5 points. And conversion is
Haruna
successful.
Mohammed,
It's-
successful conversion there.
Yeah, 7 points to the Pirates. Good start, you should say. One of the particular things to look at is last weekend Alex Aturinda was coming off the bench to be an impact player. Today he seems to be in a particularly different role, starting straight from the get-go. So it's important to see how the young forward will be adjusting to this new role given to him by Coach Bobby Musinguzi.
I think it is important to also note that the Black Pirates, for their whole scrum, they are players either in the Sevens national team or in the Sevens national team setup. That is Desire Era, Kelvin Balagade, and Isaac Massa. But you mentioned that Alex Aturinda started the game. I think he came on later for Desire Era, or is it the other way around? Because Desire Era ran on first.
For this particular game, Alex Aturinda started. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so it's a full national sevens team forward back for the Pirates. So it's going to be a challenge for the Mongers, who do not have any of the players in that roster to
Yeah, last weekend
put up a challenge.
Last weekend we actually had a fun shout in frustration that they were playing against the Sevens national team in Pirates.
Yeah, but then the Sevens national team players are not immune to calls and penalties against the referee, and there Alex is judged to have played the ball on the floor, which hands Mongers free possession at the halfway line. Slow ball out, but then it is turned over by Kelvin Balagade at the breakdown, and there goes Haruna Mohammed with the first of his many expected dummies today. Conrad Wanyama decides to, brave himself and go all the way. Revs his small engine, but with a very, very high torque, and he speeds away from the Mongers defense to score Pirates second try.
Yeah, Conrad Wanyama there. Very, very dexterous show of skill and awareness to find the gap and have the legs to actually execute. And the conversion is good, putting at 14 for the Pirates and none for the Mongers at the moment. I will see Kelvin Balagade down, getting some medical attention. His role for the Pirates has been very, very integral in the two circuits so far. His enforcer role, being able to turn the ball over, being able to suck in players in attack, and then also release and create space for the more, we should say, soft-touched players in Ivan Magom, in Timothy Kisiga, in Haruna Mohammed, who has started ahead of Kisiga in this one, and to also release the likes of Anoda Tukunda. He was really on fire in the Mileke Sevens, but in this particular one, he hasn't gotten that much space. I think defenses are more aware of his threat and don't want to give him that much space.
And there goes Pirates again with the familiar restart like they did last weekend, but then Mongers this time have a solution, planting a player in offside position to recover the ball slapped back by Desire Ayera should have been. The ball was slapped back by Alex Aturinda there, and Mongers were able to get that possession back, and here they are running behind the gain line. But, the gentleman finds himself in no man's land and is tackled by Ivan Magomo there, and there goes Johnny English with a cheeky pass, slows down the ball to get the Mongers back on side, but then they are driven even further on territory with another choke tackle by Isaac Massa, and the ball is turned over by the Black Pirates, who now have possession. What looks like was intended to be a cross kick by Conrad Wanyama, but very poorly executed, and it gives the Mongers free possession. But then at the ruck, yet again, the Black Pirates are all over the place, and the Mongers cannot seem to get clean ball for themselves. But they are judged. Haruna Mohammed there was judged to have knocked the ball forward. And so Mongers, for the third time in this game, will get a scrum down deep inside their territory, but they are unable to get out. What solutions would you suggest for this team against the Pirates? Very well knowing that they need points to stand a better chance in the knockout stage after this.
I think first things first, what I would advise the Mongers to do is play a bit of territory, long territory, because we have seen that the Pirates are really, really solid in their defense. Their tackles are really good, and all the tackles are driving the Mongers back, which means they are winning the physical contest. So the first thing that the Mongers need to do is play territory so that they can now be in a better position, even if they are defending, but away from their own half would at least be better. But they have failed want to leave their half because of the advantage there. And Arnold Atukunda is really gotten a bit unawares but is able to recover. But yet again, it's the same story. The Mongers try to attack and then they lose the ball. And turnover yet again to the Pirates, but as we have seen, it has been the story of the first half so far. Mongers failing to get out of their half. They haven't crossed the center line, so they would really want to rethink their strategy when they get the ball. Maybe play a little bit longer on the off the boot, and then they can be able to change the trajectory of how they are approaching this game, because the experience of Ivan Magom, the experience of Haruna Mohammed, and Arnold Atukunda in that defense has been very good, and the forwards Kelvin Balagade, Isaac Massa, and Alex Aturinda been very, very integral, I should say.
I would love to see Mongers, get a chance to attack in much more open territory, let's say with a free kick, but then they've not got the chance. They, from the scrum down, the other last scrum down, they were able to swing the ball out wide and get a gap on the outside, but then the speed of the Black Pirates winger was able to hold that attack, which led into a turnover of possession for a Black Pirate scrum. So let's see what Pirates will use this attacking platform as opposed to what Mongers have been doing. And there, Conrad Wanyama decides to go alone. Small man, but closer to the ground, but he's unable to gather his own kick, and Mongers have possession in a more unstructured play. And it's knocked forward again. Massa,
I think that
send it out wide to the speedster at the wing, inside outside, will surely run around him, and easy try. Mongers losing possession, Pirates losing possession to the Mongers, who in turn return it to them, and Pirates will be very generous in getting the touchdown. And there goes I think Arnold Atukunda didn't pass the ball to Haruna Mohammed, did he?
no, he didn't. Haruna was just waiting to gather the ball for the kick. They were just buying a few more minutes or seconds, I should say, for a breather, and because it's half time now, they can be able to fully discuss. But I think the bigger conversations will be in the Mongers camp. Really not in a good position. That is four tries down at the moment. They drew their first game, and it's not looking good for them. They really need to change something about the way they are approaching this game. They have been frustrated on attack, and they have also been sloppy in the way they have been handling the ball. So that's not something that's good. And on the other side, the Pirates have really been ticking all the boxes, especially in defense. They have been aggressive. They have been able to have the awareness to turn over the ball, and they have, every time they have turned over the ball or gotten possession, they have made the most of it in this second game. I think putting themselves in a very perfect position to get the win here and build up for the final game of their pool, which will double as a top of the pool clash to see who wins the pool and who comes off as second.
Could Mongers be struggling with the same challenges that Ginger Hippos coach Kevin McMott mentioned about having to travel a long distance, because Mongers are also not exactly a Kampala team. They come from Entebbe.
Yeah,
could they be struggling with that fatigue that comes with having to travel a longer distance and not getting enough time to recover and get back in shape?
Yeah, I think it's one of those factors that definitely play a role. Just like the Hippos, the Mongers are coming from a way longer distance. So how their bodies are able to adjust and how they're able to actually recover and adjust for, which is a one-day tournament, not a two-day tournament, will be tricky. And it's showing there's a bit of fatigue. They start off a bit energized, but then the energy levels are dropping. So I think, like Alan was saying earlier on, the coaches and their doctors need to figure out something. Maybe give them some glucose water, give them some fruits to really add some energy, because surely fatigue is playing a role. And with the heat coming out, it's not funny.
Yeah, now to mention it, I think we can conclude that it is a general problem for all the teams, because all the teams have been able to use the same route, apart from Gulu and Gulu City Falcons and Gulu Elephants. All the other teams have had to make the same long journey. So as the day goes on, we will run out of excuses for some for some lackluster
Yeah.
performances. I
At
should
the end
say.
of the
Yeah.
day, it all goes back to how long you've been preparing, how you've been using the off season. Have you been Netflix and chilling, or have you been really putting in the yards? And it will ideally show on the pitch. And right now, it's really showing that the Pirates have been putting in more work, and it's showing in the results at the moment.
And there we are going to have the restart for the second half. Mongers kicking off. But then again, it is short. However, Haruna had other plans. He plays the ball,
Yeah.
but his attempt to catch the Mongers defense is unsuccessful, and he gives the Mongers free possession just inside their own territory. But yet again, like we saw in the first half, they are forced backwards, and then that's a very... Mongers are struggling to, put their foot down in this match and, get some good rugby going for them like they did in the closing stages of the Mileka Sevens.
But I'm really impressed with the way the Pirates are defending. Like, even when they lose the ball, they put so much pressure on you. The Mongers had possession, but Mongers were on the back foot. They were instead running as if they're going back behind. And they have lost so many meters, and they have the ball, but you're seeing that every time they get the ball, they are losing meters. They're not gaining meters. So they need to really work on something.
He wasn't. Looked like it was an intentional knock forward in Ivan trying to intercept the ball there, but then it's going to be a put-in for the Mongers as Black Pirates make their first changes in this match, and there runs off Arnold Atkunda and Haruna Mohammed for Timothy Chisiga and another speedster in Joshua Ingwao.
Yeah, I think one of the advantages of getting the early scores is that you're able to use your bench well and give the resting time to the starters. Especially in this kind of heat, you really need to keep players' energy levels up. So when you're able to get the early scores, then it's easier for you to actually look out and say, you know what, let me rest my starters and get the subs to actually come on and do something considerable. So
yeah, another powerful scrum there by the Black Pirates, but then the Mongers are able to collect a not exactly clean ball, but then they are able to retain possession there. But even then, they've lost possession to the Black Pirates, who are now attacking in an unstructured play. Ivan Magom there releasing speedster Joshua Ngwao, who decides to take the pocket back to Sevens national team player Desire Yera, who with a big carry there. And there goes the national team captain Ivan Magomu taking the gap. But then he throws a loose pass that is gathered by William Onkore, who will touch down in the far corner here at the Pechewo Memorial Stadium.
yeah, testament to...
Running on is, for the Black Pirates, is Mubarak, who is playing his, I believe, his debut tournament for the Black Pirates. Mubarak was in the Sailors development program. Sailors is now a core side. I played with Mubarak in Sailors in 2018-19. And so it's good to see that he has come back. He left. He should have got promotion, I believe, in the year that the Kelvin Balagades came up as well. But then he had to go and study in Kenya, where he had a very good season with his school, I think Upper Hill, winning the championship with them. But then now he's back making his debut with the Black Pirates. So it will be very nice to see, as we were talking about it earlier in the day, that it is these fringe players, it is at these regional tournaments that the fringe players will get a chance to show their coaches what they've got.
What do you think Mubarak has to offer that you think the Pirates will be looking at when they put him on the pitch?
For one thing, that Mubarak offers that level of strength. First of all, the Black Pirates have a huge skill set on them, but then Mubarak comes with a good package in that skill set. So the strength that he offers at his edge and there with the ball in hand, and you can see being there in the right places,
and he gets a debut try.
That's it, just as we were mentioning it. Good enough, we did not jinx it, but I think that the skill set is there because you need the skills to be able to play at the top level, but then the strength he packages at his edge and the
actually there could be a communication
is
between the assistant referee and the center ref. Alex Aturinda No, actually, it's a confirmation. Yes, it's a try.
So Mubarak gets
Yeah.
his first try for the Black
After some
Pirates.
deliberation, he gets his first try, and I think for anyone on debut, that would be a great feeling to get your first score. Something that you will always remember. It's a really memorable moment for him, especially in a team that's winning.
Yeah. So in addition to his strength and the skills that he has with ball in hand, you will notice that he hasn't celebrated much. Right? So it is that composure, that personality of a calm gentleman, playing what's in front of him, not getting very excited. It is what I think is that's one of the things that I notice about him, and which I think that he may not be able to make the noise with his mouth, but then he's going to put in the work with his body and his mind to show that he deserves another chance, especially in the Central Region circuits.
Great kickoff there from William Nkore. And the Pirates gather yet again.
And there goes Mubarak again, but he appears to have led with his elbow for that call as the Pirates regathered their kickoff. William Nkore with a cheeky grabber kick for Timothy Chisiga to chase, but then it's runs into touch. And let's see what the referees are saying. Is it a Black Pirates line out? Yes, and they take a quick restart, but then Rosenberg, center referee Rosenberg, pulls them back to take a proper line out. I have not seen very many successful line outs both last weekend and today. What do you think the Black Pirates are going to, work out with this one with William Nkore?
I think
getting the chance.
I think
to
it's
throw
more
the ball.
of a setup and then go out wide, stretch them as much as possible. Yeah, and exactly, they have done that. Just make sure that they get set up, get clean ball, and taking advantage of
on the blind side.
Yeah, the Mongers defense went to sleep, and they were given a rude awakening there. Desire Era scoring their umpteenth try of this particular game. I think it's really a mismatch. I think Mongers did not come to play in this one. The Pirates just too good.
Yeah, Haruna Mohammed chooses not to convert there. So Pirates will just take the 5 points and then hope to get more points on the board with another quick restart there.
I think that's a bit questionable for them not to take the points. You'd rather use that as an opportunity to kick and get used to the kicks, because there are times when you're going to need the kicks. And what if you get a corner kick? Will you still not take it? You need the opportunity to keep practicing them and get on-game practice is also good.
Yeah, and now that you mention it, I think we all remember from last weekend that is what made the difference in the semi-final for the Betway Cobs, with Joseph Aredo kicking a near impossible conversion at the death to win the game. But then also, Haruna Mohammed was Haruna Mohammed with his dummies. We always know that they are coming, but there's no solution to that. And Pirates get more points on the board, even when they are choosing not to take the conversions. But then this time, William Nkore says, I'll do it myself, because like we mentioned, it is going to be some of these kicks that will make the difference. Last weekend, they lost by 5 points, choosing not to take the conversion against the Betway Cobs because they had run out of time. But if the conversions have been successful, and like this one, it could give them a chance, to put points on the board when in games where it is very, very close.
Yeah, definitely. As a kicker, what you need to do is make sure that you keep kicking. You keep kicking. You never know when the good kick will come through. So that's full time there for the Pirates coming out of this one. Very, very big winners against the Entebbe Mongers. Very disappointing for them, but they have one more game to go. And coming onto the pitch is Pool A. Which has Impis taking on the Gulu Elephants. So it's a very, very big one. Impis losing their first game, so this is the second game. They will be looking to get a win against the Gulu Elephants. Gulu Elephants, being our hosts, will not let that one come easy. Remember, they're debuting their new jersey, and they'll be looking to get at least a win, a reason for their home supporters to cheer. So this is not going to be as easy as the Impis would want. Remember, Impis fielding a team that doesn't have many of their regular starters, having to split a squad between the Kings of Africa Sevens and the Gulu Sevens. And credit to them for actually respecting the National Sevens Series and fielding a team, because in other circumstances you'd find a team opting out of one, but in this particular instance they have actually fielded in two tournaments, and credit to their depth and credit to their commitment to rugby in Uganda.
Speaking of the home fans here, the numbers have slowly but surely started swelling up. But then I will mention one thing that's very characteristic of rugby grounds in this country is that where there's rugby, there's going to be somewhere someone roasting some meat, and I can see the setup being made as Stallone United gets us underway for Impis against the Gulu City Falcons.
Definitely, you need a combination of some meat with your Guinness as you're enjoying rugby. So, as we're seeing, the Impis getting the first opportunity to attack Robert Sentongo to reunite with Stallone, who fakes the dummy, but it's not boat. But at least some extra meters are gained. For those that are not aware, Impis in green and the Gulu Elephants in red and what appears to be a shade of blue. And there we have Ruben Opesa. Getting some extra meters, a small man, but a man that backs himself in every point of contact. Impis and Stallone United, does he have some pace? Looking for the offload. A bit of a...
Like
yeah, yes it was, and the advantage rightly so being given. But...
oh, the referee,
I think she...
Rachel Kakaire chooses to play on for the Gulu City Falcons there, and they get the chance, their first chance to attack in this game. Swinging long ball out wide to the young man with colorful boots, and he is a quick man. Goes all the way, oh no! And he's tackled, but then he crossed all the way. I think that is going to be illegal, but man, what? What a cover tackle there at the wing.
It's a case of shattered dreams, but credit to the defender who didn't give up and was like, you know what, I'm going to chase you until I get you, and he got his reward. Gulu Elephants, their fans had already started celebrating, but they unfortunately could not get the try.
I think the Gulu Elephants, the Gulu City Falcons fans will not be denied anymore or any longer, because they've now got a scrum down just inside the 22. They had a sniff at the try line begging, so they should have. Are they the Gulu City Elephants?
This is actually the Elephants. The City Falcons have a more fashionista kind of jersey, I should say.
Yeah, so they won't be denied for so long. They have the chance to feed the ball at the scrum down, which appears to have been wheeled over, and I think a referee there chooses to play on as Impis turnover possession. And they should be looking at exiting their own half, and Stallone makes sure of that with a short kick that is gathered just past the halfway. But then let's see how Impis shape up in this unstructured defensive position. And there goes the dummy, first dummy, second dummy, beautiful carry. He's isolated, but then he's able to get the offload going. And the Gulu Elephants have very, very good passes. I believe that's a knock-on in the tackle. But the referee's hand is out, and then it goes down again. Second time that she's putting her hand out for a call, but then she changes her mind midway as a fortress. More rugby, more football than rugby.
For a moment there, I thought we changed tournaments.
Of play, and Impis will take advantage of that to put their first on the board to make it 5-0.
Yeah, a bit of football there. You could think it was, I don't know, which football team usually puts on green? Onduparaka.
Yeah,
you could think it was
Onduparaka. The football team we're interested in right now, it is Newcastle United.
I see you go where the money comes.
Money, my friend.
But yeah, 5-0 to the Impis, and with the conversion to come, conversion attempt by Robert Sentongo. Will he be able to get Impis the extras? Notably, they have their bench is not really full, and
conversion is unsuccessful.
I think he remained in football mode, but that is not how you score the extra points in rugby. Interesting to notice their jersey matches with the color of the ball. So
yeah, we have some really colorful balls here. I do not know, is that lime green?
That is neon. That is neon. And we're actually having a conversation here with Alan, and we're asking, surely, what's your excuse to drop the ball when it's neon?
Yeah, sure, you should be able to see the ball.
There is really no excuse. I mean, dry grounds, neon ball, perfect for you to have good handling skills.
And let's see what the reception is going to be on that neon green ball sent by Stallone in a neon green jersey. Very good kick reception, and he goes in for the first phase, manages to offload, and the ball is sent out wide for a quick ball, quick recycle. But then it's knocked forward and into touch by Makerere Impis, so the Gulu Elephants will have a chance to throw the ball in the line out. A set piece which has not been the most perfect this weekend and last weekend. So would love to see how the Gulu Elephants position themselves for this one to attack in from their own half, a good attacking platform to keep possession. And the throw looked okay. No, it didn't. It is judged to have not been straight. But then Impis got possession, so they should have been given the chance to play the advantage there by center referee there, Rachel Kakaire. But she has called playback for a scrum down at the 15-meter line with an Impis feed.
Yes, it's still a bit of a challenge with the set piece, as you had mentioned earlier. The lineouts are really not up to par, and the scrums are also a bit questionable, especially for the sides that are, for the, I should say, smaller sides, not necessarily small in size, but small in their stature, I should say. But Impis getting the opportunity to attack Ruben Opesa and trying to look for some space, trying to suck in as many defenders as possible. Ball to Arinite Stallone with a good step, but does he have the legs? It's a high tackle, and I think one of the very common occurrences in this particular circuit is how there are so many high tackles. And an opportunity, Robert Sentongo with a step, changing direction, and just putting on the gears to increase the speed, scoring Impis' second try. Will they be able to convert this one? Let's wait and see. They missed their first conversion just right under the post, so it was really, really disappointing. Hopefully this time Robert Sentongo can add the extras for a try that he scored himself. Very, very promising youngster there. Plays at scrum half and fly half in the 15 squad, and playing the sweeper role for Impis. Let's wait and see if he will be able to convert. This time he gets it right, so he takes the score to 12 for the Impis, and Gulu Elephants 0 as we are at halftime. You think the Elephants will have to add a bit of impetus in what they are doing? They showed a bit of promise. They almost scored, but for a last-ditch tackle that stopped them from actually getting the points and even turned over the ball. So I think Impis will be happier at halftime, but they'll also know that they need to get more points to make this a lot more comfortable. The sun is really out. It's really, really hot. So the teams also know that they need to get reserve as much energy as possible, utilize as much of their subs as possible. But don't forget to always grab a Guinness as you enjoy on Kawowo Sports, wherever you are. Guinness is the beer synonymous with Rugby Sevens.
And we're at the halftime break, where the Impis are leading 12-0 over the Gulu Elephants, who are actually bigger in size, and it will be shocking how this event will turn out, because the hosts are appearing a little bit lethargic. But a second half of rugby, and in sevens rugby, it's going to be very, very strange. The turnaround and is very, very quick for a sevens game. The Gulu Elephants kicking off, and with 2 substitutions to make at the table for the Impis. They are pretty spread thin in terms of personnel. It will be interesting to see how they can manage to maintain the stamina through the rest of the tournament, as they are playing for position here. And the Gulu Elephants showing promise, but not being able to cross the white line enough for their liking. As Stallone, Arinite spins out and pops it. Robert Sentongo seems to be in the middle of everything else. He is a very, very promising youngster, and he manages to get over the line. Robert Sentongo taking this game into his own hands. That is how sevens is. Quick step, swerve of the hips, and he's through the line for another try for the Impis, clearly putting this game out of reach. In sevens, they say the most important score is the next score, and Impis have clearly shown that by putting a full score of 7 points. As we wait for Stallone to get us started, it is again nice to see Robert Sentongo again from around 40 meters step, break the line, and be able to reach and dot down for the Impis. Gulu Elephants opt to go to the short side and then spread it out, a tactic that should work. That pass doesn't go to hand, but it's gathered by the Elephants. Counter ruck for the Impis, but they are penalized for a player not staying on their feet. If the Elephants can get the ball out wide, there could possibly be a mismatch, but handling lets them down, and that gives impetus to the Impis. The Impis lost the first game 7-17. Then they lost. That was the first game, and this is their second game against the Gulu. So they're looking to pick up points in this one, and then after that they will have to play against the in the third encounter. So this win is very, very crucial to their positioning for that group. And if they can pile on the points here, they might actually be in firm standing again for a quarterfinal place. So they do need to impose themselves on.
Yeah, definitely. This is one of the groups where, especially for second position, it will come down to a bit of math. I'm thinking Cobs will top this one comfortably, but then the second position, remember they lost to Warriors, so Warriors already has a win in the bag. They need to get this win against the Elephants, and then hope they do not get a big loss, because it's going to go down to points difference here, really.
Well, let me just be the devil's advocate. What happens now if the Warriors turn their head on the Cobs in the next game? That definitely throws that table wide open.
That's one of those instances where you have like the Indian winning, as they usually say. Yeah, where what is expected is not what happens. Arinitis Stallone there with not the kind of kick that you'd want to continue having in your highlight reels, but it doesn't really have any much relevance as they continue to extend their lead with yet another try. The Gulu Elephants yet to score any try or any points in this in their own circuit, so that is something that we'll be worried about. And
for the Gulu Elephants, of course, they've been off rugby for quite a while as a hard hit comes through there. The Impis are really trying to counter-ruck, just that they're not
supporting their own weight.
Yes.
And it's a penalty there, the perfect opportunity for the Elephants to attack, but they're really taking a straight route now. They're tired of passing the ball around. They're now going straight into their contact. A lot of seatbelt tackles have been going on in this circuit so far. The Gulu Elephants could be getting their first try, but there's a referee consultation with the assistant to see if the home fans can get something to smile about. And we're still waiting. And after much deliberation, it's a case of shattered dreams and turnover. Possession is back to the Impis with a penalty. Ball in hand, Arinaitu Stallone, who decides to find touch. Very good kicker himself, getting some considerable touch to get themselves out of their 22-meter area. Waiting in the waiting area is the second game from this pool, Pool A, which is between the Cobs and the Warriors. Two teams that won their first games and will be looking to further consolidate their place in this pool and maybe get put themselves in a better platform to top the group. But as the game on pitch currently still goes on, the Gulu Elephants get an opportunity to score yet another try, and this time they score, and they score acrobatically. Beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful there. The home fans get something to celebrate. The Gulu Elephants score. As you can hear, the music getting louder with everyone happy. I think it's a reason for you to have a Guinness if you are supporting the Gulu Elephants, or if you're a rugby fan in general. Get yourself a Guinness and enjoy the action as it comes. And remember, it's a one-day circuit, so all the action is going on thick and fast, and coming onto the pitch immediately is the Cobs versus the Warriors. For those that are not familiar with their jerseys, Cobs in their customary blue and black, and the Warriors in their multicolored purple, pink, black, and yellow. So it's both teams from Legends Rugby Grounds in Kampala, Lugogo, but today they are both in Gulu town.
Oh yes, this game against Cobs and the Warriors they were also pulled in the same table last weekend. The Cobs are victorious in that one, so it is no surprise they're meeting again. Maybe they throw a spanner here and that table wide open as coach opts to leave Inyad Monyani, Osuna, Adrian Casito, and Banano on the bench. So it's possibly a game where you're going to give the fringe players Farajo Dugo and James Ijongat a chance for a start. So ringing the changes and trying to ensure that the squad remains fit. Ivan Mujiria, who is a former Cobs player, gives them forward.
High tackle there on Ivan Mujiria, and the Warriors get a penalty. It's going to be interesting to see how they plan to execute. Simon Pitanyeko with a quick scratch and restart to Richard Kinyai. Dancing feet, finds the gap, but James Ijongat is able to tackle. These are two teams that are very familiar with each other for the second circuit, finding themselves in the same group. And what do you think the coach's mindset is for actually making some particular changes in this game?
Well, I think he just wants to ensure that all the players get game time, so that when it comes to crunch time, you have a fresh squad. Because Farajo Dugu has not had much game time until this point. And Karim steps.
And he's tackled just there at the end. But Cobs still with possession. Joseph Aredo moving the ball around to Pius Ogena, who's looking to enforce. The Cobs trying to keep the ball alive with Farajo Dugo stepping one, falls into the second tackle. Marvin Agava there with a very good tackle. And the Warriors contest, but they're not supporting their body weight. And it's a penalty. Cobs with a quick start. And Farajo Dugo pumping his way to the try line.
They're now at the 5. Byron Oketayot gets to cross and have the first try for the Cobs.
Yeah, brilliant set of play there from the Cobs, not allowing the Warriors to reset their defense line, and it pays off as the gaps open up. Joseph Aredo with the opportunity to convert, and he does comfortably so, putting it at 7-0 for the Cobs.
Yeah, so in terms of Farajo Dugo, it's interesting about his body positioning because he's really low and has a good low center of gravity. So he is kind of the person to take that ball forward. But he, at some point in time in this game last weekend, he actually came on at the wing. So in terms of his versatility, he is actually that kind of player. Cannot gather that, and he taps it. He's played for the Warriors because there was no from Pius, as opposed to gather it into his chest, bring it down to his chest, because the ball was right there opening, and he didn't have much contest from the Warriors on the lift. So the Warriors have a chance to attack. And do you think they can string a couple of phases together to break this Cobs line?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like if they're a bit more patient in the way they approach their attack, then they can be able to do so. First thing they need to do, however, is get out of their half. They've really played a lot of rugby in their half, and they need to put themselves in positions where they can be able to attack. Do they have an advantage?
Well, the penalty was actually to the Cobs. So Owen Chinyera tried to maybe cheat the referee right there. But he was caught as Justin Chimono sends a long pass out wide to Karim Arinaitwe. And that's the forward pass.
Justin Kimono, the pass goes a bit forward there, and possession is given back to the Warriors now. And they get an opportunity to get themselves out of jail as they have a scrum just at the 5-meter mark, you should say.
Well, again, the challenge would be if they can actually to win this scrum down, because that's another of the departments where they've struggled, and it's still messy ball, and it has been charged down, and Chinyoa has been forced to carry the ball over. So that's 5-yard scrum to the Cobs. Pressure.
Yeah, the Cobs are piling on a lot of pressure, and it's something we have seen with all the big teams. The way they approach their defense to recover the ball back is very aggressive. Even the Pirates did the same thing, and the Cobs are actually doing the same thing right now, rushing on all their defenders, not giving them a time to think and pass. So if you're gotten when you're not yet ready, then it really affects you. And Warriors still unable to get out of their half. It's a bit tricky. Setting up.
And then now the turnover is complete. Actually, the last time round it was put in for the Warriors, so they had another bite at the cherry, and again Richard Chinyoa could not find the space for the clearance kick, so he was held up, and that's a turnover. The Cobs effect that to very, very good perfection. Now, in terms of as an attacking platform, this is an area where the Cobs want to play, as James Injogat sends it wide to Justin Chimono, who hands it over to Karim. He has a step, and he actually does have the pace to go round, so he does find the line.
Yeah.
Karim Marinaitwe.
A bit of suspect tackling there from Owen Kinyera, giving Karim Marinaitwe a lot of space for him to walk through, especially when the try area was so near. So I think it's something that they need to adjust. But Warriors really need a response. Really need a response. But one thing I've noticed with the Warriors that the adjustment they have made in their selection for this particular game, bringing Samir Dean to play at the center role ahead of Humphrey Rach, who is a more experienced player. Samir Dean, a rookie in the team. I think that's a big responsibility and also a show of trust from the coach. And Joseph Aredo there, showing that he's still one of the best kickers, especially for these particular circuits. From last week to this week, he makes sure that he is 100%. This is 14-0 to the Cobs.
And then maybe he missed a kicks. He missed a couple of kicks at the very beginning.
Yeah, but I think he has found his bearing, especially with this one. In this particular game, he's still at 100. And the players seemingly not happy with the neon balls. There's something not right about them. Every time there's a neon ball, especially at a restart, they kick it out and they ask for the normal, I think, Gilbert balls, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Well, kudos to the tournament organizers who have given us again. That comes off Pius. I think in terms of chasing and where the ball is going, in my feeling, Pius and Byron Oketayot could actually switch positions there, so that Byron is actually running up onto that ball because he's a better receiver of the high ball. And Ivan Mujiria runs into a double tackle of James Ejongat. And he's been penalized twice for not running away. So for him, in terms of awareness on the field, I think he needs to change his tactic for tackling. Pius Ogena effects the turnover, and he's not somebody that you would like to tackle every day.
Yeah, there is that. The two enforcers in the middle, they are really causing a lot of damage. Byron Oketayota and Pius Ogena for the Cobs, gaining them a lot of meters. A lot of indiscipline in this game, though. The penalties on both sides being conceded. But a bit of loose play there by the Cobs.
Yeah.
Pius Ogena looking for the cleanup against Samir Din. Bit of a mismatch, especially in size. And I think they're tired of tackling at this point.
When you carve that, Pius has kind of like a very, very relaxed demeanor in the preliminary games, and then tends to step it up as the competition increases. I don't like that particularly as a coach. I don't think it should be that way because he seems to be a little too relaxed in the earlier games. But as the tournament progresses, he then steps up and he then becomes as aggressive as we know he should be. And that's halftime for...
Yeah, 21-0 in this one. Cobs comfortably leading. And it's been all Cobs. Warriors have just been struggling to get out of their half, and there's really going to be a lot of chat, a lot of conversation in their camp on how they can be able to do that. Of course, they have some people off the bench that can come and maybe bring in a few changes. The experienced Henry Musisi on the bench, as well as Humphrey Rach could come on, Samuel Odinga as well. And on the Cobs also have a plethora of players. Remember, they rested a lot of their starters, so a lot of players could come off the bench to actually impose something. So it's very it's a game where two teams have contrasting ideologies that they're going to set up for the second half. What do the Cobs need to do to consolidate going forward, and also what can the Warriors do to get back into this game? Remember, they are all trying to get top of the group.
For the Warriors, it is going to be a little worrying because 2 minutes into the second half, you're going to have Ian Munyani coming in. You're going to have Adrian Casito coming in. You're going to have Haji Manano coming in. So imagine you have tired legs out there and they are just sending you a fresh set of enforcers. So the Warriors just need to stick into it. I think they need to have more ball in hand. And if they're in their two, they need to just put the ball upfield and then have a solid press, because the Cobs will definitely have to struggle to break them down. So for them, I think the first thing would be to get out of their half, and then they can start playing some rugby.
It's important to see what kind of impact they are going to bring on when they come on, because it's important to know at what point do you say that, okay, our passing in the half is not working, so that we can kick long. And then it's important also for them to know when they need to employ what strategy. Who's playing the enforcer role for the Warriors? Who's being able to stretch the game? So who's doing the distributor role, the pivot role? That is something that the Warriors need to understand. And I'm not yet seeing it in that first half. But as we go into the second half, let's see what has been is going to happen next.
Warriors choose to go deep. James Ijongat with a little bit of bother on the restart. And he goes near side with Karim Arinaitwe. Farajo Dugo. Like I said, he has a very, very straight and direct area of running. So Ian Munyani is now on at the half. Gives it to Justin. Adrian Casito. Byron Oketayot. Yeah. So what the coach for the Cobs has done is just to throw the players straight into the fray at halftime. So the changes have been struck, and that leaves Osuna on the bench. I think is the only actually today, and he's actually quite a speedster. So I'm sure at some point in time in the second half, Karim will go off and Osuna will come on. I see Musi Henry has also been introduced. So maybe what you're saying about the pivot man now comes down to the role for Henry Musi. That is not a wise decision to go straight into Justin. If you're going to go into Justin, then you might have to take him from the side, and that will be a yellow card for Chinyuai. He knows it, and he's running away from the referee, but that won't escape the mentions. Richard has 2 minutes in the sin bin, and for already a tough encounter. Yeah, that will be a clear run, a clear walk to the line for Karim Arinaitwe.
I should say that's very disappointing defense. They first of all let the Cobs come at them. They know they are a man less, and then it's a simple pass out, and it's like they're just watching. And I don't think for a team of the ambitions that Warriors has, that is how they should be defending that particular attack. So it was really disappointing in my opinion. But for the Cobs, they're really being as effective and as efficient as they can be with every chance they get, making sure that they get as many points as they can, and consolidating their place at the top of the log. Richard Kinyai on the bench, in the sin bin, will be having about a minute to go. Warriors, they need to keep in mind that even if they lose here, they'll still need to get some points on so that they can keep in the mathematics for the knockout rounds. Remember, there are 3 pools. 2 teams from each pool have an automatic qualification slot, but then you can be able to get into the fray if you're able to get the right points on board. And Cobs yet again, Justin Kimono breaks the line and then offloads for yet another Cobs try. This, I think, as a contest ended long time ago, but try scorer who we're yet to see, I think it's Marco Suna, seemingly needing medical attention, getting an injury as he forced his way to the try line. I think one of the last change for the Cobs will be Aaron Jurua, as the coach waits to see if Marco Suna is fine. He seems to be good, so Aaron Jurua will be coming on, but will probably be coming on for Byron Oketayot or Justin Kimono, one of the two. Very important for the Cobs bench to rest many of the key cogs, especially Justin Kino, Joseph Aredos, and be fresh and ready also, and also avoid injuries for the games to come. Remember, there's a lot of action bound to happen. Each of these teams has 1 group game remaining, and then the knockouts start, the business end. Go big or go home. Remember, if you're home, get yourself a 6-pack of Guinness, or get yourself a crate of Guinness and enjoy with the squad. Rugby is enjoyed in multiples. So make sure that you're enjoying yourself and keep it Kawowo Sports. Everything is going to be brought to you. All the updates on our social media, you can always engage. Tell us what your particular moment for the Gulu Sevens is at the as of now, with more action to come. Who are you putting your money on to win the overall prize for the day? And who are you supporting? What is your particular experience so far? Maybe share with us a picture of you enjoying Guinness and enjoying the Sevens. Remember to use the hashtags Gulu Sevens and Guinness Sevens as well. Quick start there, a quick start attempt by the Warriors. Warriors have really been on the back foot for the entirety of this game. Not something that will make them happy. They have been quite dominant when it comes to teams that are you should say not of their level, but they need to find that extra push when it comes to teams teams that are the likes of Cobs, that are the likes of Pirates. They have really been struggling when it comes to that, and I think their goal today would really be to go past the quarterfinals, which they haven't done from last weekend in the first circuit, and this is the second circuit. That looks like a forward pass by Ian Munyani. He had quite some time to be able to execute that, but he did not. Something the coach, I'm sure, will not be happy with. But the fact that they are leading by such a considerable score, it won't be much of of a worry for them. But it gives the Warriors an opportunity to at least do something with the ball in attack.
Well, in terms of that, I think the coach will be a little worried because there is no continuity in the kind of play. There's no continuity in the kind of play there, so it's something that maybe Timothy Mudola will try to check with the Cobs. They are just trying to maintain their possession of a scrum down. And the Warriors have a chance to breach the line. But Adrian Casito is quick to pounce after the tackle, and the penalty is complete with a quick tap. He chips through, and he normally has the legs to make such a chase. Simon Peter Nyeko was alert to the danger. Cleans up for the Warriors. They would also like to just cross the white line in here as Alhaji Manano has been beaten. James Ejongat with the cover tackle, and the ball goes straight into Alhaji Manano's hands. Ian Munyani with a chance to stretch his legs. And the ball goes to Aaron Jirua, who is very, very strong. And with his very, very effective fend, he has been very, very bullish there as he crosses the line for that try. Very, very good work by Aaron Jirua. So that's 38-0 for the Betway Cobs, with James Ijongat having a chance. And that's the end of the game with the kick successful. Good work there from the Cobs, and in their view, job well done as the Buffaloes Heathens. Chadondo Derby coming up next. Yeah, Chadondo Derby.
Yeah, this is a top of the table, top of the pool clash. Both teams being very dominant in their previous two games. This is their final pool game for each of them, and winner takes all in the group, and the loser will have to settle for second place. So it's going to be important to see. From the Mileke Sevens last weekend, the Heathens had won over their Chadondo brothers, and the Chadondo brothers, the Buffaloes, will have something to say about it today. This is the perfect time for them to get a win that would really hurt against the Heathens. They would go top, and they'd get a very, very much needed win. Lawrence Seboliba kicking the ball to Paul Epilo. And it's Claudio Tema, very integral today, looking for the offload, but it's more of a hallelujah pass that puts Michael in a compromising position, but he's a man who's very familiar to the physical part of the game, so he's able to bail himself out. Trevor Chan taking ball wide. Nicolas Cato looking for up, and he has the legs and he's looking for the long pass, but unfortunately unable to gather. The Buffaloes turn it over, and now it's their chance to express themselves. Very good step there, but Claudio Tema is not buying it on the second attempt. Good recycle there by the Buffaloes. Big fend there on Trevor Ochan, and the offload to Odiambo. Edi Kaima for the Buffaloes. Buffaloes having a bit of a of a loose play. They have lost a lot of ground, yet they are attacking. And there, Seguya, Wilfred looking for the support, and with a hallelujah throw, the Buffaloes, it is Claudio Tema versus the bit of a seatbelt tackle there. Referee lets it slide, I think. And
They are
penalty
judged
there given
for
to
entering from the side, I believe.
given to the Buffaloes. Yeah, definitely entering from the side there, but it's a very good way to get yourself out of your half. Very good counter-attacking rugby there from the Buffaloes, matching the Heathens for all their might. Heathens finishing third last weekend, and the Buffaloes finishing fourth. Eddie Kaima with a bit of dancing feet, pushing Trevor Ochan away, but Lawrence Seboliba completing the tackle. And it's a penalty with Michael Wokorach being chased by Wilfred Seguya, and a very big tackle, ankle tackle. Lawrence Seboliba, we haven't seen much of him on the attacking fold. The game has been majorly and largely unstructured. Both teams not getting clean ball and not getting comfortable ball, so they have to make do with whatever they have. And we are seeing Heathens, Paul Epilo looking for the spaces, trying to think, trying to look for the vision. Another loose ball there, and Claudio tackled off the ball. Eddie Kaima with the turnover. The Buffaloes have not come to participate, they have come to compete, and they are playing at their best. And Eddie Kaima with the ball out, and it's a commit and pass. Billy Odiambo unable to collect well, but there was an offside there. Referee Rosenberg Kanyunyuzi says it's a penalty to the Buffaloes, and the Buffaloes playing with a lot of confidence. It looks like a high tackle there from Lawrence Seboliba, but it's considered fine by the referee. Ball stolen there by Nicolas Cato. Heathens looking to get themselves out of jail. They have been a bit sloppy, especially when they have ball in hand. A few loose passes, and that has been their undoing. Rosenberg giving out another penalty, but there has been a case of repeated infringement, and she's seemingly talking about something and probably issuing a last warning. Michael Wokorach, Paul Epilo, high pass, and a knock on there by Trevor Ochan, but which is called, yes. Yet again, the Heathens are being very sloppy with the way they are moving the ball. Rookie handling errors, and that is a gift of possession that they have given to the Buffaloes, just inside the 5-meter area, and a perfect platform for the Buffaloes to attack. Remember, both teams winning in their first two games, so this is a top of the pool clash. Winner takes all, loser becomes second.
I think we are seeing a repeat of what we saw in the third place playoff match last weekend at Legends Rugby Ground, with Buffaloes standing up to the Heathens in the early stanzas of the match, but then they didn't have enough to go all the way. But they seem to have, picked their lessons from that match on Sunday evening, and putting up a stronger and better fight against the Heathens, pinning them in their own area, making the important tackles, the turnovers, and causing the Heathens to make uncharacteristic mistakes. And right now they have a chance to feed the ball in about 5 meters away from the try line. They should be able to put points on the board and get this Pool C contest going.
Yeah, definitely. The Buffaloes will not be happy with themselves if they leave this particular scenario without at least let's say worst case scenario, a drop goal of a 3-pointer. So let's see how they're able to utilize it. Wilfred Seguya, they taking the unorthodox route, but the offloads work, and Billy Odiambo scores under the posts, 5-0 to the Buffaloes.
Buffaloes making the ball work, catching the Heathens defense on the back foot as they are getting set to play on the try line, on the breakdown. The ball is offloaded to the first man, and as they are setting again, offloaded to the second man, and Billy Odiambo dives over under the poles for the first try of the match.
conversion good, 7-0 to the Buffaloes, but it was really an unusual way of approaching that attack. And you could see even the Heathens defense was surprised. They were thinking the ball is going straight out wide for quick ball, but Seguya coming back on the inside, then the offload play came into action, and they scored under the post.
And after all that hard work in the cover tackles and then the chase where he was looking for support and wasn't able to find it, and then the support, the try assist just right now, Wilfred Seguya has been pulled over by Edgar Emeriga to come on, take a break. Let's fight this one out, and then we'll see how we can close this later in the match.
Yeah, there's a player, Eddie Kaima. They are getting a bit of medical attention for a blood bin substitution, having blood gushing out of his the side of his face. But on the pitch, it was I think an overambitious kick by the Buffaloes that goes straight into touch and handing possession back to the Heathens. They need to respond, and they need to respond quick. Trevor Chan with the ball, with a dummy. Now pass to Michael Wokoraj, looking to enforce. He's very good with the offload every time, but this time he chooses to keep it. Cloud Otema with the recycle. Paul Epilo says, let's go back to the short side. Looking for the switch. He keeps the ball. Bit of lapse in communication. And Lawrence Teboliba there, dotting down for the 5-pointer.
And you can see the frustration in the Buffaloes players. Just one mistake, one lapse of attention, and they are conceding a try in the corner against Lawrence Teboliba, with a conversion to come to be taken by Pole Pila about 30 meters away to the left.
We have actually been seeing an interesting strategy on the kick. Rather than going for the sharp angle, players are opting to go a bit further, which is a bigger distance but an easier angle. But then that means you have to have a proper match of distance.
And unfortunately, he does not have that. And it's halftime. Buffalo's leading 7-5. Interesting developments in this match.
Yeah, I think both camps are going to have a particular interesting conversations to have. Atheo Mohammed for the Heathens will definitely be saying we need to get some more points on board and we need to score fast in the second half, take full control of the game. Then the Buffaloes, on the other hand, will be also looking to be more aggressive in their defense and also make the most of the attacking chances they get. I think for both teams, the common communication will be you need to score first.
So we are joined by the Warriors team manager, that is Did Bugembe, but then he is clad in the bright yellow Uganda cricket jersey after the cricket under-19 national team qualified for the World Cup. Beautiful days for us.
We're still celebrating that trip to West Indies that will come next year. But back to rugby, from what we've seen in the first half, I think Buffaloes have looked like hungrier side. They're pushing the agenda, they want the game more, and Heathens are paying the price. They're having to work a lot to defend against the younger boys. But at the end of the day, who stays in it for a longer time takes it home. And I think Heathens will do it. They have more experience. But Buffaloes have everything it takes to win the game. If they keep the tempo in the second half, I think they can have a good day and take the game.
In your view, it is not going to be the skill set, it is not going to be the individual brilliance in this match. It's going to be the team that has the legs and the lungs to withstand this grilling Gulu hit that will take the game.
Tenacity and everything. And squad depth is also going to play a major role. And which subs you make as a manager. Because first of all, the players look tired. Despite the fact that it's a one-day event, unlike the Guinness Sevens where we saw very many players struggling on day 2, this is just one day, so you have to leave it out all there. And I think at the moment, from what we are watching, I'll tip Buffaloes because they seem to be in better shape. The Heathens boys look heavier, and most of the game in the first half has been played in their half, so they have all to do in the second half.
So in your view, it will not be a repeat. For the half. It will not be a repeat of what happened in the third place.
at
I
the
see.
Mileke
I see the Buffaloes holding on. I think they have to score. We have more scores in this game, and Heathens are still finding their feet. They are struggling. I don't know why. They should be putting away these boys, but the boys are giving them all sorts of trouble. So let's
right.
watch on and see how it goes.
And action resumes in the second half there as Sebeliba takes a big tackle at the middle of the pitch in an unusual position, finding himself at the center of the pitch with Nicolas Cato, the smaller man, at the wing. But he is bundled into touch, and Buffaloes will be looking to take the quick restart. No, they are not. Rosenberg calls them back to take a proper line out in a set piece where we have seen most teams not exactly having the success that they would expect at the line out. What do you think could be the challenge in the line outs this weekend?
I think at the moment it goes back to what you guys have been working on in training, and you can see many teams are not competing at the line out. It's either the team in possession that only goes for the ball, but despite the fact that it's only one team going for it, they still won't get it right. And in general, the teams don't look sharp today. Perhaps when the elimination stages come, the teams will pick up and carry on.
Pole Pilo there releases
I think Okeni.
speedster Norbert Okeni for a try in the corner, but then he's tackled and bundled into touch. And it's going to be a line out close just at their 5-meter line. So let's see if they will get, as you are saying, Heathens may not be contesting for the line out, but let's see if they will get this one
and
right.
I think when you talked about the set pieces, it also has everything to do with the confidence. The confidence, and same thing
And
again, another bundle
same
line
outcome. It's a line out that has been stolen, turned over. And there goes Cloud Otema for Heathens' first try of the second half.
He has to beat a number of
take a
tackles
12-7,
and
take a 10-7 lead in the
exactly.
game.
And I think, like I predicted before, if anyone that is going to win this game, it had to be individual brilliancy, because you saw Otema, he had to go past 4 defenders to get that one, and it will come as a relief to the Heathen side. They can now relax and get a breather, but not for long, because the boys, the Buffaloes, will be coming right back at them.
Yeah, conversion successful by Nicolas Cato there to take the lead to 12-7. So Buffaloes will need to respond early if they are to stand a chance of getting back
my
into this
money
one.
on them. They have what it takes to respond, and you can see they are disappointed that they are behind, because in the beginning it looked like they had the control of the game. Someone who is watching rugby and these two teams for the first time, if they had watched the first half, they would think Buffaloes are the favorites. But like I said, experience comes into play. It looks like Heathens have turned on the banners and are willing to put in all the work to drift away.
Yeah, so we will see how that pans out as the Buffaloes make a good reception of the kick restart there. And first phase of possession with Ivan Odiambo carrying just past the 10. Okay, that's Oketayot, I believe, with the ball. But then very strong tackle there by Michael Okorach. Slow ball out.
Very nice tackle.
And another handling
Very
error.
nice tackle. I think it had
gets the Buffaloes
had
players
everything to do with
frustrated.
the Heathens number 10 applying pressure to the scrum off. So his pass wasn't good enough. However, the receiver had to fumble it.
Yeah, slow ball led to the transfer of pressure from the breakdown onto the first man, who ultimately had to make the knock on. And Heathens are given precious possession as Claude Etema is pushed to the wing, and Kato Reynolds jumps on for...
Looks like Okeni.
in the prop position with Norbert Okeni being substituted.
That's a surprise. Norbert Okeni is one of the better sevens players in the country. You'd want him on the pitch.
Yeah, I think Heathens are playing the long game here in this match, knowing that there will be probably a tough fixture, being the Pool C team. They are probably going to face the second best in the other pool.
We can say they are looking ahead. But it can
phase.
be risky at times.
Sure.
I think you have to deal with what's in front of you at the moment. You play with game what is in front of you rather than planning for what you've not yet gotten to.
Yeah, so as Michael Okorach tries to run over Solomon,
Nice tackle.
but then he's unable to make the successful fend and eat them like Gonya, his nickname. But then it's a very well recycled ball that is turned over by the Buffaloes, and Vincent Otim carries, tackled by Michael Okorach, but he offloads. It's a loose ball gathered by Solomon, sends it out wide. And the Buffaloes are now back inside their own 22, long pass out wide.
But Cloud Tema is right on the man at the wing. Another quick recycled ball, Lawrence Sebuli, but the Buffaloes are not able to settle in and take advantage of this extended spell of possession that they have.
I think
Vicente Tim
I think
throws a
Buffaloes need
dummy
to
and runs into Trevor Ochan.
they need to cool down a bit and take good care of the ball. Put their fast men on the ball, get them into space, because it looks like Heathens have done what Buffaloes did in the first half. They're playing, all the game is being played in the Buffaloes half, and it looks like the Buffaloes boys are wearing.
Yeah, they're wearing out, because as we can see, we have two players on the deck, and that is Eldoch and should be Solomon. As
Claudio Tema.
As let's see, Claudio Tema dives
He's
over
been the
for
difference
Heathens,
in this game, both in attack and defense. His second try of the
of
game.
of the Buffaloes for sure this time.
I think you take the bet. It's a repeat of the third place of the Guinness Sevens.
Yeah, so they have lost steam in the second half. I think it was that Lawrence Sebuli trying the corner
that killed them.
that blew out all the hope that they had and the motivation they had to go all the way. And we've seen that from that try in the corner by Lawrence Sebuli, they haven't been able to recover. 3 tries later, no response. They're playing in their own half, cannot keep the ball. But Lemiriga has responded with a couple of changes.
A lot of weary legs out there.
Yeah, so he brings Wilfred Seguya, who had carried them in the second half, back on. And a number of other players.
Jambo is also walking.
Black. It's not dark. It's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. Martin.
And we see Joseph Oyet. He gets his first opportunity for entire circuit. He missed out on the Mileke Sevens, but we're glad to see him. He's one of those players you want to watch, especially in the 15s when he plays as a fullback for Heathens. He was supposed to. He claims he was to be the MVP last season. I don't know what went wrong. Last season didn't exactly go well.
I think Stephen Joseph Oyet last season, he did not hit the mark as he had done in the 2019 so high. And then we had a couple of players from other teams standing up and getting their names onto that list to take the honor away from him. And we've seen already he's missed the first circuit, he's come in the second circuit, and there's already boys who have hit the ground running. So I think he has an uphill task, to get that MVP crown that he thinks he deserves. So we'll get to see in his first performance for this game as he runs inside the support line there and forces the Buffaloes to take the pocket and carry back the ball back into contact. And that's a big tackle right there at the center of the pitch. But Wilfred Seguya is running at the wing, turns Gerard Sewankabo outside and offloads the ball, but it is lost forward. And possession is turned over to Heathens, who will kick the ball out for full time. And there we have it. Heathens coming back and pulling off a very huge result that seemed to have been out of their reach in the first half. But it's full time here. It's full time as the Heathens get a very much needed win to top Pool C as we conclude round 3 matches here in the Gulu Sevens Series. Coming on pitch now is the one we've been waiting for, Ruben. The one we've been waiting for is Sailors, the lowest ranked team in the series, up against the Gulu Elephants, Gulu City Falcons. I think I still need to do some more homework as the Gulu City Falcons take their seats in the technical bench, and the Sailors yet to make their way onto the bench, but then the players are already on the pitch. How do you think this will turn out, knowing that this is a match that we've been looking forward to, but then they are they're a more evenly matched pair of teams?
Yeah, definitely. Two teams that are evenly matched. The City Falcons seem to be a lot more athletic and used to this heat. But I think the knowledge and the know-how and the fact that I'll have to credit that they have Coach Bobby Musinguzi. There is a strategy he's going to employ here, and I think that will come to the fore. But one of the things that the City Falcons will be playing with is the fact that they are home. So that is a very big motivator. But as we are seeing, the Sailors are already in the ascendance. There Matthias Matov with the ball. Kamisa Jones, who went out injured in the previous game, seems fine and he's back playing. Ball went forward there, and the City Falcons will get a chance to attack. But this game could go anyway. It's one that is not easy to predict, but it will all go down to who's able to punish whose mistakes and who's going to make the lesser mistakes. So that's one of the aspects that is going to be important to observe. Very good step there, leaving Matthias Matovu for dead. Rumor has, unfortunately, the pass, I think they got a little bit too excited. They are thinking that they're already on their way and taking their eyes off the ball, which was very unfortunate. They had really put themselves in a perfect position, creating a numerical mismatch. And for some reason, Sailors is back into the fray. They get an opportunity to now put some attacking impetus into this game. Matthias Matovu looking for Jones Kamiza. They have been a very good combination for the Sailors. And Sailors are very, very patient and looking for the gaps. Does he have the legs? This is what a bit of a high tackle there, but the referee deems it fine. We talked about the athleticism of the Gulu City Falcons. It's not easy to score against them. They have a number of... Another seatbelt tackle there that the referee lets to slide. I think referee choosing to go for a more going for continuity, but he should also focus on safety of the players. And the Falcons, yikes, yikes. And as you can hear the fans, it is the Falcons' first try. The Falcons draw first blood, rounding the winger, and it's a center post try to the Gulu City Falcons. And the fans, who are now here in a lot of numbers, are celebrating one of their home teams scoring first. This could be, and the conversion is good, and this could be an opportunity for them to think about maybe getting the win.
Yeah, it's the little things that matter, you know, when you have possession, when you're an evenly matched team. Gulu City Falcons got their first opportunity to run around their opposite numbers. They send the ball out wide, and the man at the wing gets beaten by his opposite number, goes all the way to score an easy, not an easy try, but then an easy to convert try in the under the poles, and they put 7 points between them and a team you'd think that should be able to put up a better fight, given that they are now a core side, but the restart is not exactly the best. So let's see how Sailors will respond to this, let me call it a shock of a try against the Gulu City Falcons.
The Falcons treasuring every meter they get, getting into the contact, trying to suck in the Sailors as much as possible before they give their wingers to exploit the space. And we call Joshua there with a very good lock tackle, locking the knees and putting the man down. But very good skill there from the Falcons. The Falcons really testing the Sailors. Unfortunately, the attacker forgetting the ball while attacking. Remember, you cannot do anything if you do not have the rugby ball. And it's been the Falcons who have been the more dangerous side in attack, as Joshua Wekola for the Sailors turns over the ball, and the ball goes wide. Sailors there with a few loose passes, and it was a forward pass. Sailors have been really sloppy in this one. I think the pressure is getting to them. They're noticing that the home fans are really backing the Falcons, and it's not really, I think, favorable conditions for them. But regardless, they need to grind out the win if they want to have any chance of progressing. But for now, it is the City Falcons who have the ascendancy and are on the attacking platform as they get a good scrum and ball wants to come out. But for some reason, they choose to play in the middle a lot. And as you can see, dummy, but Matthias Matovo for the Sailors doesn't buy it. And it's a 2-on-1 situation, but the running angles let the Falcons down. It's a case of the need to recycle, and the ball goes out. Falcons patiently attacking, and it was an attempt there, I think for a drop goal, but it is not successful. But regardless, the fans are very encouraging and very motivating in that particular scenario. We are yet to see what the Sailors have to do to respond, but for now they really look shell-shocked.
Being a sailor myself, I find it hard to watch that we are being pinned in our own half, deep inside our own territory. But I'll be interested in seeing how we treat this restart at the scrum. Hopefully the boys will be able to get some composure and play the ball out wide, be patient, keep the ball. You realize that we've lost the ball to wanting to play their game, wanting to offload, yet there's no support player, wanting to offload, yet we are in an offside position. And as Matt Matovu carries the ball and offloads all the way, and we send the ball out wide. So this is where our strength is. And yet again, another loose ball thrown forward. Exactly, it's these little things that we were talking about, that I was just talking about, that if we can get that ball, keep that ball, and, take maximum advantage of the skill set that we have, be composed, keep the ball, set up, recycle, play the ball out wide, bring it back to the other side, the gaps will begin to open up against a team, one who you're probably evenly matched against, but then also one who is getting fatigued in the way that they are playing. So I hope that these are some of the things that they'll be able to iron out at halftime, but most importantly, they need to respond and put some scores on the board.
Yeah, it's very important to note. But as just to, if these with two matching teams, it all goes down to the number of mistakes. Whoever makes the most mistakes is more liable to lose. And then whoever is also able to make the most of capitalizing on mistakes will definitely put their team in a better position. As Bale Brian for the Sailors gets some good meters, and the ball now moves out wide. It's a test for pace to pace, pace for pace, pace for pace. And yeah, the Sailors, they are really trying to get some ascendancy, but the loose ball is really letting them down. They're not getting those offloads right. I think to a certain extent they're even forcing the offload. Sometimes I think it's better to keep the ball and recycle if you're not sure about the offload, because they are doing a lot of work and then they are really undoing it themselves. They are making it so easy for the City Falcons to defend them. Bale Brian with the ball. Matthias Matovu, good step and the commit and pass. And it's a step, but very good defense there. Recovery from the City Falcons. And Matthias Matovu finds a space and scores under the posts. Very good response there. From the Sailors, 5 to the Sailors. City Falcons still on 7 with the conversion to come. Jones Kamiza easily converting 7-all and halftime. The proper way for both teams to go into halftime. And definitely both coaches will have something to say with an evenly matched game.
Yeah, it's these things that, and I will say it again, as we see both teams' coaches, running onto the pitch for this short two-time break. Coach Bobby, who is managing two teams in this series,
leave some instructions for Dennis Etuket. Dennis Etuket is the club captain for the Black Pirates, and so he's managing the sailors. So as Coach Bobby goes away to manage the Black Pirates, Dennis Etuket will have some clear instructions for his players in the game, And I think the most important thing that he's going to be telling them is, let's be patient, let's keep that ball. We have the opportunity to score points, we have the opportunity to stretch this opposition, but what we need to do in this game is to be patient, keep the ball. Let's not try to do the impossible. Let's not try to be creative, because I for one think that this is a match where the teams are evenly matched. But then when you're looking at what the Gulu City Falcons would be having in their minds is, this is now our opportunity to win the game. We have come close to this team from Kampala. We have the backing of the fans. We have the backing of the conditions. We have the backing of the pitch. Let's get more points on the board. Let's starve them of the ball. Let's force them to make mistakes. And surely this game will be ours.
Yeah, that's a very good, insightful take there from Ernest. As the second half is yet to start, Matthias Matovu going to effect the kickoff. But as you see, the Sailors are really playing into the City Falcons strategy. City Falcons are really thriving in the unstructured play, and you think that the Sailors, who are a better coach team, in my opinion, should be sticking to structure. Let's structure, create for them the process and the opportunities. And the first scrum of the second half is going to be affected to the Sailors. Very good attacking platform for them this time round. With a draw game, you feel like the team that scores first gets an opportunity to do things right and to be able to impose itself on the other. Very, very big scrum there from the Falcons, but somehow the Sailors are able to get the ball. Very good step there, but again, a bit of a swing tackle. Sailors are setting up and patiently moving the ball towards the City Falcons try line, and after much push and shove, it is a try to the Sailors. The team that was leading, that was trailing a lot in the first half, is now actually in the lead, having scored just before halftime. They're the first team to score in the second half, taking the score to 12. Matthias Matovu with ball in hand, getting ready to hopefully add the extra two. Conversion good. Matthias Matovu carrying his kicking boots there to make it 14 for the Sailors and 7 for the City Falcons. It is going to be interesting to see how they respond to such a setback, as the Sailors are not really in a rush to restart the game leading, and they will want to be a lot more disciplined and a lot more structured so that they can be able to see this game off. Remember, a win will be very important to them. Keep in mind, the Sailors, the second side from Kings Park Arena, Weyogere, are also a core team. So they have their core status to play for, and they need to play well. And there, the Gulu City Falcons kicking for touch to get out of their own half. It's going to be a line out to the Sailors. Unfortunately, they did not find that much touch, so the Sailors get a line out just at the 22-meter line inside the Falcons half. The Falcons have a task to first defend before they consider anything else. They can't afford to actually lose to concede another try, so they will have to really consider their defense as a very important aspect of what they're doing in the next phase of play. And that's very good defense there, as the Sailors player was looking for the offload. It looked like it was a knock-on, but the referee says otherwise, and this time he gives a penalty to the Sailors, saying player doesn't go through the right channels of the ruck, and Sailors capitalize to score yet another try.
Yes!
I think I need to hold myself here with with Sailors scoring a try. But there's Jaden Isaac with a nice try where we should. This is what we should have done in the first half: redeeming ourselves, taking control of the ball, being patient with possession, go into contact if you have to, set up, quick ball out. You know, let the ball do all the talking, and that's one of the tries where you think we've made use of those things that we were unable to do in the first half. And with conversion to come by Ahmad Matovu, I think, let's see how it goes. Flag stays down, so the conversion is not good enough. I think this is just enough for us to hang on for a try, but we'll need to put more points on the board. Jaden Isaac making his first return to active rugby in over 2-3 years with a very painful, I believe, knee injury, shoulder injury. But it's very, very nice to see Sailors back in the lead here. Hard luck to the fans, to the home-based fans, but I think that this was their biggest shot, their best shot at getting a win in the pool stage. So let's see how they respond to this try, and if they can put points on the board and give us easily the most highly contested and I should say most entertaining game in the pool stages so far.
Yeah, Sailors silencing the home crowd here, taking the score to 17-7. But the Falcons know they need to score next if anything is to happen in this game. But the Sailors are also going hard on defense. And it's advantage to the Falcons. Long ball out. They have a numerical advantage there. Can they be able to make the most of it? And the Falcons score to reawaken the crowd. Now I think it's time for a real game here.
I think this is going to be one of those games where I watch with my nails in my mouth. It's nail-biting stuff here. The Gulu City Falcons conversion is good, so they should be taking the lead now. They should have taken the lead now. We'll need to check the scoreboard. And so they are 14-17. They are 3 points short. It's not enough for the win. It's not enough for Sailors for the win. But then with Matthias Matovu off for a breather and Jaden Isaac not having the lungs and legs to cover that gap, Gulu City Falcons were able to put points on the board, and Matthias Matovu comes back onto the pitch to, restore the confidence and the strength that the Sailors had in this game with how he runs and covers the ball and how he distributes. So let's see how this one will go. Another loose ball by the Sailors. Same mistakes that characterized the first half. And Matthias Matov is taken for Sports Day on the outside, but he's able to make the cross-covering tackle and force a line out just shy of his own try area. This is going to be the most epic finale we have seen today in Gulu.
Yeah, that could be a game-winning tackle from Matthias Matovu. But the Gulu Falcons still have an opportunity to score and actually win this game. Surely we must be in the evening of this game. With the Falcons waiting to take on the set piece, they have a line out just inside the 22-meter area of the Sailors. Sailors leading narrowly by 3 points with their 17, while the Falcons have 14. It's a loose ball off the line out. The referee has been an advocate for continuity, so he doesn't call much. But the Sailors recover and kick the ball into touch. And as you can hear, Ernest with so much excitement for a team he played for. Yeah, the Sailors get the win. The very narrow win, but they had to really do a lot to actually get the win. 17 to the Sailors, 14 to the Gulu City Falcons.
This should have been the easiest win we would have got, but then it turned out to be the hardest match that we have played so far, even as much as we've won, because as we move on from here, we are the third place team in our group. It can only get harder because we've lost to the Ginger Hippos. We've no, this is the knockout stage. This is the knockout stage, is it?
We are in the third pool games, the final pool games of Pool B. This is particularly Pool B. Pirates comfortably in the lead in Pool B with 2 wins, and this is actually one of those games of the pool contest. Remember, the Hippos had a draw and a win. The Pirates have 2 wins. So the team that wins here also takes it all.
So as I was trying to recall very sketchily there, Sailors were able to get the win that puts them in third place in Pool C, which will make them, I believe, the third best third in the mathematics that will characterize the knockout stage of this Gulu Sevens tournament. But as they, go back to their tent, to recover, they will need to, get back in shape and re-strategize for the knockout stage, which is most definitely going to be tougher. But hard luck to the Gulu City Falcons, who put up a very good fight, but their performance was not good enough for the win. And as we now get set for kickoff, it's the Ginger Hippos getting us underway against the Black Pirates. Well received by Alex Aturinda, sends it back to Ivan Magomu, who releases Isaac Massa, plays Arnold Atukunda on the wing, takes the pocket, dips it back to Ivan Magomu, and Pirates are comfortably in possession just inside their own territory, but that comfort just led to a little loss. And there's Jaden, my teammate, very, very happy, passing by the commentary box to say, yeah, we got the win, as Alex Aturinda drops the ball and gifts Ginger Hippos their first chance at possession with a scrum down just outside the 22.
Yeah, Alex Aturinda there with a bit of sloppy handling, giving the Hippos an opportunity for the first attack of the game. And the ball is lost in the scrum. Very, very big scrum there by the Pirates. They have been defensively good, and they continue to be so. Now they need to dig themselves. They need to get themselves out of this hole that they are in, getting out of their own half there. Arnold Atukunda setting up, and Conrad Wanyama looking for the space. Alex Aturinda with the long ball. Isaac Massa, Timothy Kisiga today starts ahead of Haruna Mohammed, to the enforcer Kelvin Balagade. This is going to be a very interesting matchup. Kelvin Balagade taking on Jacob Ochen. Two enforcers playing in the same position, so it's going to be a clash of titans there. I don't think anyone would want to be close to them, because the kind of ripple that's going to come from that clash is going to be immense. Long ball there to Timothy Kisiga, and he shows that he has the legs, but Jacob Ochen with the tackle to match it. The Hippos have not come to play games, and they are tackling as hard as they are tracking, and they get a turnover for their efforts. It's another opportunity for them to attack the Pirates. The Pirates have not yet crossed the center line to get into the Hippos half. Hippos clearly having a strategy, but do they have the discipline to go through the entirety of the game with this strategy? Remember, the Hippos are coached by Charles Onen and his assistant, Kevin McMott. Two very, very experienced former rugby players with a wealth of knowledge. And we can see there the Pirates' rush defense onto the Hippos' attack. But Jacob Ochen there carrying the ball comfortably. And it's John Echeru. And Ivan Magom going in for the turnover, uncharacteristic of a fly half. He's not your usual fly half, though. And he gets the turnover. Very good. Captain leading from the front, leading by example. Very, very artistic there. And Conrad Wanyama with ball in hand, asking his captain, what do they want to do? And they scratch the ball to Timothy Kisiga, thinking of where the gaps are. Both teams have defended well thus far, but Kelvin Balagade will have something to say about it. Arnold Atukunda thought he had gone through, but the defense from Dennis Etwao matches the attack. This is a game that it's like a chess game. It's evenly contested. Both teams are really sizing each other up. Both teams are really lining up each other, and as the gaps open, they are closing. It's sort of like a trapdoor strategy to tempt you into taking the gap and isolating you so that the turnover can be fully effected. But for those that don't know, the score is still 0-0. The Hippos wearing their sevens kit, white and gold, with the Chitenje-esque fashionista style, and the Pirates with their red kit, red and white, and a bit of black with the shorts. And Jacob Ochen there getting some extra meters, but holding on to the ball, and the referee, he does not agree. Arnold Atukunda starting ahead of the mark. Referee saying, please come back to your normal position to start. Alex Aturinda carrying the ball, the young forward. Conrad Wanyama digging a few meters and carried into the air. Dangerous play, but he does not drop him. The referee is not amused by that regardless. Remember, emphasis on player welfare. Conrad Wanyama being lifted like a shopping bag. And there Ivan Magomu gets hit in the face. He complains, and the referee going to consult with his assistant. There could be a yellow card there. Two back-to-back dangerous tackles from the Hippos. We saw in the earlier games they really had a couple of high tackles, and it could come to hurt them in this game. They had just considered a penalty for something that would have been a suplex tackle on Conrad Wanyama. Now Ivan Magom, who's receiving medical attention, seemed to have received, I don't know if it was an elbow or just a stiff arm to the face. These are some of the things that come with a contact sport such as rugby, where you have players really struggling with some of these hits. Alan, how do you see the game so far? How do you see the circuit so far?
Well, the game in particular is very, very physical, and the approach that both teams have taken is to really take it in. So that's a penalty for a high tackle. Again, as much as the game is physical, we like to applaud the people who manage the game in terms of the referees and also the coaches who see that the game is played within the bounds and confines of safety. So anything above the shoulders is very, very, very clamped on. And that's a forward pass for the Pirates. I think they've squandered a very, very good chance for them to get ahead in this game, giving the Hippos an opportunity to run out and possibly kick out of their own half and then just apply the pressure from there. In terms of their running ability, I see that they can be able to run this out from their own half, and that's what they do. They've been penalized, and then there's a 12 gooses through, skips, defend. Very, very good tackle into touch by Conrad Wanyama. He does very, very good work. He does very good work there for the Pirates, and they launch an attack. With the numbers out wide, if the ball ever got to Bala, I am most certainly sure he will make some inroads. And the Pirates do score.
Yeah, try time there by the Pirates after. This is the game that has gone the longest at 0-0, but finally the Pirates breaking a very hard Hippos defense to score 5 with the conversion to come. Wherever you are, thank you for watching on Kawowo, and make sure you're grabbing a Guinness. You're enjoying a Guinness at your convenience. Ivan Magomu ready to take the conversion. The kickers have been taking a longer approach on their kicking strategy. Let's see if Ivan has direction and distance. Yes, he does. 7-0 to the Pirates, as we tell you from our sponsors, enjoy a Guinness. Yeah. And there we have the second half starting with the Pirates scoring yet another try to further extend and impose their dominance on the Hippos. Hippos being a bit stubborn and a bit hard to crack, but the cracks seem to be increasing. Conversion successful as well. And there we have it, 14-0 to the Pirates. Pirates really commanding this group, looking to get out of this group with maximum points. Remember, they have won their first 2 games in what has been a very stubborn group, the group comprising of Mongers, Hippos, Pirates, and the Rams. And the Pirates still a team that is very good defensively. You know, they are known for a lot of their attack, but little credit is given to their defense, but they have been very good defensively, and they'll be wanting to go all the way to the final, and this time do one better than last weekend. As they kick off high by William Kore, and the ball is loose, and it's Dennis Eto'o versus Ivan Magomu. Ivan Magomu is unable to tackle, but Desire Yera comes to clean up, and turnover good by Desire Yera. Typical flankers impact. Referee letting the contest happen, and it's Haruna being tackled by 3 Hippos players, and the ball coming out wide, and it's Arnold Atukunda. Today he has been marked considerably well, but this time he makes the overlapping run, and the defense is there, but the referee is not happy with that high tackle. Arnold Atukunda has been quite the threat, and he's down. Surely that was a hard tackle, it was high. That is why there's emphasis on safety. 2-on-1, Haruna Mohammed going for, I don't think that was a wise decision to not pass the ball out wide. Could have made Pirates' life a bit easier. Ivan Magomu passing it out wide, Desire Yera. And the try in the corner, Desire Yera against 2 men, but his power is unmatched. And that takes it to 17. It actually takes it to 19, yeah? 19 to the Hippos. 19.
Everything mixed together.
There, 19 to the Pirates and 0 to the Hippos. As the Gulu heat comes to its maximum, you should say. William Kore with ball in hand, looking to take one of his custom high kicks. Kelvin Balagade with the chest, the big man, and recovers it. You should say that it has been a very good contest between Jacob Ochen and Kelvin Balagade, but Kelvin, I think, has had the more impact. Desire Yera, he can actually step as well. What a surprise. He's usually known for his brute and his athleticism. And there, that is Haruna Mohammed trying to get the extra meters, and it is Jacob Ochen and Kelvin Balagade there. Stiff arm. Handbags, the big men. We said this would be a clash of titans, and you can see what it means. Both players, teammates on the national teams, both 7s and 15s, they find themselves in a pickle where they have to share a couple of handbags and say a bit of niceties or not so niceties. But it all ends there. Remember, anything that happens, whether you're not happy with each other, it all ends on the pitch. Everything outside the pitch, you just share a Guinness, you just shake hands and share a hug, because rugby is a gentleman's sport. If you are around Gulu, make your way to the Peche Stadium. Remember, you can get yourself 3 Guinnesses at just 10K. And for those that are watching at home, get yourself a 6-pack or get a crate and watch with the boys. Don't forget to share the link with your friends. Share the link with all the rugby passionate. And this is the perfect time for new fans to come into the system. be able to learn the game. We shall be giving you pointers on the basics of the game as the circuit goes on. And remember, there's lots of rugby to go forward as Joshua Ngwao gets the ball, but the referee says it was a forward pass. The Hippos have been so much on the defensive, but now they need to at least show what they can do in the attack. Jacob Ochen being substituted off. He has really done a lot of work for the Hippos. Unfortunately, not the result he wants so far from this game. It's not over yet, but you could say with 3 tries and 19 points to show for it, the Pirates are in a very, very dominant position. Penalty to the Hippos, and it's Cheru there passing the ball out wide, but the winger unable to keep on his feet, and again Desire Ayera steals the ball. Very good, very, very good defense there from Desire Ayera. And there you have it, final score for that one. The Pirates with 19 points, and the Hippos unfortunately unable to put something on the scoreboard for this one. But you think they will have a very good chance to get into the knockouts. The second game onto the pitch right now is the Mongers clad in their blue jersey and the Rams in their white and maroon. The Rams have not had a very good tournament thus far in this circuit, the Gulu Sevens. The Mongers, on the other hand, they drew their first game and then they lost to the Pirates. You'd think that to get back into the calculations, they really need to get a win against the Rams, and they need to get a big win because they drew 19-all with the Hippos. Then they lost considerably to the Pirates, so they need to put up a big score here against the Rams as the game prepares to get into kickoff mode. Aziz Karim with ball, and it's been a beautiful day, very sunny day. Beautiful for you if you're wearing shorts. This is the perfect opportunity, and it's just amazing. Rams with the early attacking opportunity there, setting up perfectly, and the ball comes out. Nelson Mandela, namesake to the great South African freedom fighter. He will be fighting, but not for freedom, but for points here against the Mongers, the Plascon Mongers. The team all the way from Entebbe, Rams all the way from Makerere. Two teams based in the central region. And there we have the Rams looking for spaces. Team coached by Richard Lumu, a legend of the game. And the space breaks out. And very, very unorthodox finishing styles from players. I think they have been watching quite a number of rugby games. But as long as you can put the ball down properly, then it's a try. 5 points to the Rams, who shook the Mongers. And the conversion coming up, Aziz Karim with the opportunity to get the extras. And conversion is good. 7-0 to the Rams. This is, I think, their best start so far in this pool. They had a very bad start to the game in their first two encounters. But today they start well and they score the points. The Mongers a bit hot and cold, lackluster, having a couple of high moments, having a number of low moments as well, and this is one low moment, and they need to react and react fast if they want to have any knockout chances. Remember, this is a one-day circuit, so all action is being played today and everything has to be decided today for the Gulu Sevens. Let us know what you think about the experience. Let us know how you're enjoying your Guinness, and use the hashtags Guinness Sevens and Gulu Sevens. Tag Kawowo Sports, tag Guinness Uganda, and you can also tag our personal handles. Mine personally is Kihumo Ruben, and for Alan Musoke, the Soki. There are also opportunities to win some Guinnesses with UG Rugby fans on. Use the particular hashtags and let us know which teams are going to get to the final. What's your prediction? What will the final be? And let us know what you think about the whole experience. Mongers there now, looking for the opportunity to attack. Rams are down to 6 men with 1 man down injured. I hope it's not that serious, but they have to do some extra work in defense. Mongers patiently looking for the defense, and it's a switch, but a miscommunication there. Nelson Mandela gathering for the Rams. Referee not happy, saying tackler not rolling away, and Nelson Mandela, the big fend, the Aziz Karim. There's been quite a number of situations where there's been miscommunication for both teams and a bit of disorganization, and that was just giving away position. I don't understand what the goal of that kick was, but now Mongers have an opportunity to attack, an opportunity to score, and knees on the ground, but the referee doesn't consider it a try. I mean a tackle, and ball coming out wide. Mongers having, I think, a little more possession than their counterparts. Remember, this is Pool B, and the big fend, the leave me alone fend, the who is your mother fend leads to a try for the Mongers, and it's try time. And the conversion is successful. 7-all. It's back to square footings, and it's still a contest. It's an arm wrestle from both sides. Mongers on one side and the Rams on the other side. 7-all in the final game for these teams in Pool B. Remember, we still have action coming from Pool A to close off the preliminary stages. Then we can have a very short lunch break, and then we'll come back for the business end, the knockout stages. We shall be letting you know what fixtures are coming up. But on the sides of the pitch, we're having the Cobs warm-up and the Impis warm-up. Impis will be taking on Cobs in the next game, which is another interesting group. Cobs looking the most likely to top it, but who's going to come out second? Will it be the Impis? Will it be the Warriors? Rams with their customary setup and then sending the ball out wide. Nelson Mandela. And again, a loose pass and some bit of footballing skills there. You have to have gone to KKL to enjoy this kind of experience. And what does the referee say? It's a penalty to the Mongers just inside the 5-meter area of the Rams. Rams will their defense hold, but the referee was not happy with something, and after communicating to the Rams about what he's not happy about, it's a dummy, and the pivot player chooses to want to go by himself, but it was not his chance for glory days. They're surprisingly choosing to go very short, and they have advantage to play, and they go back to the blind side. It's a step, and another step, but unfortunately he loses his footing. The Mongers are really making this one hard for themselves. They could have and should have scored already from this opportunity, but after a lot of push and shove, a lot of ducking and brute force, they score their second try in the corner. 12 points to the Mongers with the conversion to come. The Rams on 7. Rams, their defense has been quite suspect in this Gulu Sevens, and they really need to find a way to make positive adjustments. With the conversion to come for the Mongers, can they be able to extend the chance for them to make the knockouts? With the Pirates securing top place in Pool B, Mongers still have to score as many points as they can and get the win, more importantly, so that they can be able to have a case of mathematics for the second place position in Pool B. But one thing's for sure, I think both teams, Hippos and Mongers, will be able to make it into the knockouts. Just that you want to avoid that third position ranking in your pool, because it means you're most likely to meet a very big team. And as we say that, it's halftime. 12 to the Mongers and 7 to the Rams. Richard Lumu sharing a few words with his team and clearly showing them, pointing at some mistakes in some particular zones that they have been on. And the Mongers as well having a lot to ponder about, but the most important thing they need to do is be patient, have proper game management, and then maybe sneak in a third try to give them a bit of breathing space. But for now, it's 12 to 7 with the second half coming up. The sun is out in full effect, full force, with full color and full heat. You have to be conditioned, you have to be fit, you have to be at the best of your ability if you're a player. If you are a fan, this is the perfect opportunity to get a cold Guinness. Get a 6-pack. Even if you're getting 3, that's fine. If you're a group of people, a squad that's enjoying your rugby, get a crate and share your experience with us using the hashtags Gulu Sevens and Guinness Sevens. Action being streamed live on the YouTube. Shout out to all those that are watching and all those that are engaging on the YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and like and share and follow across all social media platforms.
Right, and the Rams are swinging the ball around, trying to make inroads into the Mongers defense. The Mongers had 2 quick tries early on. There's a break happening for the Rams, inside, outside, running into traffic. Oh, the players get themselves into a twist. Very, very nice swivel of the hips. And the Rams make the scoreline more respectable. I stood just behind the Rams bench just for the Mongers 2 tries before, and Lumu was not really happy with the defense that they were displaying, and understandably so, because they let in 2 soft tries, but that must have put a smile to his face, because the attacking player did get the Mongers into twists and binds, getting them tangling their shoelaces and falling all over each other. Rams gained the lead in this one, and this game has a huge bearing on where the teams will be positioned as the Betway Cobs and the Impis prepare to do battle in what should be the final game of that pool. The Cobs having won 2 already.
Referee not happy with something there, and Mongers get the chance. They really need the win if they are to make the knockout stages, and they do not have the win yet. The Rams, having lost 2 of their first games, they need to get a win for pride's sake. They are a core team, and they need to show why they are a core team. Mongers there being held up, but they are able to go down. Referee calls a scrum to the Rams. Aziz Karim had stolen the ball, but illegally. But luckily, advantage was to Rams, so they come back for the scrum. And they get an opportunity to extend their lead.
Again, this being a one-day tournament, the games are coming thick and fast. So you might not even have a chance to put your tablet or your laptop or your drink down before the next game is upon us. But it's fair weather here in Gulu, and we're enjoying the spectacle of rugby. It is good to see new teams out. It's good to see new talent out. Exciting times for the Uganda Rugby Union as we return to play. And the fans are really having a party here. Guinness has goodies to offer and a lot of refreshment. Remember, alcohol is only sold to people above 18 years old, and you're encouraged to drink responsibly. In terms of the technical ability of the players, a lot is happening and a lot is going on. So some things to be happier about, and there's lots of improvement. Next weekend, we're in Soroti, so the Sevens continue taking us on the road as play is restarted, with the Rams put in at the scrum down. They go for the switching direction, and the dummy is sold. Does he have the legs? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Selling dummies for days.
It's fine as referee calls back play for a scrum to the Mongers. The Mongers have been defending a lot in this second half. Could it be a case of fatigue? They are one of the teams that have traveled the longest coming here, coming all the way from Entebbe, the other being Hippos, who came from Jinja. So you can see the way they are really holding onto their knees. They are fatigued. Fatigue is playing a big role in this one, and as much breath as you can get, as much as you shall take.
Yes, and that mentioned for the Mongers, they also have quite a thin bench because I see they only have 3 substitutions, so they also kind of traveled light. They also kind of traveled light for this tournament. It will be playing into the hands of the weather because it's very, very hot down here in Gulu. But with the hydration and the strength and conditioning that the players have been going through, they should be able to last maybe 2 more games. Heats, of course, the heats are coming through, and the violence that's applied from the defensive stance does count as we continue in the medical break. Fans are beginning to trickle in, and yes, they're having a very, very wild time.
Yeah, definitely. As the medical break is going on, beautiful weather, a beautiful experience. Lots of Guinness around, and a lot of exposure. What do you have to say so far? What has been your standout moment thus far?
Well, my standout moments are quite many, but the good thing and the difference between this circuit and the circuits before is we had quite a number of walkovers over the last few circuits over the last couple of years, but teams have actually honored their invitations. So for us, that's a good sign that there's development. We had 4 teams from. We had 4 teams from Entebbe last weekend, and I think that's a very, very big development. We have 2 teams from Gulu, yes, they're at home, but that actually shows that the game is growing. And we have been exposed to very many new names in terms of the skill sets here at Seven. So those standard moments, we will wait for the finals to see, because that is a lottery for who is going to win the Gulu Sevens. And it's also good to be back to Gulu after quite a number of years, because I think we were last year 2017 or 2018. So that's also good to be back. The last time we were here, it rained for practically the whole day. So this is an entire contrast.
Stark contrast there, but it's really good to see that rugby is actually moving across the different regions to showcase what different teams have to show. Not only the central, but there's rugby across the country, and it's very, very awesome. The Rams are currently leading this one. If you're watching from home and you're above 18, get yourself a Guinness and enjoy yourself. There's lots of rugby coming up. As Pool A is coming to a close, we shall have a slight break, then we shall come back for the knockouts. So keep it Kawowo Sports. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to follow and enjoy a rugby Saturday. As the Rams dot down yet another try. I think it's the Mongers have really given up on this one, with Rams extending it to 26-0 with another conversion to come. They could make it 28 if Aziz Karim has the legs. Actually, there's a change in kicker, and let's see if the new kicker has the opportunity to take and convert the kick. And the conversion is good, 28 to the Rams and 12 to the Mongers. Rams there, after a very disappointing 2 games in the pool, they now find their bearings and get a win and get a considerable points margin for it that puts them in contention for a knockout place, one of the last spots, hopefully. Mongers, the body language just shows you the disappointment for such a long trip. They might surely not be making it to the knockouts, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's how funny or intriguing the Sevens game is, because you can have a strong showing one weekend and then a no-show the entire weekend. As that long pass goes out wide, an intercept by the Rams was not successful. Some ground and no support play for the runner. The Rams to add to their tally. Spreading the ball, swinging the passes, kicking the ball out of bounds. They've had enough. They're in the lead. They have won this one. And Lumu must be a very, very happy man.
Yeah, definitely. You could see him at halftime with his expressions. He was not happy with the way they were playing in the first half, going into the first half trailing. getting the win in the second half, surely putting themselves in a very good position to at least get one of those third place slots into the knockouts. But coming onto the pitch, the final game of the preliminaries, it is the Cobs, the defending champions, the favorites, against Impis.
Well,
For those that are not aware, the Impis clad in their green jersey and Cobs in the blue. A very, very good day for rugby here. The sun is out, perfect for you to wear your shorts. Maybe put on your Crocs as well. Put on a t-shirt, maybe put on a vest, and enjoy yourself. After this game, will be Warriors.
they'll be taking on Gulu. They'll be taking on the Gulu Elephants. That will be the last game.
Yeah, last game of the preliminaries. Then we shall have a small break. Then we shall come back for the knockouts. But yet again, the coach is making further adjustments for the Cobs. Aaron Jurua starting this one. Two Impis players colliding on the high ball, and there is urgent medical attention needed. I hope it's not as serious as it really looks. The player is in agony.
It must be a case of just being winded, because if two players go into one, and I think that's about communication, because normally they'll tell you if the ball is above your head and you're running backwards, you leave it and you hear the call from your oncoming teammate. So that must have been just a case of miscommunication happening there. We'll also have an award for Gaston Onono. His family is around, so the members of the Ghana Rugby Union would like to hand over a plaque to recognize his contribution to the game. Gaston Onono succumbed to illness in June of this year, and he passed on, one of the casualties of the pandemic, and that's why we actually tell you keep your mask on. That's why we tell you to follow the SOPs, and that's why we tell you to be as careful as you can. So we're going to be awarding a plaque to his family just to honor, was a stalwart for the Heathens in their long run of dominance through the 2000s. So Gaston Onono will be honored, and his daughter is here, his wife is here, and his brother will also be coming up as James Ijongat picks up the ball in his 22 over to Alhaji Manano, who flings it to Ian Munyani, who has a bit of grass in front of him. Adrian Casito swings it to Pius Ogena, who cannot gather. So that attack comes to naught. Line out for the Impis, who have to do quite a bit of work to get this ball over and back into the field of play.
Remember, the interesting thing about this particular group, this particular pool, is Cobs with 2 wins seem to be in a comfortable position to top the group. But for the second place, it's still very open. Warriors with a win and the Impis with a win. So these final games are very key on who's going to get that second position, as Aaron Jurua breaks the tackle and runs the distance for Cobs' first try of the game. 5-0 to the Cobs with a conversion to come. The Cobs coach continuing to tinker with his squad, having Joseph Aredo this time sitting out, and having Aaron Jurua start, having the only consistent players that have not really sat throughout the preliminaries for Cobs have been Adrian Casito, Pius Ogena, and Alhaji Manano. The rest have actually been tinkered with, and yeah, that is a try. That is a conversion good, and it's 7-0 to the Cobs.
Adrian Casito makes it after the foot race, kick through by Ian Munyani, and Adrian Casito dots down another try for the Betway Cobs. James Ijongat retrieving the ball to add the extras. The Cobs now on a roll. Conversion successful. In this heat, after this game, we'll have the award to the Onono family. So we will be so we'll be awarding Gasol for his contribution. His daughter is around, and we, as a rugby family, come to look after her. About 2 weeks ago, members of the rugby family did come to pay their respects because by the time he passed on, we were under the lockdown, so we're not able to attend the funeral proceedings. So this was a time when they came down, paid respects, and the Uganda Rugby Union.
Alhaji Manano has been hit in the, he's down. In case of a concussion, he stays on the ground. Medical attention is needed as quickly as possible. That was a very, very big.
And that is a
Wow.
clash between
Actually,
two
both
players.
I think it was a
Head-on
head
collision,
collision. Yeah. So, yeah. I think both players should really head injury assessment there so that we make sure that they are in good condition to continue competing. Welfare of players is key in this very
I like what Manano did there. He possibly got the hit, but he just stayed down so that he could find his bearings as a player. Most times the mistake that players do is try to get up, and if you don't have control of your full body functions at that point, you might end up tumbling over, and it becomes a lot disastrous from what could have been a simple situation. The Impis player, however, seems to be worse off from that collision, so we would like to thank the members of the Uganda Rugby Medical Society again for taking care of our players during this time. It seems to be a case of nosebleed.
Yeah.
And if that is managed well, then he will be fine. So that's a good sign that the player is up on his feet. And the fans do give a round of applause to the medics.
Yeah. To these warriors that get onto the pitch and battle it out. The Impis player, surely he will be fine, but just temporarily out for medical attention as the blood substitution is effected.
And we already pointed out the nature of the Impis bench. So if they keep losing players in such contact situations, then they're really going to be in trouble because they already had a thin bench as Pius Ogena passes it on to Karim, who dots down in the corner, taking it and making the simple play for another try for the Betway Cobs.
Yeah, definitely. The Cobs going to 19. There and with a conversion to on the side, the Warriors going into the waiting area. Able to game of the preliminary in a very position to get maximum points from this game. Impis not having any response at the moment. The heat is full condition, but the skies are very beautiful. The skies are very, very clear and ideally for sevens rugby. It's a different experience from having sevens rugby in a wet space and in a wet condition. You can have players fully express themselves because of the dry conditions. As Ian Munyani, nicknamed the Giraffe, is able to rise above everyone else and get the read. Adrian Casito digs in. James Jongat, Alhaji Manano, long ball to Pius Ogena, who's going to sprint his way for yet another try. And he runs towards the center, taking that to 26-4. The Cobs with a conversion to come. 4 tries so far for the Cobs, and it's a very, very dominant display. Favorites living up to their reputation. They are the defending champions of the previous National Sevens Series, but also winners of the Mileke Sevens that were happened last weekend. Remember, this is the second of 6 circuits, and it's halftime there. As we were saying, 6 circuits. Next weekend we shall be in Soroti, and then we shall be back in we shall get a break. Then we shall be back in Kampala. Then we shall be heading to Kabale. Then we shall be closing it off at Legends yet again. So a lot of sevens rugby coming up. Make sure where you are, stay safe and stay healthy. COVID is real, so make sure that you maintain the SOPs. And wherever you are, make sure you get vaccinated. And after getting vaccinated and staying away from beer for the recommended time, then enjoy a beer. But remember, the beer that is synonymous with Sevens rugby is Guinness. Guinness is the beer that you should be taking. If you're around Gulu, come to the Peche Stadium and enjoy rugby and get yourself a combination of 3 Guinnesses at just 10,000 shillings. And if you are seated in the convenience of your home or wherever you might be, call a friend or get yourself a 6-pack. If you're with a couple of friends, get yourselves a crate. Guinness, affordable, and the kind of beer that you need to be taking with while enjoying a Saturday full of rugby. Remember, you have to be above 18 and drink responsibly. Your health, your safety, your well-being is important. Second half underway. With more fans coming in, the party is clearly starting. A lot of fans coming in, a lot of fans driving all the way from Kampala, all the way from Entebbe, all the way from Jinja to enjoy the spectacle that is rugby, Sevens rugby. Sevens rugby, for those that don't know, is played with 7 players on each side. It is more about the agility, the pace, and the exploitation of pace as compared to the 15s version of the game that is more about the strategy, the big hits, and the chess-like maneuvers from the teams and their coaching representatives. And there we have Arinaitu Karim, been very impressive, and he is a young man, but he's playing with so much confidence. You may think he's old. Does he have the pace to go all the way? Ruben Opesa of the Impis chasing, but unable to get the tackle in, and Arinaitu Karim scoring the first try of the second half for the Cobs, who's going to get their 5th try of the game. Impis really don't need to be conceding a lot of points, especially when they're in a battle for that second place. The points difference is going to come into play. Warriors will be closely watching this one and maybe having an easier game in their final preliminary matchups, playing the hosts Gulu Elephants. But the Gulu Elephants now, with their fan base around, with their full fan base, in effect, they will want to have a point to prove, surely. Conversion successful there for Cobs. Cobs who are not looking to get their foot off the neck, or their foot off the gas, you should say. Regardless of how dominant they are, they do not take anyone for granted, and they come out full force to score and to win.
Yeah, we are back.
Some changes there for the Cobs to make sure that their bench gets as much game time as possible. And We see Faraji Odugo on. We see Mark Osuna on. Impis with a limited squad that has traveled to Gulu, having some injuries already, so they are limited on their changes. Their coaching team has to be more calculative in the way they switch players. Loose ball there on the bounce, and Mark Osuna going back into contact. Good tackle there by Arinaitwe Stallon. And Ian Munyani, as Ruben Opesa clings to his leg. Joseph Aredo coming on off the bench to get some action. He collects the ball, but he loses it. Knock on. They are a bit lazy on that pickup from the ruck. It's going to be a scrum, an opportunity for the Impis to attack from deep. Can they be able to get some points on board? Can they be able to break this Cobs defense? It's really, really hot here. The fans are really enjoying the Guinness and a few other refreshments. The players, at every opportunity they get, are trying as much as possible to refresh and re-energize. As the Cobs score yet another try, it's a big, big score. Big, big score. With the conversion to come, the Cobs are really asserting their dominance. They have been virtually and literally unplayable in the 3 games that have been in this group. And I'm sure their rivals from the other pools will be closely watching the Heathens, who are 3rd from the Meleke Sevens, and the runners-up Pirates will be closely watching as Joseph Aredo gets the direction but not the distance. And it's conversion unsuccessful right there. Remember, there shall be an award for Gaston Onono, former Rugby Cranes player. It's always good to appreciate the services of people, and he was a great rugby man in Uganda. As Impis break the line and a long kick, but will they have the legs? Joseph Aredo chasing, and a pack of Impis players chasing along. Joseph Aredo is able to gather pass to Marco Suna, who takes contact, tries to get himself out of it, but he's still bundled to the ground. Penalty, tackler not releasing there, and Joseph Aredo breaks. Does he have the legs? Ruben Opesa has been the most hard-working Impis player there, chasing every run, getting off his wing to try and see if he can tackle Joseph Aredo. Joseph Aredo, his run turned into a jog, but he made his way to the trial area for what is Cobs' umpteenth try. Try time with a conversion to come. And it is Karim Arinaitwe, the youngster from Cobs, getting the opportunity to convert. And he does so. A lot of very good kickers there, and that closes the proceedings from the final, the second last preliminary game in Pool A, with one more game to go before we get into the lunch break. But first, let us see the Gaston Onono Award given for all his service, all the efforts that he put into rugby. May he continue to rest in peace, but his family is here to receive his award for so much that he has done. And you can see he served at the national team, and he also served with the Heathens at the time being the MTN Heathens. But you can see the Chadondo contingent of players and officials and fans around to pay tribute and to be with his family in this very emotional moment. He passed on due to COVID-19, and the rugby fraternity wasn't able to escort the family to see off their dear one due to SOPs and measures put in case to safeguard people, but it's great to see such days and such opportunities for people to get to celebrate the works of and to celebrate the life of a man such as Gasson or Nono. Yeah, and after that beautiful moment, we are back for the final game of the preliminaries. It's the Warriors taking on the hosts, the Gulu Elephants, in what is a matchup from Pool A. Impis losing their final game of Pool A gives an opportunity to the Warriors to get the win and consolidate second place. Henry Musisi starting in this one, and Humphrey Rich back into the starting fray, but a bit of miscommunication there. The offload goes into touch. Perfect opportunity for the Elephants to to get an attacking platform. Their jersey is very good looking, and they look really, really nice, you should say. Nothing like a team clad in a proper uniform expressing themselves on a rugby pitch. Gulu Elephants in the blue and red, Warriors in the purple, pink, yellow, and the ball goes out, and Henry Musisi having the ball to Humphrey Orach. Humphrey Orach getting contact and freeing his hands, but a loose ball. And there, the Gulu Elephants getting the ball back and effecting some physicality on the Warriors. Getting a few pick and drives there, trying to suck the players in as much as possible. The Warriors holding the tackler up so they can be able to effect a turnover, and yes, they do. Very, very good defense there from the Warriors, holding the tackler up and not allowing him out of the mall to move. So it's a scrum and an opportunity for the Warriors to get out of their half. Medical attention is needed for one of the Gulu Elephants players. Seems to have an issue. Maybe got a knock in one of their last periods of contact. We hope it's not as serious. We'd like to appreciate the Uganda Medical Society, of course, for their ability to be able to attend urgently two players that are being down, and we have not had any serious issues. Bar one that was in Mileke, in the Mileke Sevens, but still it was being attended to. This is a case of a blood bin, and there shall be a substitution there. Hopefully it's temporary. He can get stitched up very quickly. And as Henry Musisi digs the ball out, ball goes out wide to Richard Kinyai, fumbles the ball. They are playing inside their try area. The ball goes loose and goes into touch. Let's see what the referee is going to award in that particular scenario. He had already called for a particular infringement. Henry Musisi looking to drop out and play. But there's a bit of consultation there. There was a high tackle and a tackler also not rolling away. So they get a full penalty and maybe they'll find some touch. No, they choose to play deep into their half. As has been the Warriors' philosophy for quite a while. Playing risky rugby, but Ivan Mujiria says enough is enough, so he takes the kick. Bounce is not favorable to the gatherer. And Warriors attempt the turnover, but are unable to support their body weight. So Gulu with their attack. It's not as easy as the Warriors would have anticipated it to be, but all the home teams have actually shown us that credit to them. They have not just come to be participants, but they have come to compete. And it's the possession is swinging from one team to the other, and we are seeing back in Warriors' favor penalty, and Richard Kinyai with a big boot finding touch. Does he find touch? No, he doesn't, but he's able to chase his own kick. And safety first by the Gulu player. The sweeper kicks the ball into touch. It's a line out inside the Gulu half for the first time in the game. They get their first opportunity to attack. Great collect there by Isaac Tago on the line out. And Humphrey Rach chooses to keep the ball and gets a good tackle for his efforts. Captain Simon Peter Nyeko to Ivan Mujiria, who comes back on the inside to try and enforce a bit of a speculative throw there. But they gather. Richard Kinyai with a step. Richard Kinyai with the legs, and Richard Kinyai scoring the first try of the game in the corner. 5-0 to the Warriors with a conversion to come. Conversion unsuccessful there, but 5-0, the Warriors lead. Eagerly wanting to restart so that they can be able to score more. Remember, points matter for the overall rankings and points matter for the group, the pool rankings as well. Knock on there by the Gulu Elephants. Gulu Elephants has not been able to capitalize on their opportunities, their platforms to attack, and they have been punished whenever for them they make mistakes, so they will need to really correct that. But regardless, it has, I think, been a very good outing for them. They've been able to express themselves, they've been able to learn a lot. Remember, in rugby there are no losses, it's just wins and lessons, and they are really learning a lot as Simon Peter Nyeko feeds, and the ball comes out to Richard Kinyai and Henry Musisi. There seems to be a battle for the ball there, and Simon Peter Nyeko is being attacked fiercely and is bundled into touch, but there was a penalty. No, actually that is the whistle for halftime, and that is how the first half was. 5 to the Warriors and nothing to show on the scoreboard yet for the hosts, the Gulu Elephants. Henry Musisi with ball in hand as we prepare to kick off for the second half before the lunch break. Yeah, definitely both teams have had their coaches tell them something, share some insights, some information. Can the Elephants have a response? Can the Warriors capitalize on their dominance at the moment? And the first rule of engagement so far is a battle at the breakdown. Was a bit questionable because there was a knock on there, and Ivan Mujiria had picked the ball and had gone, which was rightly so in the spirit of continuity, but the referee says come back for the scrum, but it's still an attacking platform for the Warriors. Warriors lead this one 5 points to 0. Simon Peter Nyeko with the ball, captain ready to feed, and the ball comes out to Humphrey Orach, long pass to Owen Kinyera. Being swung into the ground, but his reaction is very, very impeccable. Gets some vital extra meters. Offside there by the Gulu player, but the referee lets it slide as the ball is swung. And the ball goes out to Marvin Agaba. Does he have the legs? He's tackled, but he throws the ball in a speculative offload. Gulu with the possession. A bit of a hallelujah pass there. And the Gulu, man, there's a lot of change in possession. And Simon Peter Nyeko being chased around like he's stolen gold. Henry Musisi is tired of the disorganized nature of the game and sets up for structure to prevail. Isaac Tago. The ball is moving out. Warriors slowing the tempo of the game. And Owen Kinyera running hard into the tackle. Warriors still keeping the ball and moving it from left to right. Coming back on the inside, and Ivan Mujiria, the offload, but there was a seemingly deliberate obstruction there that in other cases would have been a yellow card, but the referee chooses not to give one. But it is going to be a scrum. No, it's actually a free kick to the Warriors. An attacking platform. They are camping in the Gulu Elephants half, but they know they need to get points for all their efforts. A lot of possession and nothing to show for it can be very dangerous because you could get hurt. And it's still 5-0 with an overlap coming. Simon Peter Nyeko seems not to see it, but the ball finally goes wide. Isaac Tago, patience and playing the game situation. Elusive Simon Peter Nyeko, and it's the committed pass. Marvin Agaba, who goes into touch. He's tackled. Where is the support play? Ball is open. The Warriors are able to keep their ball regardless. Owen Kinyera trying to force the issue, but the extra meters are still as important. Ball comes out and Henry Musisi sends the ball wide. And Ivan Mujiria running straight. Ivan Mujiria. Finally, the Gulu Elephants open up, and it's a center post try by Ivan Mujiria of the Warriors, with a conversion to come, taken by Simon Peter Nyeko, who makes a meal of it and actually skews it. Shot. The score 10 to the Warriors, 0 to the Gulu Elephants.
As the Gulu Elephants receive the kickoff, the dummy is sold and the chip through. Let's see how quick the player is. He dives onto Orange Chinyera, manages to wrestle back possession, but Musisi Henry showing all his expertise. Simon Peter Nyeko with a quick tap, sends it wide, then run into traffic. The Warriors have seemed not to use the last man all through the course of this game, and it hurts your play a little bit if you can't stretch the defense, move it from side to side and maintain possession, because that's what the sevens game is about. Can you manipulate the space? They always seem to be stuck on the final pass, and that has happened exactly in the same frame of mind, forcing the last attacker to actually come in, and all they're doing is just racking. We see Henry with hands on hips. The game has a way of taking its toll on you. And the Warriors have eventually been penalized for not maintaining body position or cannot support their body weight in the tackle. The Gulu Elephants will be looking to use a bit of the scoreboard in this phase of play as they trail 10 points. And the Gulu Elephants are so close. They fling the ball out there. A very, very exaggerated step, and the Gulu Elephants score the try, but the assistant referee will call them back. So they saw something there, and yes, the Warriors on the yellow card. So they saw a knock-on. That seemed to be a very unnatural movement right there. So the knock-on has been called, put in for the Warriors, and it would seem like a get out of jail free card for them as they were pinned back by the Gulu Elephants. So the Warriors have a chance to get out of their 22. Samuel Peter Nyeko, and that's for them for delaying. They have conceded possession. So the Gulu Elephants, again, still have a chance to attack. Remember, the score is 10-0. The ball is flung out. A sprint to the corner. Owen Chinyera covers some ground in very, very quick fashion. And picking off the blind side. Try time for the Gulu Elephants. It has been coming, and they have piled the pressure. The medics are called into action. With a kick to follow. After this, we'll just have a few moments before we announce what the quarterfinal fixtures would be like. And that's the end of the game. Warriors are victorious, 10-0. We'll have a brief moment and a brief break, and we'll come back with the quarterfinal fixtures. We'll bring them to you live here on Kawowo Sports. Keep following.
Hello, hello.
It's not dark. It's bright. Black is gold. Black is every color altogether. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of the break, and in that break after the pool phase, we had the tournament directors
doing the mathematics and all the necessary mathematics needed to confirm which teams will be facing which teams at which time in the knockout phase, and we have the results here. So there was a little bit of mathematics. If I could go through it for you, it was the top A, top B, top C from the pools, and then best second, second best second, best third, third best second, and then best third, second best third, third best third, and then all the way to the fourth. So in the placement games today, we are going to have the Sailors taking on the Falcons, kicking off in about 5 minutes or so, followed by the Mongers and the Gulu Elephants. So we have the two teams, the two host teams, getting another chance to, show us what they've got this weekend in the placement games. That is against the Sailors for the Falcons and against the Mongers for the Gulu Elephants. In the main cup quarterfinals, we have the on Rams. Pirates will be taking on Impis. Heathens will be taking on Hippos, and Buffaloes are facing off with the Warriors in the last quarterfinal of the main cup. So, how do you think? I am here with Alan Musoke. We have the quarterfinals, the main cup quarterfinals set already. Cobs, Rams, if I could go through them again. Cobs, Rams, Pirates, Impis, Heathens, Hippos, Buffaloes, Warriors. How do you think this is going to turn out, judging from what you've seen in the pool phase games earlier today?
Well, one of the things that I can say for now is Cobs Rams. I think the Cobs will take that one. Pirates Impis, Pirates leaps and bounds above the Impis. Heathens Hippos can really go either way, and I think that's the clash of the quarterfinals if you look at the actual standings. But I expect the Heathens have too much firepower for the Warriors, for the Hippos. They haven't really come out today firing, so I would expect the Hippos will be subdued in that one. And the last one, Buffalo's Warriors, is tricky, yes, but I expect the Buffaloes to come out on that one.
Yeah, that's my thoughts exactly, because first of all, we have Cobs taking on Rams who have hardly gone out of first gear this weekend, so it will be an easier one. But Pirates, I believe, have the easiest quarterfinal today. They are playing against the team which came with 9 players and 1 coach, and then with 2 injuries, they are going to be playing against 7 players for the 14 minutes, so they should walk through this one. But that sets up a very, very interesting semi-final. Oh my God. So that sets up a Cobs Pirates semi-final. Unless we have some upsets, you never know. The rugby may change and we have a Rams Impis in the semi-final. So that semi-final is going to be last weekend's final, which by hook or crook will give us a different finalist in the season so far, something that we hadn't looked forward to.
Actually, if you look at the fixtures, the Heathens and the Pirates are meeting in the semis.
It's not the other way around.
No. The Heathens and the Pirates are actually meeting in the finals and in the semi-finals, because winner match 21 plays winner match 24, and match 24 is Buffalo's Warriors. So the Cobs might actually just glide through, because they'll be meeting possibly the Buffaloes then. So the semi-final of today is going to be Pirates and Heathens, and we are definitely going to see if the Heathens go by form, they should possibly make their first final. And yeah, but again, rugby is different. The sun has gone for now, so the weather is actual rugby playing weather.
I had hoped for a different outcome, as the Sailors and the Gulu City Falcons, I believe, take the pitch for the first placement game. I had hoped for a different final this time, not Cobs and Pirates, but it appears that we're not going to have any of that this weekend. So we look forward to seeing another one in the coming weekend. Maybe then our dreams and our hopes will get to come to life.
And the first of the placement games sees a rematch of teams that have already met today. It's the Sailors taking on the Gulu City Falcons. Welcome back from that break, and as you heard from Ernest and Alan, their insightful takes on how the main cup and other knockout games are going to be. Rugby is still going on. The sun also probably taking a little break, so it's slightly cloudy now, but it's still a perfect condition for rugby. So keep it Kawowo and make sure you enjoy yourself. Make sure you get a Guinness while you're enjoying yourself. Saturday is a rugby day, and the Sailors with a perfect opportunity to attack. And there was an infringement at the scrum, and they get an opportunity of a free kick, and the ball goes out wide. Sailors sizing it up, and that is Wekola Joshua carrying in a ball to suck in a few players. An advantage as given by referee Emmanuel Sama. Patience there, patience, and Bale Brian for the Sailors. Ball is moving from left to right, back to the left. It's just assessing the defense, seeing where their weaknesses are, and taking an opportunity to pounce. And the Falcons had actually ripped the ball, then lost it, and then in that resultant play, there was a knock forward by a Sailors player. So it's going to be a scrum this time in favor of the Falcons. Thank you for keeping it Kawowo. Don't forget to use the relevant hashtags when engaging on social media. Let us know about your experience. Let us know about what you think about the stream, about the action. We're now at the business end, so let us know, who do you think is going to win this. We shall be bringing you a reminder and telling you about the relevant matchups and when and how they are going to be played. But also, don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to click the bell so that you have all notifications coming to you instantly and in real time. Falcons with a feed and a very dominant scrum. Their patient play and the kick forward, an optimistic kick. The rugby bounce is something you can't really trust, but that was good clearance, but giving away possession nonetheless. And the Falcons have an opportunity to attack, and a very good pump there by a Falcons player. And it takes 3 Sailors to put the Falcon down. You feel like they could have used that chance better, but they still have an opportunity to score. And yes, they do score. 5-0 to the Gulu Falcons. As was the case in the previous meeting between these two in the pools, the Falcons score first, but they lost that game. I don't know if they have learned their lesson and they will be able to consolidate their lead and turn it into victory later on.
We'll have the Guinness Series coming to you. Remember, our bucket is 10,000 shillings. And if you buy 2 buckets, you get yourself a key ring. That's 20,000. Those are 6 beers for you to share with your mates. And then if you buy 3 buckets, you get yourself a cap. And if you buy 4 buckets, you get yourself a hoodie. That is your
Conversion unsuccessful, but the kickoff and the Falcons kick it dead for some particular reason. That was very, you should say, a silly and very avoidable mistake, giving free possession to the Sailors. Kamiza Jones with the ball. They have been having a very good partnership there with Matt Matovu. And Emmanuel Sama referee is not happy with something there. And that's a penalty. Full advantage to the Sailors. And they try to move the ball out patiently, looking for the gap, waiting for it to open up. Jones, Matt with a step, and the defense is holding up strong. The offloads are good nonetheless, and very good hands there from Matt. 2-1, 2-on-1, and Jones, as he attempts to want to score, unfortunately, he's tackled. Sailors camping in the Falcons half. Long pass there. Miscommunication there. The Sailors looking for the outside loop, but they were not on the same wavelength. And ball is moving patiently. The Sailors huffing and puffing, trying to blow the Falcons' defense out, but they are failing to blow them away. Remember, the Falcons are leading, and the Sailors are hungry right now to get the equalizer, hopefully, or go ahead if they can be able to convert. Holding up the defender, and there was advantage. Emmanuel Sama has had enough. The referee has had enough of the cynical play, and a yellow card. A yellow card for the Falcons. And they are down to 6 men, and they have to defend their line with 6 men. Try time there. Jones Kamiza 5-all at the moment with the conversion to come. Let's see if we can have the distance and the direction to execute. But that was a very, in what has been a very tight defense by the Falcons, they were able to manage to niggle out something and get the 5-pointer. Jones does not have the power, and neither does he have the direction. And with that, the referee says, let us go for a breather. Halftime, 5-all, Sailors and Falcons with nothing to split between the two teams.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark.
Thank you for all those that are engaging on social media. We are seeing some of your posts, and there are some of them are very hilarious. One of the standout posts is where one fan says that Conrad Wanyama is tucking in like a teacher. So that is an interesting take to things in regards to dress code. So leave us some of your interesting banter. Let us know who you think will win, and a lot more as this game comes into the second half. And Emmanuel Sama has given a penalty try for cynical play. Could there be a yellow card? No, no yellow card. But the Falcons conceding early in the second half. And that is 12 points. Remember, a penalty try is not converted because the 7 points are fully awarded. And that's 12 to the Sailors with 5 points to the Falcons.
And I think Sama may have been, referee Sama might have been very lenient there, knowing that Gulu City Falcons are already a man down with a player in the sin bin. So he felt that the penalty try was punishment enough and chose not to send off another Gulu City Falcons and handicap them even more. But the restart, which appeared to have been fumbled the first time, has been handled very well, and they are on the chest. A man down with running a very good support line. Let's see if he has the legs to go all the way. He doesn't, but it's a very beautiful cover tackle. He thinks he has reached, recovers, but there's no support player and the ball is turned over. So the Sailors get a chance to run at them all the way again, and it's another foot race. This time the ball is with Jaden. Releases Matt Matovu, who is entering into a shoulder, but then he passes the ball to Edekeka, who then gets the ball out wide. But it's some end-to-end stuff here between the Gulu City Falcons and the Sailors, who will again lose the ball, and it's a big hit, big man running. He offloads in the tackle, and it's going to be a try for the Gulu City Falcons right under the poles. To level matters here, conversion yet to come. And with a man down, Gulu City Falcons have shown that they're not going down without a fight. Sailors players will be so disappointed with themselves not taking advantage of this, and now the game is level again.
And there you have it. It's the teams are unable to be separated. 12-all. These teams seem to have each other's WhatsApp numbers, and they're constantly texting each other. But it's a very good game as the sun also comes back from its lunch break, and we are seeing the heat and the full brightness of the sun in its effect, I should say. Kick off there by the Falcons, gathered by Jones Kamiza to Matthias Matovu to Bale Brian. Bale Brian taking that enforcer role for the Sailors. And that's a case of two handling errors, and first offense is what the referee will take. It will be a scrum to the City Falcons. These teams are well aware of how each of them plays because they met earlier in the preliminary stages, and now they are playing for positional places. So this is, you should say, it carries a lot more relevance, and both teams will take it a lot more serious. But it's the City Falcons showing that when you come to Gulu, you're not just going to walk over us. It's going to be a contest, and it's going to be a battle. They are playing with advantage, and as the fans celebrate, the referee awards the try. And that takes it to 17 for the City Falcons, 12 for the Sailors, with a conversion to come. And the City Falcons are clearly not lying down. They are really, really pushing to win this game. They want to give their fans something to celebrate.
Conversion is short, but there's no excuse there for the Sailors not, after winning the ball in the scrum down there, failing to maintain possession, the ball is turned over, one missed tackle, second missed tackle. There's no excuse for performing like that in the knockout stage, and they've been punished heavily with the try that puts them exactly 5 points in a deficit, and going midway through the second half, let's see how they will recover and make use of this possession deep inside their territory.
Sailors regroup, and now that they are trailing, they need to have answers, not only in defense but in attack. And that's a very good cutout pass. The big man sucking into people. Can he be able to free his hands and distribute? But he is ripped off the ball, and Emmanuel Sama says, play on. That was very good. And they have an advantage to stretch the lead further. Do they take it? Yes, they do. The Falcons running riot. Back-to-back tries there. The Sailors don't know what hit them, but it now goes to 22 points with the conversion to come. for the City Falcons. Sailors are in 6s and 7s, you should say, a bit confused, a bit shocked. They don't know really what's happening.
Surely that's the end of our journey in this competition right now. It's just going to be playing for placement games. Certainly will be the bottom placed team in the quarterfinal awaiting the result. Conversion is just a bit short, awaiting the result from the Mongers Gulu Elephants game. But like I was saying earlier today, Ruben, I told you, and I think I mentioned it to Alan as well, that the pool stage may be a hard point for the Gulu Elephants and the Gulu City Falcons to get wins. But once they are playing at the money end of things against teams with whom they have an evenly matched strength, that's where the wins are going to come. And testament to that, we've seen Gulu City Falcons, well-deserved winners, and getting their first win of the tournament against the newly promoted core side Sailors.
Yeah, definitely. I think a win for any regional team against a core Kampala team is a big one. And what a moment to get that win. You can see the fans congratulating and welcoming their players who are all smiles after such a very good win, and a reason for them to celebrate on such a beautiful Saturday with everyone enjoying a Guinness to my left and to my right. It's just great. The crowds are really going on, and we see another placement game happening. The Mongers, who you could say have had a forgettable tournament to this point, but play another of the home teams, the Gulu Elephants, this time round, looking to maybe emulate what the Falcons have done just in the game that has ended.
Surprising performance and a turnout of results from the Mongers. Last weekend they were tied with Warriors, I think, for 6th and 7th place at 10 points, but now they could not get into the top 10 and they now have to play for a placement position. They would be very happy with the result from the Gulu City Falcons beating Sailors, because now all they need to do is make sure that they win their next game and they will not be the bottom place team in the overall standings of the core teams. So I think Mongers will need to redeem themselves this weekend and get some good results on the board, because for a team that have won circuits before, for a team that have challenged for trophies, a bottom 2 position, a bottom 2 finish in this series will be a very disappointing result, and they will be, depending on how they finish off this game and the other one that they'll have to play, they will surely be correcting more mistakes than learning from what they were able to do well over the weekend. And there goes the kickoff against the Gulu Elephants, but it's lost forward, so they get a chance to attack deep inside Gulu Elephants territory with a scrum down feed by I believe Johnny English, isn't he? No, that's not Mr. English. But then, I'll be getting the names right. But it's a Mongers feed for that ball. Very good feed. Sharp tackle from the Gulu Elephants, number 9, to get a very scrappy ball for the first phase. But then the inside ball, more or less like a back in as opposed to a switch, and Mongers crossed the whitewash for the first try of this match. And surely, judging from the way the kickoff was and what they've been able to use the ball for with one phase, very rare to score off the first phase. Mongers appear to be, as expected, the stronger team in this match. 7-0 the score against the Gulu Elephants. As the heat, which surprisingly took a break during the lunch break, continues to sear on. I think it's now beyond just hot. It's something else. And we can feel it here under the tent. I can only imagine what the players are in the open fields. I can only imagine what the players are experiencing in the open fields with the demands of the game as sevens itself, but then also the conditions in which they are playing.
Mongers after that, very, very good move. Ready for the kickoff. Yet again, looking to stamp their mark. Another high kick. And this time the Elephants gather well. And get some phase play going. A bit of a loose ball there, but they still gather. Ball went back, the referee says, so it's still the Elephants' ball. They are taking their sweet time, but in that, the expense of taking your sweet time is you're allowing the defense to set itself. And that's an enforcer carry right there. Ball stolen there, and it's a Mongers ball. Patient play there for Mongers. Commit and pass. Commit and pass. And that was what in Luganda is called a kanyebwa. The kind of pass you give someone when you want him to be hit. And the Mongers still another ball. And now they're looking for a try, but it's a sloppy play as we have one Elephants player down. But in the meantime, the Mongers are able to grind out something from the disorganization and score yet again under the posts. 12 with the conversion to come for the Mongers. Surely this should be a mismatch.
Is it going to work?
Great to see the Elephants player up and fine, and the Mongers get an opportunity to kick off after scoring, and yet again they go for that intricate high kick. Beauty. But again the Elephants gather and try to move the ball. They'll be looking to get out of their own half and maybe cause some damage. Good tackle there, but unfortunately ball is lost forward. And it has been the story of this game so far, that they get a few meters and then they lose the ball off the offload. So it's something that's very perturbing for the Elephants. And once that happens, then the Mongers get the ball, then the Mongers score a try. That has been the script of this game in particular. They will need to maybe change the dynamics of how this is happening. Scrum to the Mongers, very stable scrum from both teams, and it's a run, definitely a good run. Where does he have the legs? And he's running rings around and he has the hands to offload. It's really training ground stuff here for the Mongers. Unlike the first game between the Sailors and the Gulu City Falcons, the Mongers are not giving the Elephants even a chance to stamp their mark. With yet another try.
Like I mentioned earlier, Mongers are in a place where they do not want to find themselves, so they must make amends to the mistakes that they made in the pool stages. And with this result in the placement game for 9th, 10th place playoff, they really need to stamp their authority as a core team, as a senior team in the series. And the results so far, their performance so far in this game is true to that. But this is probably the first time we're going to see Gulu Elephants get a chance to play outside their own half, outside their own territory, with a very good kick reception by slow ball at that breakdown. Ball is swung out wide, but the player is collected. But he's able to get some leg drive in. But then again, it's turned over, and Mongers get a chance to attack and add more points on the board. Brilliant switch, but then the ball is picked. And then Gulu Elephants now have possession. A dummy pass there.
back to the short side, and then back to the wide side with a long pass that is not collected well. And again, Mongers are in possession of the ball, and they lose possession again. But, well, again, where we started this phase of play from deep inside the Gulu Elephants territory. A cheeky chip and chase for the little halfback, but then the cross covering is very, very good from their opponents with a flashy side step. Very beautiful chicken wing. Double step inside, outside. Is looking for the support line. Sees it, but then now Mongers have the numbers on the outside. Let's see how quickly they can shuffle the ball out wide. Not exactly the best of decisions because the ball has skipped 4 hands as opposed to committing and creating the overlap on the outside. And exactly gives the Gulu Elephants a chance to defend. A show and go, but the touchline is his opposite defender, and that ball looked like it was knocked forward. Let's wait for the call from the referee. He says play on, short ball. He's going all the way, isn't he? Manages to offload another quick pass, and it's a Mongers try under the uprights. This should be the longest phase of play we have seen the entire day. Over a minute, probably a minute and a half of possession with the Mongers, and it is that patience, it is that belief that the structure is going to work, that there's a man running the support line, so I should be patient. So I should trust in the numbers on the outside that has allowed them to score a beautiful try under the poles.
Yeah, it's the same story, like we say, the same script for this particular game. Same script for this game at halftime. The Elephants getting a lot of possession and then giving away the ball, and it's the Mongers that are doing the scoring. So 2 different roles, one more beneficial than the other with halftime in this positional playoff game. And the Mongers will need to get these positional playoff games very important because they are a core side and they are in the overall contest on the National Sevens Series log. Remember, these regional sides get to play in particular tournaments, but with the kind of talent that is being exhibited, I think the Uganda Rugby Union needs to have a lot more of these regional sides even travel as well and play in different regions because it helps grow the game beyond the boundaries of their locations. And it's great to see a lot of talent coming in from the different regions. Last weekend we had Entebbe fielding quite a number of teams. Now we have the teams from Gulu, and next weekend let's see what Soroti has in store for us. Yeah, as the second half is coming to a start in just a jiff. Gulu Elephants hopefully having discussed some of their mistakes that I feel like most of them could have been avoided. There is nothing out of the ordinary that the Mongers have been doing to get the scores, just punishing mistakes that the Elephants have been doing. And on the other hand, the Elephants have not punished the Mongers. That has just been the difference in what is between these two teams. With a few substitutions there for the Elephants. Great gather there by the Mongers. Patient play. Very good switch of hands with the switches, trying to confuse the defense. And that is an intercept pass. And the Elephants get a chance to punish mistakes. And they set up patiently. Ball comes out. Will they be able to score? Will they be able to punish the Mongers? And it's a big man on big man, and the tackle for the Mongers is proper. Elephants testing if the Mongers are alert, and somehow the ball has been stolen. The case of shattered dreams there for the Elephants, and they have the Mongers dancing around, then offloading. they're really playing with a lot of freedom, judging by the lead in this game. But there's a lot of no team is seemingly taking ownership of possession, and they're giving it away one another. They're not really treasuring the ball, and it's really coming back to show. And the referee says, okay, I'm tired of the constant switch in positions between teams and the forward passes that are coming with it. And so there's going to be a scrum to the Elephants. Remember, we are now at the business end of the Gulu Sevens circuit. Earlier on, we had the preliminaries. Now we have the full action. These are the positional playoffs, and an intercept is effected, but the defender seems to have enough pace, but somehow I think he did not balance and budget enough fuel for the journey, and the Mongers attacker scores again under the posts for yet another Mongers try. And just as we have been saying, the Elephants do everything else apart from score, and the Mongers do everything else, but they don't do everything else, but they do score. So that has been the big difference here. And that shows the experience that the Mongers have. Yes, it's a very young team, but they are being nurtured by very experienced players. The Mongers having the likes of Simon Wakabi, a legend in the game with the national team. Surely one that many of these youngsters are learning from. Also learning from other old heads, some such as Andrew Olweny and Ronald Adigas. Ronald Adigas not really having as much to give in the seventh side of the game because he's a big man and an expert in the 15s, but having to just be around in that environment and just picking from their stories, being around them in training is very, very important to any player's development. And that's a short kick, doesn't cross the 10-meter mark. Free kick at the center line for the Elephants. Scrum there to the Mongers. This game has been filled with a swing in possession from blue to red, blue to red. I would like to see how their heat maps are. Mongers trying to stretch the pitch and a line break. And that was a bit of a high pull. The referee, but the referee does not call that. On the contrary, the referee calls the ball loss in the contact by the Mongers player, which is quite ironic because that was a bit of a high tackle. And it was a last man attempt, so it could have been a penalty try and a yellow card. But remember, as we usually say, the referee is the sole judge of fact on the field. And Elephants getting their ball from the scrum, looking to gain some ground. A good setup. And the referee says, okay, I've had enough. This is full time. Mongers with the comfortable win in this game. And they will be progressing in the Challenge Cup, which doubles as the positional playoffs. Remember, we have up next, we have the first main cup game, first main cup quarterfinal, which is between defending champions, the Betway Cobs, and the Makerere Rams, who got themselves into the knockout somehow with that last win in the preliminary rounds, and they have a very big task in this one. The favorites Cobs have been looking very comfortable. They have been switching their lineups at will, but you think that their serious starting 7 will be in position for this one. Nelson Mandela, Aziz Karim, and Humphrey Magero for the Rams will have something to say about that. The team will be relying on them to create something out of nothing, and they will lead. They will follow as the trio of those 3 leads. So let us wait and see. Both teams having a moment to have a few last words, maybe a last prayer, and a few last communications before kickoff. Remember, actions coming thick and fast. The first of the main cup quarterfinals, the Betway Cobs taking on the Rams. Betway Cobs in blue and black, Rams in white and maroon. Aziz Karim with ball in hand, going to take the kickoff, and we're seeing both teams setting themselves up. The kicking team with the ball at the center and the chasing pack that is going to be running after the ball, and the receiving team having the ball gatherers, the carriers who are going to be lifting their men to try and get an advantage in the air for any short balls, and then the men at the back watching for any overhead kicks. Aziz Karim waiting for the referee, and the kick goes to Ian Munyani, comfortably gathered. Alhaji Manano, Adrian Casito, Pius Ogena. Being held up, but somehow the rack is affected. Ian Munyani. And that is Arinaitwe Aredo and Byron Oketayot. It's 4 Rams players are trying to tackle one man. Very, very interesting. Testament to Byron Oketayot's power. That is something that was very unnecessary. A bit of too much eagerness to get the ball, and it's a penalty to the Cobs as Pius Ogena scores on the other end. The enforcers are really doing their work. This side, Byron Oketayot sucking in as many, and the ball swung to the other end, and with relative ease, Pius Ogena dotting down in the corner with a conversion to come.
I don't know if the loud scream that I let out after that penalty against the Rams was heard on air, but then that was my shock at a player from a core side like Rams entering the breakdown from the side. Would you believe it? These are some of the basics. When you are playing against a team that is leading the series, a team that are even harder to beat, you cannot afford to make mistakes like that. You cannot afford to give them chances to set and play a clean ball to them. And as you can see, when the ball went out wide, they had already organized. Pius Ogena was at the other end as opposed to coming in the middle to secure the ball. And with 2 big men on the side, that is Byron Oketayot and Pius Ogena, Rams were stretched out wide, and Pius Ogena just had an easy walk through on the left touchline to score Cobs' first try of the game.
And next kickoff, yet another opportunity for the Cobs to attack, leading 7-0 in this one. The exact start to the game that they would have wished for. And they get another attacking platform. You see a very interesting attacking lineup. Joseph Aredo standing behind the scrum, and the 2 attackers standing just to the left and to the right of him. They collect Byron Oketayot, the 2 enforcers with Pius Ogena on one wing, and Ian Munyani, Mr. Longlegs, and the offload to Pius Ogena. Pius Ogena sucking in as many of the Rams players as he can. They try to contest and try to check that rack, but the ball comes out. Alhaji Manano and Adrian Casito. I do not think anyone is going to get him from that point. Very, very pacey man. And he puts in the second try for the Betway Cobs. 12 with a conversion to come. It's seemingly one way at the moment. The Rams have been condemned to defending. They haven't expressed themselves in attack as yet, while the Cobs are really, really enjoying themselves in attack. Remember, in sevens, if you have the ball, you control the tempo, so that actually helps them remain fresh. The defending team not playing at their own tempo can affect them, as the conversion by Joseph Aredo is successful, repeating the same story from last weekend, where when he reached the knockouts, he was not willing to miss any single kick, and yet again in this game he hasn't. 14-0 to the Betway Cobs. Thank you for watching on Kawowo. Don't forget to share the link with everyone that you can think of, anyone that comes to your mind. Share it in your WhatsApp groups, share it in your Telegram channels, and just let people enjoy rugby. Ugandan rugby at its best, sevens rugby in Uganda at its best, as the ball is gathered by the very tall Ian Munyani. Rams are literally not in this match at the moment. They really need to find an answer to this, because the domination that they are facing is too much, and that is Byron Oketayod. Ball to Pius Ogena, who cuts back in. He's playing seemingly with ease, a bit of a high tackle, but the referee lets it slide, and they set up. Byron Oketayod picks the ball, a bit of a low pass. The referee says it goes behind, and Adrian Casito, they change in pace. Ball out wide, Karim Arinaitwe. Referee says it was a knock-on, and it's a get out of jail card there for the Rams. Now they get the opportunity to also have the ball and play the ball rather than be on the defensive. Don't forget to enjoy a Guinness wherever you are watching this from, whether you're watching with your smartphone, and make sure you have enough data to catch the rest of the action, because now we're in the business end. A lot of blockbuster action is coming up in the knockouts. The main cup quarterfinals, semifinals will be coming up, and the resultant final as well. As we are saying that, they were somehow the Rams have lost the ball, and Karim Arinaitwe, who has been seemingly enjoying to score exactly where the corner flag is, does so, making it a bit hard for his kicker, but as the 5-pointer is the more important score, and that stretches it to 19 for the Cobs and 0 for the Rams. The Rams are yet to visit the Cobs half. You could say there is a grass planting project in the other part of the pitch, because nothing's happening there, and at halftime it's 19 for the Cobs and 0 to the Rams. A one-sided affair, you should say. Ernest, what's your take on this at halftime, and what do you think the particular coaching staff from both teams will be saying to their players in this interval?
No surprises there, like we had said earlier. I think I remember the time you were called the oracle for your spot-on predictions, but no surprises there in the first half. Cobs running over the Rams in this one. Yeah, the Cobs are the ones that are known for sprinting and jumping, right? Yeah, so they are running over the Rams in this one. But you can see that it is more of Rams not knowing how to take advantage of the not being able. They may know how to do it, but then they've not been able to do it. Take advantage of the opportunities they've got with the ball, because against a team like Cobs, you know that they are strong in attack, they are strong in defense. But how do you maximize the opportunities you have to attack? For example, you have a scrum feed. You win the scrum, carry the ball through the first phase. You play your structure the way you want it to be, and you try to play it as long and as patiently as you possibly can. So I think Richard Lumo will be telling his boys to, let's use the ball more, and hopefully the gaps will open up somewhere. As for the Betway Cobs, the objective right now is to be as clinical as they possibly can, save energy, and prepare for the semi-final, because upsets happen in sevens rugby, but they rarely happen in Ugandan rugby here. And surely they will be marching on into the semi-final on this one. The objective now is to save as much energy as they can and put more points on the board, because the points are important. In the end, the points is what is going to separate the series winner from the from the runners-up. So the objective right now for Cobs is let's get back on for the next 7 minutes, put more points on the board, win this game, and prepare for the semi-final.
Yeah, very great insight there from Ernest. As Cobs continuing from where they were, from what they were doing in the first half, a bit of a loose pass there from Ian Munyani, but Byron Oketayot is able to gather, assesses, and that's a fend, the leave me alone fend. And the enforcers doing their role. I think that one of the biggest things to note about Cobs is everyone does their role. The pivot players are connecting both pods. The enforcers are sucking in the players and creating the domination in the contact spaces. And the runners are doing the sports day right. And as the referee consults, and it's a try to the Cobs yet again. It's just a story with one song, with one theme, and it's a blue theme, the Cobs. Yeah, I think and benches will come into play, especially for the Cobs. They have a lot of people that they can look up to. Pius Ogena being given an early rest, and Aaron Juru are coming on. Richard Lumo, on the other hand, choosing to keep with his current squad. It's important to respect your opposition, but it's also important not to give them way too much respect. And I feel like that is what Rams is doing at the moment. Not being in position to give them the respect of a big team, but also be able to compete. But it's really one-sided at the moment. And that's a high kick from Joseph Aredo, gathered by Ian Munyani. Ian Munyani has been given one task and he has done it to perfection. They regather off the kickoff and the ball goes wide, but Aaron Jurua says, let me carry this ball a little bit. A fend and a dummy, but the dummy is not bought, but the tackle is effected. Ian Munyani going back to the same side, and he says, let me take the gap. A bit of a clean out from the side, but the referee says, ball is open play. I remember the way we see it might not be the way the referee sees it. We see it from two different angles. And the ball moves. Adrian Casito causing a lot of damage there in the middle of the pitch, in the midfield. As the Cobs set up yet again, there was a bit of offside there, yes, and rightfully so. Advantage to the Cobs, who get to play. Adrian Casito slowing it down, sending a long pass. Joseph Aredo gathering it off the bounce. And the dummy switch. And the defenders are left, lost, and shell-shocked. Maybe we'll have to put out some signposts for lost and found. But it's another center post score. And the domination, in my opinion, is too much at this moment. I think the coach is also now thinking about the semi-final. But surely this is a game that is done and dusted.
Rams had actually put up a contest there in the defense up to the time when they were judged to have infringed at the breakdown. But it was good to see them put up a fight and cause Cobs to carry the ball more into contact. But once the ball went out to Joseph Aredo, he was able to make maximum use of that individual brilliance, sell the dummy, get his man, run around his man, and, in sevens, the defense, I believe the best way to defend is by covering the zone at the switch, because the moment you switch places, the player is going to run around you. And that's exactly what has happened. I think, what do you think about, what is the best way to approach? Mr. Alan Musoke, one question for you, please. Knowing that he's probably the best winger that Uganda has ever had, we would like you to solve just one problem for us here. What's the best way to defend a switch at the wing? We have two options. Do you mark the man or you mark the zone?
For a switch, it is always marking the zone, because you realize that it will be 2-on-1. And the reason why people fall for the dummy switch is the inside man does not communicate that I have the man who's coming back inside. Because if you have that conviction, then even if the switch happens, it has to be a 2-on-1. So you always have to clear out the person with the ball. And remember, on a switch, the most important person is the ball carrier. So at every one point in time, whether a switch happens or not, the ball carrier still has to be taken out.
I think I am smiling widely because I got the best instructions from my sevens coaches, because I thought there that Joseph Aredo sold the dummy for the try that he scored, but the defense should have marked the zone, not marking the man. And that's a beautiful play from Aredo, and the Rams defense with Humphrey Magero frustrated at the wing should have watched that this is the zone that I need to watch. And if Joseph Aredo passes the dummy, the inside man has my guy. If he doesn't, like he did, I'll have to take him out. And he didn't, and he was very frustrated in the end.
Either way, like I said, as soon as a man crosses into your zone, so Joseph ran from the inside onto the outside. So the thing is clear. I've moved out of the inside man's channel and I've gone the outside man. Whether the switch is made or not, he has to be taken out because he is the ball carrier and is the most important person.
All right, thank you very much, Alan Musoke. And we continue with Cobs running riot against the Rams, but then they are not without error as the kick restart is unsuccessful, which gives Rams a chance to attack with a free kick at the halfway line.
Yeah, this as a competition is done, but maybe the Rams can have something to say about this particular attack as we come to the end of this game. In the waiting area, we have Impis taking on Pirates in the second main cup quarterfinal. So that is one you can also look out for. If you're an Impis fan, use the hashtags Guinness Sevens and Gulu Sevens to support your team. And if you're a Pirates fan, do the same as well as you support the Pirates that are sailing all the way from Bweyogerere, Kings Park. Remember, they will also be hosting one of the circuits in a few weeks to come, so that is one you can all look out for. Synonymous with the rugby chill and a lot of fun there for all rugby fan lovers. And if you combine that with rugby, it's going to be a massive, massive experience, as that is the final bit of action from the game. And the Cobs considerably getting the dominion from this game, beating the Rams comfortably. As the teams get off, the match commissar is going to usher and let the teams in the waiting area come onto the pitch. Pirates led by Ivan Magomu, and Impis led by their stalwart Ari Nightway Stallon, who's tucking in. He needs to be very smart for the occasion. It's going to be a very, very good contest here. And you can say credit to Impis for making it this far. They have split their team into two. They have another team of youngsters representing Makerere University in the Kings of Africa Sevens University Games. And then they have one here that has made the Maid Cup quarterfinals. So that's credit to them. For a very lean squad, their bench has not been full of substitutes, but they are here. And that is something we need to give them credit for. But this is the business end. It is not one for just giving out appreciation for appreciation's sake. It is one for giving credit for every result that you get. Can the Pirates get one up on the Impis, or can the Impis do what many think is the undoable and beat the Pirates? So it's one that we are all looking out for. Ball in hand is William Nkore. He has been starting off the bench, but in this particular one, he gets the nod to start by Coach Bobby Musenguzi. And his first act is a kick that does not even cross the center line. And that is going to be a free kick. Stallon United with the ball, and Impis getting the opportunity to start. Offload there by Stallon to Ruben Opesa, and the ball is going wide. The chicken wing pass. And Ruben Opesa is a young, very confident boy. You can see them there hopping around with the interesting step goose arrangement. And Desire Yera with the typical back rows influence and gets the defense sleeping. And with that, Pirates score their first try of the game. Desire Yera there with a lot of experience from both the 15s and 7s national setups, getting in for the Jacko, stealing the ball and quickly scratching as the Impis defenders were showing him their backs. Remember, you are not as you are a defender and you're trying to take defensive mark. Never show your back to the attacker, and they did that. A rookie mistake, and they are punished exactly for that. Great awareness from the Pirates, and they lead with Conrad Wanyama looking to kick. He misses that one. You'd think that he will need to get his bearings right. The knockouts is not the kind of place you'd want to not have your kicking boots on. As we told you about the Impis today, they're here with stand-in coach Cyrus Seboliba, leading a host of young players as their main coach Emmanuel Katuntu is in Makerere on Africa duty. And that's a knock forward by the Pirates. Set up there by Impis. No advantage. The scrum to Impis. Impis, for those that are not aware, for those that are new to rugby, especially rugby in Uganda, they are wearing their green jersey, and the Pirates are putting on red today. Pirates sponsored by Stambik. Impis sponsored by Giordano. And that was a very, you could say there was no pressure there. There was no need to knock on. And it's quite unfortunate that that's not the kind of territory you'd like to give Pirates possession in. You can see Conrad Wanyama and William Kore having a chat. And what strategy to employ. It's very interesting to see that Captain Ivan Magomo has been led to start off the bench for this one. As Conrad Wanyama tries to force his way, but he's tackled short of the try line. And advantage there to the Pirates. And there could be a card. No, there's no card, but again, same mistake. The Pirates, the Impis are not being aware on that backstroke as they're taking their defensive mark, and Pirates really scoring the easy tries, taking advantage of those, and it's 10-0 at the moment to the Pirates with the conversion to come. This time, Conrad Wanyama makes no mistake. 12-0 to the Pirates. Interesting to notice the Impis have one substitute on the bench. They have been affected by a few injuries. One of the most notable injuries was Robert Sentongo, a player who was actually doing really well for them in this circuit, but unfortunately now they have to make do with the little that they have. And free kick to the Pirates. To the Impis. The Alex Saturinda running ahead of the kicker. And Stallone United getting some few meters inside the half of the Pirates. But every time they do something good, then they spoil it. It's a case of washing, and then you lay your clothes in the dirt to dry. It's really, really frustrating. The first time they visit the Pirates half, then they are unable to gather and capitalize.
It's another free kick. I think you may be talking about Impis not taking full advantage of the possession that they have and the balls that they are carrying. But I think Pirates are being really, really sloppy here. 2 kicks at the restart which were short. And then now that scrum down where they had the late feed or the early feed at the I think they were late at the scrum down and they gave away a free kick. And then there's the high tackle there now. So they plan to be in the final. They'll probably face a tough team. I think the mentality going into this final, they've been appear to have been relaxed. The points are going on the board, but this is not a performance you would expect from the Black Pirates, knowing the pedigree and the character that they have when it comes to the business end of things. It's a try on the board for Timothy Tsiga to restore some sanity, but I think, yeah, just like you can see Coach Bobby there at the touchline, he's not happy with how his boys are playing, and he demands more from them, and he will demand more from them in this game to set the standard for what will come in the semi-final and hopefully the final if they get there.
Yeah, definitely. They need to clean up and get their act together, because every mistake you make, every bit of sloppiness can be punished in these knockout stages. 17-0 to the Pirates. Timothy Kisiga with a try, and the conversion unsuccessful by Conrad Wanyama as we go into halftime. But one of the important things I want us to discuss is the fact that Coach Bobby has chosen to start William Corey ahead of Ivan Magom. Is that a case of keeping him for a later game? Is it an injury case? What could it be? Because I think you'd like to have your captain on the pitch, especially in the knockouts, and to lead the team from the front.
I think stuck between two places. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll get more information as the week goes by as to why some of these decisions have been taken. But you will remember that Ivan Magomu was down on the floor against Ginger Hippos with a knock on the head. So he could be rested so that they can manage the load. Or he could be totally out for the weekend. I do not think he is totally out for the weekend, because in the team talk it appears that he will be jumping on for the second half. But it is more of there was this short scare, so let's have game time only as and when we need to. But even then, William Corey is a sevens player and for the national team, and Ivan Magomu is not. So if anything, you may be without your captain, but you have a worthy replacement in William Nkore in that position. And as we see Ivan Magomu marching on, William Nkore is still on the pitch. So looking at the way the teams are getting off the pitch, I think it is Isaac Massa and
Black. It's not dark. It's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together.
Tawarira S. Curry and Haruna Mohammed brothers and Ivan Magom now on pitch, and Isaac Massa as well, and as usual the usual starters come and without even hesitating or waiting for a single second, they punish Impis.
Yeah, it's Pirates has a couple of fresh legs, about 4, like I listed them in the earlier at the start of the second half. But then Impis have not had a single change in this match. They came when they were understaffed and a few injuries. So these are the 7 men that started the game, and they will play the 14 minutes of this game, and even the next one if there's a chance to play that. So Impis is struggling today for not just for like the skill set, but then the numbers due to the Kings of Africa Rugby Sevens, and they are in the main cup competitions, so their position on the log may not be affected much, given that Mongers and Sailors did not make the top 8, but they will hope for the best that they have the numbers to make the minimum requirements to perform later today in the remaining games.
Advantage there for the Pirates. Haruna Mohammed and Desire Yera going in for yet another try. He has been very, very industrial, and he scores yet another try for the Pirates. These first 2 main cup quarterfinals have been, we should say, one-sided, complete domination. Earlier with the Cobs and now with the Pirates. Conversion to come, Ivan Magomu taking on the responsibilities to find the extras, and he has the distance, but the direction is a little bit short. You'd think that as we're speculating as to why Ivan started off the bench, maybe it could be a case of load managing. He got a hit, a knock earlier on, and sometimes you'd like to save your most important players for when it matters the most. So it could be a case of load managing. But we hope that he's fine and ready to compete, because we would like to see the teams all play at full complement. Isaac Massa there slapping the ball back, and Haruna Mohammed with a step, and back-to-back tries within a minute. And the Impis are clearly not in this one at the moment. It's all Pirates, and you can see Ivan Magomo and Desire Ayera laughing, showing you how easy this contest has been. And yeah, from a personal opinion, I think there is a lot of catching up to do for the rest of the teams, with the likes of Pirates, Cobs, and Heathens, in regards to competition, in regards to creating credible tournaments where you know there are at least 6 people that could easily win each tournament. But unfortunately, there is a gulf in quality between the two, and it's clearly seen. It's clear as night and day. And Stallone this time, but there, that's a very good tackle on the second attempt from Isaac Massa, dubbed the Minister of Defense. Very slow reaction by the Pirates, by the Impis on their own rack. It is very, it's an enigma why someone would not support his own player going into touch, going into contact. And the ball is stolen by Haruna Mohammed, who gets the easy trot in under the post, and another try yet again for the Pirates to surely take the contest out of this game.
We need to give credit to the Impis lads. They've played this game as 7 men, and I think they are pushing much more than they would have been expected anyway, given the conditions that they've played in and how they assembled their team for this weekend. So arriving late at the breakdown is not excusable, but they've really pushed. They've really pushed They've really pushed to the utmost level that they could handle. But it has already begun.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black.
couple of technical challenges that we faced in the midway through the Black Pirates Impis game, but Black Pirates continued their dominance to sail over the Impis. And right now we're seeing Paul Epilo, who was reported to have made a move to Ginger Hippos, kicking off for Heathens, back in the Green Army against the Ginger Hippos in the final, semi-final. In the third quarter-final of the main cup of the Gulu Sevens circuit today here at the Kawowo Memorial Stadium. And Ginger Hippos was a bit relaxed there on the restart, giving Nicolas Kato a chance to recover the kick, but Trevor Chan to recover, but then the ball out from the first phase to Nicolas Kato is a knock forward. And the Ginger Hippos bench who are up in arms over that call are now happy that with the word that Ginger Hippos bench were up in arms, saying that the call at the restart was not in their favor, but then they were celebrating that turnaround in possession when Nicolas Kato knocked on. And they were also in more celebrations getting the dominance at that scrum down to get a free kick where they've restarted and getting into the Heathens half. They've kicked away possession freely to Norbert Okeni, who gets the ball, gathers, releases and tries to play the ball on the floor, but then tries to play off the board, get back on his feet and play the ball off the floor, but then is bundled into touch for a Ginger Hippos line out. Just at about the halfway line. So let's see. This is the set piece that hasn't gone well for most of the teams today. We are in the main cup quarterfinals, the third of four. But let's see how this line out is going to go. A simple throw to the part the rugby players call for, so that's the middle zone of the line out. Ball gets shuffled out wide, but then it's a foot race between Lawrence Sebuliba and Jacob Ochen. But Lawrence Sebuliba appears to be running ahead of Jacob Ochen, and he grounds the ball behind the goal line, and that will be a 22 dropout, I believe.
Lawrence Sebuliba, they're bailing the Heathens out of jail. He had enough bail money. And with that, the Heathens play for distance, for territory, kicking the ball into the Hippos half. But Jonathan Echeru with the ball. And the Hippos now try to engineer their way out of their own half. This is a game of two teams that have slightly contrasting styles, but both teams that can hurt you with the kind of rugby that they play, especially in sevens. And Michael Wakorach is able to compensate and gather. For a moment there, we thought he was going to be rounded, but credit to him for the recovery and the good tackle. And with the tackle, the Hippos attacker lost the ball. And they have an option to choose, and they have chosen the scrum. Nicolas Kato with ball in hand, and Heathens get an opportunity to attack. We're seeing they have Lawrence Sebuliba at the center, and the Mercurio Norbert Okeny with his very effervescent socks at the wing. Very dangerous finishers.
The scrum is the most stable set piece for all the teams today, and as opposed to going for a line out, the Heathens have opted to go for the line out. But the first carry on the first phase by Lawrence Sebuliba gains them some ground, but Dennis Eto'o is judged to have been off his feet as Heathens shuffle the ball out wide to the left flank. recycling it out with Sebuleba still at center. There goes Pole Pillow, serves the dummy on Noba Tokeni, but takes the pocket, and he will have to carry into contact there because the gap has already been covered. The Hippos tried to hold him up, but the ball is secured by Lawrence Sebuleba. Recycled by Noba Tokeni all the way out to Claude Tema, who has Michael Okorach and Trevor Ochan on his outside, but chooses to go alone and makes an offload to Michael Okorach, who will score for the first try of the game.
Yeah, they are patient play from the Heathens, showing the experience they have in their team. And Pole Pillow there patiently slowing down the play. The Hippos thought they had covered all the bases. He sets up, and the ball goes out wide. Claudio Tema utilizing the gap, and the offload was very, very lovely. As Michael Okorach with his red as if pink boots dots down for a try in the corner with the conversion to come to be taken by Trevor Ochan. Does he have the bearings to get it right? No, he doesn't have the distance. Nor does he have the direction. So it is 5 points for the Heathens. And Hippos yet to score a try. You think that the Hippos are a team that would want to advance beyond this stage, so they will want to respond next. They wouldn't want the Heathens to actually get another try, another score before them. Pole Pillow with the restart, a bit deep, a bit long, gathered well, and Jonathan Echeru, Blake. Jonathan Echeru gets through the defense, a missed tackle there from Okello, and then the pass to Dennis Eto'o, who scores under the post. The perfect response, and you can see what it means to coach Charles Onen. 7 points for the Hippos, 5 for the Heathens, and the Hippos lead at halftime. The perfect time to score before the break, and surely that changes the way the coach will be speaking to the Hippos and how they will be consolidating their lead, or maybe adding to it is another thing that Kevin McMott and Charles Onen, the coaches, will have to cook up. On the other end, Athio Mohammed will be castigating the Heathens about the mistakes they are making. We are in a stage where the mistakes you make can cost you a game, and now they know that they have to come out and score fast in the second half. It puts them in a very tricky situation, and they need to really capitalize. But they are really missing the services of Aaron Ofoiroth, who was very instrumental in the Mileke Sevens as they lost in agonizingly close from a kick in the semi-finals, but ended up third overall. And they come here with 3 new changes to their team, most notably Claudio Tema and Pole Pillow, who have actually showed their influence. But both teams are really trying to do the most to get the result from this third quarterfinal of the main cup. And as you can see, action is still going on. After this one, we shall have the Toyota Buffaloes taking on the Warriors in their fourth quarterfinal. Thank you for keeping it Kawowo. Thank you for enjoying Guinness from the convenience of your home, from the convenience of your location. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to leave a comment. Share with us the banter. Share with us your experience of everything that's happening. As the teams come back onto the pitch, Jonathan Echeru with ball in hand, having a lot more to do. Jonathan Echeru with the absence of Maxwell Ebonga. Remember, there is still a fundraiser for Maxwell Ebonga's knee reconstruction after an injury during the training. So if you are able to contribute and help out on the welfare of Maxwell Ebonga, please reach out to Ginger Hippos via their social media, and you can be able to do something for one of Uganda's very good talents. We also like to extend our thoughts to Robert Seguya, who is in hospital and in need of blood donation. So if you are if you have the heart, and if you are in position to have blood group O especially, please, O plus in particular, please reach out to Chadondo for details on how this blood can be able to help the national team coach, Robert Seguya, as Norbert Okeny tries to gain some ground, but he is tackled into touch. Advantage now goes back to the Hippos. The sun seemingly disappearing a little bit, putting about a situation, or you could say conditions, of a breezy nature. And that means that it has the perfect conditions for running rugby. The players don't have to worry about being too tired or worry with the heat. And it will be, I don't know who it will favor the more, but both teams will definitely benefit from it. Right now, Hippos have the advantage, but the loose ball from the line out allows Norbert Okeny to gather. Remember, every mistake you make, it's likely to make you get punished, and Norbert Okeny scores in the corner. And that makes it 10 for the Heathens with a conversion to come. Remember, the Hippos are still on 7. This is a game that is whose lead is swinging from one side to the other. So it is going to be important to see the discipline of the teams. The number of mistakes you make, the level of execution you have is going to come into play. And also the kicking is going to be very important, as Trevor Ochan hits the crossbar. He found the direction, he had the distance, but Lady Luck said no. Unfortunately, the score remains 10 for the Heathens and 7 for the Hippos. Hippos now need to respond, as they are aware that time is not their best friend at the moment. But Michael Okorachi will be looking to recover, but it's a deep ball, unfortunately, gathered well by the Hippos. Loose pass, but gathered on their second attempt. There we see Lawrence Sewuliba with the tackle. He has been better in this circuit. He had quite a forgettable circuit at the Mileke, especially on the defensive front. But in this one, he has been a lot better, as Jacob Ochen sucking in a couple of players to buy his team some time to reassess their attacking options. Hippos not really in a rush. They know they need to try, but they're waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and they get a penalty for it. Referee Rosenberg not happy with something, and Jonathan Echeru effects the start. And after getting such a penalty, then you knock on is surely something that is third for the Hippos, and I'm sure Hippos fans watching this will not be happy with that. As no, that's and that's a try there for the Heathens. Remember, we said every mistake you make, you're punished for it, and the Heathens extend their lead now. This time it is 15 for the Heathens with a conversion to come. The Hippos with 7, conversion good, and you'd say surely there is one more chance, one last chance for the Hippos. They need to kick, they need to gather their kick, and they need to attack straight away. And for some reason, we're in the territory of miracles right now, because they need to score 2 tries. Because it's right now 17 points on 7.
Ginger Hippos had the freedom to go for that one try and seal the game with the win. But then they were unable to capitalize, and they give away possession. So they've come from needing 1 try to win the game to needing 2 tries to stand a chance of going into the semi-final. And we see with the kick restart, which is so deep that it pushes them close to their own try line. Let's see how they will be able to build for a near 100-meter try. First phase with the ball, and Heathens, I believe that's Aziz Khan is penalized for not releasing, and Ginger Hippos will get the chance to attack off a set play. And there goes the first man running around Sebuliba at the center. Releases Dennis Etwa, who chooses to go himself and does not send the ball out wide to his teammate in waiting. And it is shuffled onto the inside for Jacob Ochen. hop step in front of Aziz Khan and Pole Pilo, but then sees Mike Okorach at the wing and decides to go back in. And there goes Trevor Ochan. That's Aziz Khan again contesting for the ball at that track. And the Ginger Hippos, the momentum they had gained is being halted steadily by the Heathens. And that's an inside step on Cloud Otema with a very cheeky offload. Another hop step right there in the midfield. And it's the fourth phase for the Ginger Hippos. And that ball looks like it has been knocked forward. Oh, yes, it has. No, it hasn't. And Jacob Ochen at the wing cuts back in. Offload, tries to offload, but then it's a forward pass and the ball goes into touch as Rosenberg looks at her watch. Probably signals that it's probably the last play, but a quick restart for the Heathens as Michael Okorach channels his inner fly half with a kick, chip and chase, regathers, eats, or as they say, Gonya, Gonyeride Omuntu. It's the first defender there, but the covering defense from the Hippos is just adequate to stop his momentum. And Pole Pilo swings a long, wide pass to Norbert Okeni, who will power his way, I believe, over the whitewash. But he is short, and it's a chance for Heathens to regroup and Hippos to regroup in their defense for this next phase of play. Like a high tackle. He's held up, so the ref has called for a maul. The ball's not coming out on the side. Oh, yes, it does. And Norbert Okeni is there to receive it. And he loses it forward. And that, ladies and gentlemen, should be it as Heathens power their way over the trial, over the Hippos to set up a semi-final clash against the Black Pirates. Ruben, what do you think about this contest? What appeared to be a very close contest? Probably the closest contest we have had in the semi-final ahead of the Buffaloes versus Warriors.
First of all, I think the first thing I'd say it's a breath of fresh air because the first two were really one-sided contests. But then coming into this one, both teams believed they had a chance to really win it. And it came down to one thing that we have been talking about the entirety of this circuit. The mistakes that are being made and how each team is capitalizing. Heathens got its chances and made the most of them. Hippos got its chances and didn't make the most of them. And that was a big difference. Before they knew it, they were on a deficit of 10 points. And that was the difference for me. And I think what really came to the fore was the experience. The likes of Pole Pilo, the likes of Claudio Tema and Michael Okorach really showing their quality and their seasoned ability to approach games and impact games, knowing when to slow down the game and have a breather and have to reassess and not get overwhelmed by the action and knowing when to speed it up. It was really, really good from the Heathens and lessons to learn for the Hippos. In this quarterfinal. Unfortunate for them, hard luck, they've lost, and Heathens ascend to the semi-finals. And the final quarter-final of the Gulu Sevens, the Toyota Buffaloes meet the Warriors. These are two teams that met again at this same stage. They met at this same stage earlier on in the Mileke Sevens, and at a certain point, the Buffaloes went down to 5 men. They got 2 yellow cards, but in some particular way, they won that game. Do the Warriors have it in them to actually get revenge? They really need to get the win today, but the Buffaloes will have something to say about it. And in regards to the weather, the whole morning and the whole mid-morning, we have been having a lot of sunshine, but now we're seeing the rainy clouds showing their face and a bit of a drizzle. It's actually weird. On one side there's a rainy cloud and a bit of a drizzle. Then on the other side there is a bit of sunshine still trying to come out. As Warriors are trying to effect fully, and Owen Kinyera looking for the space and the offload to Isaac Tago, and the tackle is affected. Ivan Mujiria. And the Warriors looking for the space. Emmanuel Onen to Marvin Agaba. Marvin Agaba has been getting very important meters with every chance. And Henry Musisi starting this one. Ball goes out wide. And the ball, they are really, really stretching the Buffaloes. And
Owen Kinyera cuts back in. He's tackled on the second attempt. Tackler not releasing, but the Buffaloes finally finding their discipline. Very good distribution there from Captain Simon Peter Nyeko. Marvin Agaba there. Yet again, the Warriors are getting very good meters. They have been playing very well thus far. Let's hope that they can be able to get a reward for everything that they do. That was a very good hold of the ball, and the referee says, yes, I'm happy with it, as there's a potential opportunity for a switch, and that was potentially a high tackle, but the referee lets it slide. And it's a maul being affected. Can the Warriors dig out the ball and pass it? Simon Peter Nyeko, and the ball is deemed unplayable, and it's advantage to the Buffaloes, who save it at the last, just inside their 5-meter area. But it was a very good series of phases there from the Warriors, carrying the ball from the center and getting all that possession up to the Buffaloes' 5-meter area. But now the Buffaloes, what can they do with the possession they've gotten? The possession they have is in a very tricky situation, but they know they need to get themselves out of jail in a particular way. And that is Odiambo for you against Owen Kinyera, and the good tackle there by Owen Kinyera. Buffaloes looking to inject through the middle and suck in, trying to win the contest in the midfield, but they lose the ball on the turnover. Warriors now with a penalty, and Henry Musisi says, you know what, let's rest a bit. Let's do a bit of resting and re-strategize with a slow start. Ivan Mujiria taking the ball wide. Emmanuel Onen says, I want to carry, and carry he does, and getting some good meters, but the ball is stolen by Wilfred Seguia of the Buffaloes. Does he have the legs? Does he have the legs? And Simon Peter Nyeko is chasing him, and the tap tackle saves it at the last, and he bundles him into touch. That was brilliant. Very, very brilliant there from Simon Peter Nyeko. The no give up attitude was very, very key. Simon Peter Nyeko there with a tackle and advantage coming back. The drizzles are increasing considerably from the sunshine and the heat that we had in the morning. Now the rain is coming. Line out to the Warriors. Collected by Emmanuel Onen. Henry Musisi takes the ball out. And Tago to Owen Kinyera. Will he go for the chip and chase, the kick and chase? He usually does that. No, he wants to keep. And he stools Wilfred Seguia, says sit down. Ball. That was weird. From actually attacking, then you find yourself losing the ball, and Buffaloes score. A bit of, I think, panic there from Owen Kinyera. Instead of setting up, he chose to go for the offload, but no one was coming for the offload. So the ball was loose, and the Buffaloes have capitalized on that. Having not been that much in this game, they now have the 5 points with a conversion to come. I think it's a similar story with as we look at the conversion, hitting the upright, the top of the, it just hit the top of the pole and came back. Unfortunate. I think the kicker had gotten his bearings right to about 95%, but the 5% proved costly. 5-0 to the Buffaloes. As I was still saying, similar to last weekend in the Mileke Sevens when these two met exactly at this stage in the quarterfinals. Warriors was playing or had all to play for, but for some reason it was the Buffaloes that were scoring, as Isaac Tago gets a penalty and sends the ball out wide. Henry Musisi, with the drizzles turning into rain now. Emmanuel Onen looking to do some enforcer rolls there and offloading to Ivan Mujiria. Ivan Mujiria, a loose ball to Isaac Tago, slows it down to Owen Kinyera, who has looked very dangerous, especially in the contact, and the tackle is affected fully. High tackle, tackler not rolling away. Simon Peter Nyeko starting very quickly, and the gap opens and it closes. A bit of a trapdoor experience there, and the turnover this time is fully affected. And Buffaloes with a quick start, but a very good tackle on Odiambo there. These two teams are very familiar with one another, So it's going to be important to see who matches. And unfortunately, yet again, we are seeing Warriors with all the possession and Buffaloes scoring the tries. And this time in the center post, it is 10 points to the good for the Buffaloes with the conversion to come. Conversion good by Odiambo, taking it to 12 at halftime for the Buffaloes, nil for the Warriors. They will be very disappointed in themselves. They'll be very disappointed in themselves. They controlled the game. They had the better series of play, had more phases, asked the questions, but every time they made a mistake, the Buffaloes made them pay. Patience and very good defense from the Buffaloes. Credit to them for such an expert way of approaching the game. Not really looking to have much of the ball, but still finding a way to win. Sometimes teams that win do not have to have much of the ball, but teams that win have to find a way to score, and that is exactly what they have done. And a high kickoff there for to restart the game. Second half, Buffaloes leading with 12 points. Warriors, no points for their efforts yet. A scrum there for a knock on Buffalo's ball. You think both teams will be looking to make some changes? A bit of fatigue amongst the players. Interesting that Warriors chose not to start with Richard Kinyai for this game. And he's looking to come on as well as Humphrey Orach. As the Buffaloes are now the ones asking the questions, but Owen Kinyera looking to see if he has the legs, but he's tackled and he presents the ball. And the ball is considered to be open by referee Wutimbe. And the Buffaloes playing with a bit of calmness, but somehow finding the answer. And yet again, they score in the middle. And that is another try for the Buffaloes, taking it to 17. With a conversion to come, the Warriors with unable to put any points on board, and the changes come ringing in. We're seeing Humphrey Orach coming onto the pitch. We are seeing Richard Kinyai coming onto the pitch.
And all through the quarterfinals, it's nice to see the Toyota Buffaloes growing into their game, because they had a kind of shaky start, but they have grown into the tournament and they are playing some very nice rugby in the quarterfinal. They'll be shaping up to play against the Betway Cobs in the semifinal, in the first semifinal. So that will be maybe a true test of how well they have jailed up until this point. But they are playing and straight from the kickoff, gathering that ball, and by running out of pitch, it is It has been a good day of rugby as the Warriors join the foot race, but I don't think he has the legs. Very, very good cross-cover defense there, and Seguya forces a turnover, turning defense into attack, and is being escorted all the way. Being escorted all the way to the try line. Another score for the Toyota Buffaloes. They will take their time. They'll take it and make it a breather and have a breather, as there is no obligation to actually score this one until a Warriors player does contest. The kick is through, and that takes it to 24-0 for the Buffaloes. Full command. And they opt to go short. They gather the ball. Musi brings it out to Chinwai, who got a knock in the previous game, and possibly that's why he started late. Warriors with some bit of very direct rugby, but that ball didn't go to hand. It's coming down a kind of a drizzle. So, and the line out throw to the Buffaloes as they go deep. Stolen by the Warriors. Very good work there. The line out contesting from the short side. Oh, good pop. And then out and back into the traffic. If the Warriors can get this ball across, they'll probably have some space on the outside. Richard Chinwai sends it down, ball and go to hand, but there's somebody else at the touch line. And that's a try for the Warriors. Well constructed. Swing the ball from side to side and eventually finding the space. This is the last quarterfinal. The winner here earns themselves a place in the semi-final against the Betway Cobs. So we're going to have a classification game after this, which will be the Gulu City Falcons taking on the Mongers. Mongers have not had a good outing this time round, despite the fact that they put up a very, very strong show in Kampala. That is possibly the journey effects, or also maybe not putting in work in practice, but that's how Sevens rugby is. Brilliant one week, and then not so good on the field in the next one.
Yeah, a bit of inconsistency. You don't know which Mongers to expect sometimes. At times they come all guns blazing. At times they come with water guns. So it's interesting to see who they are. But today it hasn't been their day. But they are in the waiting area as this current game comes to its end. Referee Utimbe says that is it for this one. And for 2 circuits in a row, the Buffaloes get one up on the Warriors, and the Warriors clearly, you can see that they tried a lot, but they have realized that they need to add something to what they are doing, because they were the better team, especially in the first half, but they failed to put on the points. And remember, the most important statistic in any competition is the score, and the Buffaloes were the better team on that particular statistic. Advancing to the semi-finals, as we're seeing another placement game here between crowd favorites for the day, the Gulu City Falcons and the Mongers. Mongers putting the Gulu Elephants earlier onto the sword, not caring about their home team credentials, but now they have
to face the better version, I think, of the Gulu sides today, the City Falcons, who have been a lot more athletic and a lot more daring in the way they have been playing. Will they be able to have something to say against the Mongers, or will the Mongers silence the crowd? Thank you for always keeping it Kawowo Sports. For all the sports updates that you have, visit their website, visit their blog, and read about various stories. But especially if you're a rugby fanatic, that's where you can get all the updates, you can get everything that you need. And don't forget to leave a comment with the particular hashtags Guinness Sevens and Gulu Sevens, and get yourselves a 6-pack of Guinness or a crate of Guinness if you're with the squad, and enjoy as you watch rugby. Make sure that you have enough data. If you're using a mobile device, make sure that you have enough battery. A lot of action coming. You can't afford to miss the semifinals. You can't afford to miss the final. And Mongers moving the ball considerably and getting to suck in some players. Falcons steal the ball regardless, and now they look for the spaces. Falcons have been playing with particular guile. And there you see it, very industrious kick, and the fans can tell you how much that means to them. Can he gather? Oh no. Unfortunately, he got a little too excited, and I think he has never heard of the saying, never trust the rugby ball's bounce. And that was the case in this particular incident. Very good kick there, very adventurous, very enterprising, you should say. But when it reached to the final gather, he was unable to do so. You feel like he had one little kick in him if he had a little football background, and maybe just dive on the ball inside the try area. It could have been the easier option, but he wanted to pick it up. And penalty there to the Mongers, with the rain finally winning. There's a case of a rain versus sunshine here between the two teams. I mean, between the two, you could say the two teams of weather. But currently the rain is winning, in stark contrast to what was happening earlier on with the sun taking full advantage. Now, I think the players have to adjust to playing in the rain, the slippery ball, and the windy conditions. So all that excitement of dry weather needs to first be put on a hold. High tackle there, but it was on the blind side of the referee. You think the assistant could have given the ref a heads up, but unfortunately not. And Mongers trying to use as much space as possible, showing the Falcons that they will pass where they think there is no gap. Eating up very few meters, and that was a clean out coming from the side as the rain comes in full effect. And the crowds are strategically running away from the particular weather. Remember, sport continues to go on regardless of whether it's raining or whether it's shining. So that is not a case for the players, but for the fans, they will be looking for the nearest shed, and there's quite a number of shed points, so that is not a big problem. But remember, Guinness is a beer of all seasons, whether it is hot and sunny, whether it is cold, windy, you can enjoy your Guinness. You can get a cold one, or you can get a room temperature Guinness, but make sure you enjoy your Guinness. Guinness is the beer synonymous with Sevens rugby. And as we speak, the Mongers actually scored a try, and with that kickoff, a knock-on advantage to the Mongers, who get another platform to attack straight away after scoring that try. In this positional playoff game. Remember, these games are also important, and they contribute to your final rankings in the overall standings. So all games are taken particularly serious, especially if you're a core team such as Mongers is. And it's now going to be a case of wet ball and how can you handle wet ball. Earlier on, we were enjoying the heat and the sun. Now, the rain has come around. Penalty there to the City Falcons. And they now need an opportunity for them to attack as well. And as you can hear the fans, the line break and the legs to back it up, it is a try to the Gulu City Falcons, evidently showing why they're the crowd favorites today, scoring in the middle, and the conversion is good. 7 points to the Gulu City Falcons. Yeah, and that is halftime for you. But at halftime, both teams will remain in the rain. You know, you don't have to really get used to the shade that much because you're going to be playing in the rain. And I think the rain had a particular contribution to the previous try because there was a bit of shot pulling and it was a wet jersey, so it wasn't easy to pull the jersey. And crowd favorites, the Gulu City Falcons, are able to score and get 7 points for their troubles. Very, very entertaining game. Falcons showing they are a better challenge than their counterparts, the Gulu Elephants. Yeah, the sky is finally opening fully and the rain falling in its full majesty and its full capacity. But rugby has to continue nonetheless. This is a one-day circuit and action continues to go on with the Gulu City Falcons kicking off for the second half. A very high ball that tests the hands of players in these rainy positions. And we are saying there's a bit of an infringement scrum to the Gulu City Falcons. Their ball lost in contact by Mongers, and that gives a perfect attacking platform for the City Falcons to capitalize. Seven up in this particular game, and the rain just continues to increase, which is going to make expansive rugby a bit more tricky with a wet ball and slippery conditions. But the City Falcons don't want to know. They are at home and they want to play and please the crowd. It is a mall just inside the 5-meter area, but the Mongers are able to counter and defend. Conditions have surprisingly changed here in Gulu town at the Peche Stadium. Really falling in its full might. But rugby remains Saturday remains a rugby day regardless of whether it's raining, whether it's shining, or if by any miracle it starts to snow, we'll still play rugby. As we have Mongers in what has become a very narrow game because of the weather. Both teams are trying to dig it out. Both teams are trying to get the passes in, and there is the interesting kick. Is he able to gather? No, he misses it. And as we anticipated, the handling is becoming even worse due to the weather. City Falcons, and it is a scrum for the Mongers. I think it's a case of first secure the ball before you try to do anything else, and it's a case of limited fanciness in this particular type of conditions. And there, Mongers lose the ball. The City Falcons gain it? Can they be able to get out of their half? City Falcons really bringing the contact in this wet weather. And there are some substitutes that are going to be affected for the City Falcons. Remember, the game is 7-all. Alan, what happens in this particular game if it ends as is at 7-all?
They'll most likely either play sudden death or just go and take the averages. But where we have reached now, every game has to end. So I am thinking that they'll give them about 5 minutes of sudden death. So this all the games from here on really must have a winner, and that goes on all the way to the finals. So the weather has flipped. So as it happens, the players do have to take particular care of the ball a lot more, and that is how the game of rugby is. It is interesting that for a game to be able to proceed, because the pitch is waterlogged, the ball has to be able to bounce in 4 different areas of the pitch. So for the game, or for a surface to be unplayable, the ball has to be able to bounce in at least 4 areas of the field, as the ball that is flung back, is actually knocked on the pickup. So kind of treacherous conditions for the players. The fans have already found some bit of shade wherever it is that they can. But warm-up continues. As you can see, the Rams are on the far side. The Rams are on the far side of this particular arrangement. So chip through for the Mongers, which they gather, but the player is in touch. And the Gulu fans do appreciate the effort from their players.
With the current conditions, I would put my money on this game to end as at least in normal time at 7-all. So it's going to be interesting to see who can be able to hustle a try out of these not so good conditions. Remember, the players don't have the luxury of getting out of the rain. While we have been joined by a couple of fans here at the commentators booth. So in case you hear any noise in the background, it's a couple of very optimistic rugby fans enjoying their Guinnesses as they are watching the rugby live. The weather cannot stop rugby from being enjoyed. Players fully and totally drenched. Unfortunately, this might affect a bit of the quality of rugby, but regardless, the Gulu Sevens have to go on. And as Alan mentioned earlier, the last time the Sevens were here in Gulu, it actually rained heavily the whole day. So it has given us a bit of courtesy having rain just after lunch, maybe allowing people to first have their lunch, then it can rain. As after full time, both teams are at 7. Now the match commissar is communicating with both captains and the referee on the way forward, which most likely is going to be a sudden death, for those that are not familiar with sudden death is the time where the first team to score wins it. For those that are more familiar with football, it is what used to be called the golden goal. So that is what we are having right now in this placement playoff, which that was as a challenge trophy. The Mongers restarting 7-all against the Gulu City Falcons. You have to give them credit, playing at home and going pound for pound with a side such as the Mongers. And daring to offload in such conditions, you have to be a maverick to do that. And the City Falcons are not afraid of the weather as they are gathering and running. And unfortunately, the attacker is taken into touch when everyone thought he would get the opportunity to round. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Quick start there by Mongers. And it's the long kick. Who has the legs? Will it be Mongers? Will it be the City Falcons? What do you do in such an instant? And yes, he kicks the ball into touch. You could think it's a wise decision because he was isolated and he had a defender, or an attacker, you should say, running and bearing down on him as he was chasing the ball.
For that kind of decision, it's weird because he could have slid and tried to gather the ball into his possession. But it is also wise because then the line out becomes very hard to manage. So I bet they're trying to see if they can force the turnover, which they don't, and the Mongers are able to gather the ball and present quite a decent platform for attack. The first receiver fumbles it and sends a long pass down. The switch is into play. And the Mongers running the try, and that means they win the game. What an amazing turn of events. So the Mongers have won this, I think it's 11th and 12th playoff, and then we're going to have a 7th and 8th immediately after this. And that will be between the Impis and the Rams, who are running onto pitch immediately. The referees cannot wait to get out of the rain, and Robert Boal is ensuring that the action actually happens. Rugby never stops, so we're going to continue going. The tournament has to end, and the tournament ends now.
Yeah, definitely, it was a very good game, but you could see the experience of the Mongers being a core side came to the fore. It was a very tricky game, 7-all at full time in normal time, but now it came to the team that could handle the conditions better, as well as be able to effect their strategy, and Mongers came out with the better strategy and scoring in the corner. Remember, it was sudden death, so the first score that comes is the one that counts. As you can see, we have a couple of fans behind us, everyone trying to get some shade from the rain, and you can see as well the fans cheering on their team, so there will be some background noise. On pitch right now is Impis taking on Rams in the 7th and 8th playoff. Positional playoffs, remember, these contribute to the overall log standing. So these teams are going to take this a lot more serious. This is a Makerere derby. These are both teams that have their home ground in Makerere, Kampala. Both core teams, Impis putting on the green and the Rams putting on the white and the maroon.
Again, way back, if you got such weather in a sevens tournament, cotton rugby shirts, you would be ruining the day because your socks would be heavy, your shorts would be weighing a ton, and yet you have to carry like half a ton of a shirt. So the kit has actually evolved to a level where this kind of weather will be suited for that kind of play, because if you are standing in my way, then I need to get you out of it. We're going to lose a little bit of the sevens flair with the flips and flicks and the pops. But yes, the players still have to deal with whatever comes your way. Looking at the last seven circuit, I know we had a wet day in Masaka. That was in the 2019 circuit. We had a full day of rain in the Masaka circuit. But the team are really pretty well. So we are going to anticipate that the scores are going to reduce. So it probably you'll need to score your tries early, and then
bank on the opponent to give you a few gifts. As the battling Rams go to work, the ball comes out and it's neatly presented, and they swing it wide. Not a good tactic in sevens if you're not committing anybody, but it does work out for them until the handling errors do come to the fore. You can see the Toyota Buffaloes on the far side starting to warm up, and so are the Betway Cobs. In terms of tactics, you would want your team out into the rain very early so that they can get acclimatized to the weather. I got some team news from the Cobs, though. They've lost Justin Chimono and James Ijonga to injury for their squad. So they're going to be pretty thin, but that should not deter them from going out there and trying to make it a place in the finals.
Yeah, that's when depth in your team comes into play. Unfortunate for the players, for the Cobs, I won't be featuring, but I'm sure they have plenty of cover to compensate with the semi-final to come up, hopefully, and a place in a final. As we're seeing here, these two teams haven't yet scored yet, and like Alan said, with this weather, the scores are definitely going to reduce. Maybe for those that are not into betting, it could be some sort of an under, you should say. Because the teams are now playing a lot more narrow, because you have to change the way you hold the ball, you have to change the way you pass, so, and it's really affecting. It's really not the kind of conditions that would make rugby. But regardless, we are also seeing the sun doing a little bit of peeping. Hopefully it will come back. Hopefully the rain will stop, but the pitch is already wet nonetheless. The players getting acclimatized, yes, with the weather, changing the way they have been holding the ball. And for those that need to change their boots now, they need to adjust to boots with maybe longer studs to be able to have a better advantage. And a good switch there from Nelson Mandela, and passing the ball to Humphrey Magero, who scores. The try there for Rams with their first try, 5-0, with the conversion to come. Very good use of the ball there by Nelson Mandela, keeping the Impis defense guessing, but they are unable to stop Nelson Mandela, and even the kicks are going to probably be affected by the rain, as we see Aziz Karim with a very forgettable kick. 5-0, the Rams lead in this Makerere derby all the way in Gulu. And a kickoff which bounces on and off, and we shall have a line out there just inside the Impis half. Advantage to Impis. Aziz Karim with the restart, and it's a quick start. The referees let it happen. And it's a switch there, a short ball. Remember, there's going to be a lot more contact now because teams are hoping to keep more of the possession of the ball and minimize the length in the passes. And there we have a bit of shot pulling, and the Impis player is bundled into touch. Aziz Karim to Nelson Mandela. They have been the playmakers for the Rams as they combine again yet to release Magero. Two players that surely have put Impis in a perfect position. I mean, they put Rams in a perfect position, and Aziz Karim this time getting his bearings right and converting and taking the game to halftime. 12-2 the Rams and 0-2 Impis. Rainy conditions here at the Peche Stadium in Gulu, but the fans still enjoying their Guinness beers. Many opting for the 3 for 10, 3 beers for 10K. And remember, you can also get your beer wherever you are. If you're in Kampala, if you're in Entebbe, if you're in Jinja. Special mentions to everyone around the country that's watching on Kawowo. That's really getting the whole experience from the comfort of your homes. We are dedicated and we are here to show you all the games in partnership with sponsors Guinness. Make sure you're above 18 to enjoy your Guinness, and make sure you drink responsibly.
As we resume the second half of this game, Stallone has joined the Impis to try to put some more structure into their kind of play. But the Rams receive it cleanly. But can't maintain possession. Both teams are guilty of throwing the ball away. Oh, very good break there in the play. As the player loses his footing just as he was attempting to step, it's going to be a big factor where players have to long spiral passes for sure. There's another step and line break. Stalo try to offer the chase, but I think he'll just be doing it for formality as the Rams extend their lead. That should be 22-0. With the extras taking it to 24-0. Patrick Dringy enjoying the rain. Yeah, it brings out the child in you.
He's clearly not bothered by the rain at all. That is what happens when you enjoy your Guinness. You really don't care about what's around you. You just enjoy your moments. And he's really enjoying his rugby here in Gulu, regardless of the weather. But on pitch, Rams have all the answers to Impis' questions, but Impis not having answers to any questions posed by Rams. And as you can see, the Rams patiently passing the ball, taking a few moments, and that was a forward pass. And with that particular action, the ref says, yep, that is it. And Rams emerging winners in the 7th, 8th placement playoff. And up next, we'll be having one of the main cup semifinals, the Toyota Buffaloes, to see how the teams will be strategizing or adjusting their strategy, because most of them, if not all, have been very expansive in their approach. But with the rain, a lot of things need to change. The way you kick the ball, the way you handle the ball, the way you run. You can't just easily step and goose, because it's quite challenging, and it's going to be something that is tricky for the players, I should say. But both teams have a couple of experienced players who have played in such conditions before, so they will maneuver and they will entertain the fans who are around. Remember, as we told you, we have a couple of fans that have sought shade here in the commentary booth, so bear with us if you hear any background noise, but I'm sure it makes for a very good atmosphere. That rugby is a game of celebrations, not just a game of silence. Toyota Buffaloes wearing their customary red and black, shade of black there, and the Betway Cobs in their black and blue. Yeah, it's interesting to see who's going to start. James Jongat was mentioned to be injured. We see him there with a ton of Keynesian tape. Hopefully he can come on and contribute. But both teams are there, and Eddie Kaima, who has been very instrumental for the Buffaloes with ball in hand. He's a very experienced man playing through the age grades of Joseph Aredo, decides to keep the ball, and the tackle is a weak challenge, you should say. Ian Munyani, good hands there by Arinaitwe to Pius Ogena. Pius Ogena looking for the weak link, finding a link. But Buffaloes is able to regather. Arinaitwe collects Alhaji Manano, Adrian Casito, Joseph Aredo looking for the quick hands, but that was an intentional obstruction of the pass. Usually it comes with a yellow card, but the referee has let it slide because it's probably the first engagement of this game. And Ian Munyani looking for the long pass, but in this rain, if your pass doesn't go to hand, it really takes a considerable long bounce, and that ball goes into touch. It's now a line-out advantage to the Buffaloes. First of the two semifinals at the Gulu Sevens. First of the semifinals here. Remember, you can let us know who you think is going to win it overall, or who you are supporting in these particular semifinals. Use the hashtags Gulu Sevens, use the hashtags Guinness Sevens, and don't forget to get yourself a 6-pack of Guinness, or get yourself a crate if you're with the squad and enjoy. If you are watching from home and social distancing, share a link with a friend so that you can be able to text and banter as you enjoy the rugby live on Kawowo YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe. A scrum there, scrum to the Cobs. Game is still 0-0. Both teams still looking for an advantage in very uncomfortable conditions, you should say. Not the best of conditions for expansive expression or rugby. But nonetheless, rugby has to be played, and Joseph Aredo gathers to Ian Munyani. Wobbly pass, but it reaches to Karim Arinaitwe. Karim is very popular for attacking the gain line, and he forces the offload there, which was gathered by a Buffaloes player. But on the second attempt, he loses it and then kicks it into touch for safety. That means Cobs gets advantage with a scrum just at the 5-meter line. And it's a very perfect attacking platform for the Blue Army, the men in blue. Poetry in motion, as they say. And you can see their bench is very expectant. And it's a scrum. Adrian Casito with ball in hand. And you can see to make the passing easier, Joseph Aredo is standing slightly behind the scrum, giving an option. He could take the blind side, and yes, they have taken the blind side. And yet again, it's an obstruction, surely a penalty try there. No, it's just a full penalty. And yet again, no yellow card for intentionally obstructing, as Pius Ogena gathers. The big Rasta passing the ball. Ian Munyani chooses to keep it. Does he have the hands to stretch? Yes, he does. Cobs dotting down for the first 5-pointer of the game with the conversion to come. It's a bit tricky. Both camps really having it difficult with the conditions, but the Cobs are able to keep the ball moving regardless of the conditions. 5-0, courtesy of Ian Munyani. Joseph Aredo coming up with a conversion. Let's see if he can be able to keep up his very impressive kicking form that he has been having throughout the knockouts. And yes, the assistant referee is happy, and that means it's 7-0, the Betway Cobs in the lead. As the rain finally stops falling, the conditions remain soggy, of course, but at least there is no rain to interfere with play. And Joseph Aredo with the kickoff, going for a very small kickoff, not having to overstress it. Wilfred Seguya gathers to Eddie Kaima, and they play a little bit of territory, going deep. Joseph Aredo having some considerable time to go and gather the ball. What is he going to do? Dummying the switch, and it's a little grabber, and it works in his favor. Fortune favors the brave, and Joseph Aredo there getting advantage for the Cobs, bailing them out of what was a recovery from a very interesting kick by Eddie Kaima. Scrum there for the Betway Cobs. Adrian Casito with the ball, playing the sweeper role that he normally plays as well on the national team. But he's a very versatile player that you can use in various positions. And the ball comes out wide. Ian Munyani. Again, the pass is not very good from Ian, but Arinaito is a very intelligent player. And yet again, it takes two players to try and tackle him. And the recycle is there. Adrian Casito taking time to gather. Pass to Alhaji Manano, the pop pass, and the two enforcers, Byron Oketayot, deciding to carry the ball. Penalty to the Buffaloes. Penalty to the Buffaloes there. Tackle player holding onto the ball and not releasing. A bit of contact there needed. And Odiambo there to Eddie Kaima. Eddie Kaima damming the kick and trying to get a few meters, but getting into a contest with Alhaji Manano, but the Buffaloes are able to keep their ball. Ball lost in that series of contact. Now the Cobs have advantage. It's a scrum for a loose ball, handling errors there. Yeah, conditions really not that good, not even ideal for the scrum, but rugby has to continue being played. Remember, Cobs are in the lead for this one, 7-0, courtesy of Ian Munyani, Joseph Aredo with the extras. The Buffaloes are yet to respond. They're known as a team that is not usually one that gives up easy. And that was direct feeding really in front of the referee by Adrian Casito, not attempting to make it a fair contest at the scrum. And it's advantage to the Buffaloes and a kick and chase. And it's the Buffaloes player with the ascendancy. A little bit of football. What do the referees give? A bit of communication with the officials, but unfortunately it went dead. The conditions have a part to play. I'm sure if it was a bit dry, that ball would have at least lingered a little bit. But because it is wet and slippery, the ball moves a lot faster and a lot quicker. So the ball went into touch, and what was a very, very opportunistic kick had really turned into something good for the Buffaloes, turning lemons to lemonade, but the lemonade wasn't really that good.
So it begs the question, how will Cobs approach this restart? It's a 22 dropout, which Aredo kicks straight into touch, but I think they should be taking them back to the 22 line. The ball is supposed to bounce on and off, but Eddie Kaima's hand is up. But Rosenberg is satisfied with the assistant referee's call that the ball bounced on and off. So it's going to be a Buffalo's throw just inside the Cobs half, so it's an attacking throw for them. Again, the line-out, which almost all teams have struggled with today, gets even harder with the rain. And very, very good contest there from Alhaji Manano to slap the ball back and win possession for the Cobs. And the backs regather to set Marco Suna, is it? For a foot race deep inside that's Alhaji Manano, deep inside the Cobs, deep inside the Buffaloes territory, and the ball is kicked straight into touch, and that is halftime. Cobs with a rather slim lead, given the circumstances against the Buffaloes, 7-0, I believe.
Yeah, as we had mentioned earlier, definitely the conditions are not going to make for a very high-scoring games, and as that's usually Cobs around this time has about 2 tries minimum, but it's on 1. And I think the conditions have a part to play. But you'll also look at this at the other end that Buffaloes could have had a couple of opportunities where they would have maybe punished the Cobs, but they let them off the hook, surprisingly. And surely it's going to be a case of how the two camps approach this, knowing that the conditions are not really good, but also being very aware that, you know what, we do not have to make conditions an excuse. We need to get this win. Remember, it's knockout rugby. So it's 7-0 currently. What do you think Buffaloes needs to do going forward? Because they're trying everything. Cobs' defense is still standing strong. But what do you think happens next?
It is advantage Cobs. It is advantage Buffaloes. When we look at the conditions, because the rain incapacitates the Cobs who play free-flowing rugby, who like to swing the ball around. So it helps them stay close to the title, to the guys setting for the title. Yes, they're in for the challenge, but the team to beat is Cobs. It helps them get close, but they need now to put a few passes here and there, keep the ball, and look to punish Cobs just outside on the fringes. That's where the space is going to be, as the players get down onto the ground and then they take time to get back off onto their feet to play. That's where you're going to attack, because with this weather, with this kind of conditions here, it is going to be hard to spread the ball out wide to create the spaces on the outside. So where the space is going to be, just at the fringes of the breakdown. Get that quick ball out, a simple pop pass for a man running, just attacking at the angle will work well for the Betway Cobs. But we know, for the Buffaloes, but we know that the Betway Cobs have a very, very good defense line. They have very strong tacklers, and they are quick at the breakdown. So it is going to be an interesting contest. In my eyes, Cobs will still edge this one, but I would love to see Buffaloes put that fight to the champions and give them a challenge in the semi-final. It's just 7-0. Nobody would have expected it to be like this. But how much of a fight can they put up against the champions to cause an early upset in the series?
Yeah, as Joseph Oredo prepares to effect the kickoff, it's going to be important to see how the Buffaloes play as the Cobs gather. And yet again, Karima Rinaitwe has been very, very industrious in looking for those spaces, and very good hands there by Ian Munyani. This time deciding to go for the space, but the tackle is good by Odiambo. Very, very good there. Adrian Casito going for the long pass in very unlike conditions, and Karima Rinaitwe is defended by the touch line, you should say, there.
The weather getting a bit more gentle for rugby here, but especially for the Cobs, who are now swinging a couple of long passes from wing to wing, and there appears to be Ian Munyani on the floor. He appears to be in a bit of pain and clutching around his waist, but then the painful bit appears to be around the neck area. And as Dr. Noah Kayongo approaches him, and the team sets for a different line-out, Cobs will be playing in this one a defensive line-out with 6 men in play. And Ian Munyani is back on his feet just before the line-out is taken. So let's see how Buffaloes throw this line-out, knowing that the very last one was contested and well won by Pius Ogena and Alhaji Manano. Pretty close again, goes through, but then the waterfall ball, the overflow ball drops to Byron Oketayot, who sends the ball out to Ian Munyani. He knocks it forward, but then plays the ball on the floor to kill the continuity, to kill the advantage that the Buffaloes have had, and he is penalized.
Tackler not releasing, and the Cobs get an opportunity to attack. They have numbers out wide. Ian Munyani says, I want to take a little bit of contact, and the setup. Not supporting your body weight on the rack. That's what the referee says. Rosenberg being very particular at the breakdown, and we see the need for medical attention there, and I think the clock has been stopped. What do you seem like you have something that's really itching that you want to express?
I like the way Rosenberg expresses herself with these players, because she has played rugby all the way to the World Cup for Uganda. So she knows these players personally. She has seen some of them develop in the game, and the way she talks to them, sometimes as a parent, sometimes as a mother. And we could see the cheeky slap that she gave the Buffaloes player there. Hey, young man, wait. There's a teammate on the floor. Wait to take the penalty. Let's first deal with that. And Buffaloes there, the quick restart has turned into a kick for touch for a line out which they have failed to execute.
Yeah, they are line out to the Buffaloes. Still 7-0 to the Cobs, and Rosenberg not happy with something by the Buffaloes, so advantage to the Cobs. 7. This is the first game where we have had the Cobs not score one try at this. I mean, more than one try at this point. They have been limited to one try as the slippery and elusive Karim Arinaitwe tries to get some extra meters. Ian Munyani with the pass. Good hands there by Adrian Casito with the offload. Pius Ogena, does he have the legs? We know he has the power. And it's a try. I think he all but ends that contest. Let's maybe Buffaloes has something to say, but in these conditions, that could really be the final nail.
And right after I had said that this is the only game where Cobs at this point have only scored one try, Pius Ogena responds with a touchdown in the corner. Goes to show that goes to show that Cobs are in this for business. It's very unusual times, but they're still very dominant and strong in the semi-final in very, very harsh conditions with the rain, and then after the rain with all this, let's call it mud, and a slippery ball here at the Peche War Memorial Stadium, and the ball has been tough to play with, and we could see probably the hardest conversion, not the hardest, but then the conversion with the least accuracy in terms of effort from Joseph Aredo, with not timing the bounce very well for the kick for points, and the ball just bounces about 2, 3, 4 meters off the intended mark and on the floor.
Restart there by the Betway Cobs, and Ian Munyani, as he has been doing all circuit, winning sorry about that, winning back possession, and he's there with ball in hand. Joseph Aredo patiently moving the ball out as Adrian Casito with a big fend, and 2 turns into 3, the third try for the Betway Cobs, and this time surely sealing it for the Cobs on their way to a successive final in their consecutive circuits, and this is the Gulu Sevens, and they will be in the finals, waiting for either Heathens or Pirates, who will be featuring next. Yeah, Adrian Casito, they are one of those guys that you always have in your team because you know they can make something out of nothing. The Buffaloes appear to have defended really well, keeping the good gaps in their drift, but the fend, and it just takes a few meters, as Alan told us, and the acceleration, and he was away for yet another try. And Joseph Aredo not playing around with the conversions, and that is a very, very good one.
I think the right side of the uprights is Joseph Aredo's favorable end of the pitch for the conversions, because I had mentioned earlier that he mishit the earlier one, the conversion that just went bouncing across the poles, but then he has nailed this one in absolute fashion, like he did in the semi-final against Heathens last weekend. So it's these points, it's these efforts to put points on the board that will make the difference in the final, especially in conditions like this where the margins are going to be much finer than they always are.
Cobs know that the best way to defend is to keep the ball, and that is exactly what they're doing. And Byron Oketayot enforces his way, and his support play is fellow enforcer Pius Ogena, and the ball comes out. Marco Suna on pitch. Low pass for the lanky Ian Munyani, and surely that wasn't a sympathetic pass to a man of above 6'4", I think. A very tall man there, putting on shirt number 5, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and a loose ball there, Alhaji Manano to Byron Oketayot, and he is short. Shattered dreams, and advantage play there to the Cobs. It surely was a bit of cynical play, but referee has chosen to keep cards in her pocket, as Ian Munyani is tackle actually beats to two players, but is unable to score. But with that comes the end of this first semi-final. Cobs, after a very uncharacteristically challenging start, they are able to get the win and secure their place into a second consecutive final in the Guinness Sevens Series 2021. In the waiting area, we have the Heathens and the Pirates, which is going to be another really, really good game. Bit of an announcement there.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark.
Yeah, that was a very good gesture in the interval between the first semi-final and the second semi-final. One of the well-wishers are giving the Gulu Elephants 1 million shillings. Hopefully they can use it to be a kickstarter to their development, or at least their motivation for the hard work they have put in. Hopefully they can share it with their City Falcons counterparts for hosting a very good seven circuit. But on a pitch right now is the second semi-final action, blockbuster between two titans. The Heathens in green take on the Pirates in red. This time we have Ivan Magom starting from the get-go, and he will be very, very instrumental in this. Both teams having a lot of matchups to look out for. Kelvin Balagade in that enforcer role will be very key for the Pirates, as well as Ivan Magomu in that puppeteer role where he'll be pulling the strings. On the other side, looking at the experience and the enforcer role that Michael Okorach plays for Heathens, and his ability to free his hands and offload in the contact spaces will be very vital. Not forgetting Paul Epilo, who has the playmaker responsibilities in the absence of Aaron Ofoiroth. It's also important to note how will Norbert Okeny be instrumental in this game, finishing for the Heathens. Conrad Wanyama preparing to kick off. Going for a very short one, but shorter than expected. Does not cross past the 10-meter mark, and that means possession is surrendered to the opposition. Heathens with the advantage now, and they get a chance to be able to play. Rain has stopped, but the conditions are still a bit tricky. Lawrence Sebuliba with the switch, and it's a double switch, and Trevor Chan falls into the wrong hands. Isaac Massa almost tackles the man, but Sebuliba saves his teammate, and there's a long ball at Ukunda. Arnold chasing and doing the very simple thing of kicking the ball into touch. It was a very dangerous kick there. Very dangerous there from Heathens. It's not the kind of team that you'd like to play around with, especially in knockout rugby, especially in the semi-final stage. They will be ruining their chances from the Mileke Sevens, where they did not make the final, agonizingly losing out to the Cobs in the semi-final to that Joseph Aredo kick. But now they have the opportunity to set up a date with the Betway Cobs in the final. But first, they need to get past the the Pirates. The Pirates, on the other hand, will want to have a second bite at the cherry when it comes to winning a circuit. They lost last weekend to the Betway Cobs. Can they be able to go to the final and maybe do one better, as we see Desire Ayera tap tackle there by Pole Pilo, and quick start there by Haruna Mohammed off the penalty, offload to Desire Ayera yet again, and the ankle tap is missed, and the offload that should have gone doesn't go, and the ball goes out to Arnold Atukunda. He has been quite the speedster so far in these 2 circuits, but there he was covered very well by Trevor Ochan. Pirates slow down the game and move the ball. Desire Ayera trying to test the defense, but the defense stands tall. And the turnover is affected fully, and Lawrence Seboliba, we haven't seen him run that much in these 2 series, but unfortunately there seems to be something that the referee called playback for. It was a knock-on in the kickstart. Unfortunate, very, very unfortunate. When you get chances like that, it's best that you take them and not give out possession like that. That's a handout, especially when you're giving it to a team with the ability that Pirates has in a very, very good attacking platform. Remember, these have been games that are not so full of scores due to the weather and due to how slippery the ball is. So you wouldn't want to be the first to concede, but you'd love to be the first to score. And it's a penalty there. Illegal scrummaging there from the Heathens. Ivan Magomu looking for the opportunity to score, and yes, he does. Referee Utimbe confirms, and that is the experience that Ivan Magomu brings to that team, and it's 5 points to the Pirates with a conversion to come. Heathens unable to use their chances and now get to pay for giving out possession. You see, they had actually won a turnover and then knocked the ball on, and that was a very uncharacteristic kick from Ivan. In the conditions, probably the bounce wasn't right. So keeping the score at 5 for the Pirates, leading against the Heathens.
Yeah, case in point here is that Heathens, who are the third on the log, faced the leaders Cobs, the eventual champions Cobs, and now they are facing the team that played the semi-final, that played the final, Pirates. But this time they start on the back foot, giving away possession against the Pirates, and they were able to put points on the board. So I think it will still be finer margins like it was in the other first game, but would love to see how this will pan out as we see the restart. The ball is, should I say, ignored or dodged by the Heathens player, and Balagade gathers, and it has dropped out of the mall on the side of Heathens as Lawrence Seboliba dispatches Haruna Mohammed with a fend, but is unable to go past Ivan Magomu cross-covering there, and the ball is quickly recycled to Norbert Okeni, who attempts to speed away, releases the ball, gets back on his feet, and it's phase just outside the halfway line.
Claudio Tema going back to the short side, looking for some space. Both teams doing the most, and Seboliba with the kick and the chase. He was a sprinter, remember, and he has the pace to get there. And he after making the tackle, he looked for the ball. He couldn't see it. It was hiding from him, but the Pirates are able to get out of that sticky situation. And somehow Norbert Okene seems to have stolen the ball. Slippery conditions and slippery situations there as Pole Pilo gets lost in probably 2 minds, and just like that, the ball is stolen. I mean, there's a lot of change in possession, and that is due to how slippery the ball is and how teams are trying to adjust from what they would normally do. And Kelvin Balagade is being taken for a sprinting test there, and he wins back possession, quickly starts to Conrad Wanyama. The man is usually fast, and yes, he beats Trevor Ochan for pace on the outside, and he rushes to the center to score. Trevor Ochan looking for a shot in these very slippery conditions. Not an advisable way to tackle. He had the outside line to help him. He could have pushed the player out, but that shows how Pirates are approaching this game, and they are stretching their lead against Heathens with a conversion to come by Haruna Mohammed. 10-0 at the moment. Conversion good at halftime. 12-2 the Pirates and 0 to the Heathens.
So those few seconds that Conrad Wanyama took waiting to score the try and hoping that a Heathens player would come and try to contest the ball have been, I could say, instrumental in the conclusion of this half, because the try is scored quickly. That means that the conversion has to be taken quickly, and then we have another phase of play in the first half, but that has saved them some time. Take a comfortable 12-0 lead into the second half, and then get a few instructions from their coaches, strategize, and hope that they will be able to hold on to that lead. Heathens, on the other hand, will be looking to find solutions to the challenge posed by the Black Pirates. I think the biggest contest today has not been anywhere else apart from the breakdown. We saw a sequence of about 3-4 turnovers, could have been 5, between the Black Pirates and the Heathens at the far end of the football pitch, of the pitch which is mainly a football pitch but has been turned into a rugby pitch today with wooden poles for the uprights. So that exchange at the breakdown, and once you win possession in such an open field, how much will you be able to hold on to it and make gains with it? Gains in territory, you already have the possession, so do you make gains in territory? And once you have that territory, are you able to put points on the board to put a contest against a team that will be looking to meet their fellow finalists last weekend in the final here today?
Yeah, as we wait for the second half to start in this second semi-final of the Gulu Sevens, the second circuit in the Guinness Sevens Series. A lot of rugby coming up, and this is a blockbuster one, but Pirates with the advantage, showing their experience and their skill as compared to what Heathens has, and two teams that are in a sort of an arm wrestle, but Pirates with the advantage. 12-0 in these conditions could be very, very tricky. Heathens know they need to score, and score immediately before anything else.
It's hard to defend a 12-0 lead, but it's also hard to come back from a 12-0 lead in these conditions, and that's a very, very strong hit on Desire Yera by Lawrence Sebuliba, and the ball is kicked straight into touch by the Heathens as they make a strong start to the second half. What a hit that was.
I wouldn't want to be Desire in this cold condition with that kind of hit. No. But Lawrence Sebuliba showing intent that Pirates are not going to just have this one without a fight. And that was a big, big tackle. And with that tackle, the ball goes dead. And Ivan Magom very intelligently kicks long so that they can play in Heathens territory. They have the score advantage, so they know they can afford to maybe give out some possession and maybe defend. But let's see what Paul Epilo has to say. Nobato Kenyu versus Haruna Mohammed and Kelvin Balagade there. A bit of a miscommunication with Heathens, and the Pirates regather. Ball goes to Arnold Atukunda. And again, oh my God.
Oh, Desire says, no, I've had enough. And he leaves Michael Korach for dead. Pause his way over for Pirates' third try. I've lost the math.
Third try. Yeah, as you can see, Anes is very excited, but that was a case of Michael thinking he's going to come and take Desire for a big hit yet again. You remember Desire had actually been hit earlier by Lawrence Sebuliba. This time Desire is like, hell no. And he pushes the veteran out of the way. And to add insult to injury, he sprints all the way to the try area, which really surely consolidates the Pirates place, and they convert their try, which gives them proper consideration with a 19-point lead for the Pirates as the rain decides to bring its presence back.
As the rain begins to shower again, Mike Okorach has been a victim of the semifinals in this 2021 Guinness Sevens Series. Last weekend, he got a shot from his opposite number, Ian Munyani, and today he has got another one from Desire. A big statement from the young boys against their own national team captain, and it's very exciting to see. After that big hit from Lawrence Sebeliba, what a response from Desire as the Heathens are pinned in their own territory. So, and there goes Michael Okorach, tries to get a response on Desire, and this has stopped being rugby. It is something else. And as Desire is penalized for not releasing in the tackle, where he had to run back onto his feet and get a contest at that breakdown against Michael Okorach, as the Black Pirates receive a warning from referee Ronald Wotimba, especially for Desire to remain calm. And oh yes, Desire has so there comes on, I believe that should be Alex Aturinda, as the temperatures are going to be calmed a bit, and Michael Okorach now up against taking matters into his own hands, taking on Alex Aturinda and then Ivan Magomu, but the ball has been turned over and the Black Pirates are in possession right now. And they're penalized again, this time for not releasing. They're offside. I believe someone's going to the bin right now. The Ronald Wotimba has had enough with the Black Pirates. Surely someone's going to be going to the bin. And it is Alex Aturinda who will get 2 minutes to cool off in the sin bin. We are joined by Alan Musoke. So, Alan, what does Heathens need to do to get their foot into the final?
Well, I think the first thing that they really need to do is get their heads back into the game. The big hits, and they are down quite a number of points. So it's important that they got their heads back into the game and scored the first try, because it is that addition of points and getting their scoreboard ticking that actually going to calm them down, and then they can start playing some rugby. Right now, they're helter-skelter. They're all over the place. They need Claude. They need Norbert O'Kane to step up. And as I say that, Claude just goes bamboozling through the Pirates line. Nobody's going to catch him, and that's exactly what Heathens needs. They need a quick kick now, and then they get back into the game and see if they can actually take it on.
Yeah, thank you very much. Spot on there from Alan in saying that Heathens will need someone to step up and put points on the board early so that they can stand a chance to fight for a place in the final. But as the rain continues to power down, we all know that it doesn't play in the favor of any of the Sevens teams. But Black Pirates will be the most affected, especially in these conditions. So these remaining minutes will be very crucial for the Heathens to put points on the board and, lay their mark down and say that we deserve a place in the final, and this is what we're here for in Gulu. Kick restart well gathered by Kelvin Balagade, offloads to Isaac Massa, who also offloads to Captain Ivan Magomu. And that is the first phase of play. Out to William Nkore. William Nkore finds Timothy Siga, who offloads to William Nkore back on the back end, and he is tackled by Lawrence Sebeliba and the cover tackle. It's going to be a turnover. It's going to be a turnover ball earned by Captain Paul Epilo, and a quick restart there by Nicholas Kato off to Norbert O'Kane. Norbert O'Kane feeds Michael Okorach back inside. He's faced with Kelvin Balagade, fends off Ivan Magomu. The rack is not secured. It has been turned over. And Norbert O'Kane sprints out with the ball, beats. Oh, does not beat Mubarak at the wing, but the ball has been lost forward there and playing advantage. There goes Isaac Massa with Paul Epilo on the chest. Gives a basketball pass to to Haruna Mohamed, who is tackled just right at the touchline as the fans get closer to the touchline because the action is intensifying. Come play from William Nkore, who feeds the ball to Ivan Magom, who goes for the drop goal. But it is short, so it is a goal in football terms. And there's going to be a 22 dropout. They still regain the possession. as Heathens have to kick the ball back to them. But let's see how quickly Heathens respond to get back into this game, as we've all been talking about straight from the time when they fell back by a couple of points.
Yeah, definitely the Pirates showing that they still have one over the Heathens and securing a place in the final against the Cobs for a second date in just 2 weekends. The Cobs will meet the Sailors, the pirate ship, and Nobato Kane. The tackle is very good, the offload even better, and Aziz Khan with a try. Heathens having something to celebrate. It could be a case of too little, too late, but at least it's something worth celebrating.
19-12 conversion to come. Try there by Aziz Khan. And Heathens have opted not to go for the conversion, with Nicolas Kato running with the ball to the center. And Nobato Kenny has requested for a substitution. So let's see who will be coming on to replace him. Lawrence Sebeliba is back on as Heathens look to throw the kitchen sink at the Black Pirates one more time and book their place in the final today. Kelvin Balagade collects, but he's taken in the air. No, he isn't. Ball is lost forward by the Black Pirates, and Haruna Mohammed is the first at that breakdown, and he earns the turnover ball for holding on. Heathens are going to be penalized for not being 10, and Haruna Mohammed kicks the ball into touch, and that is full time as the Black Pirates hold off the Heathens, who are clearly not pleased with referee Ronald Wutimba there in his calls. Captain Michael Okorach displeased and is joined by Joseph Oyet in showing their displeasure to the referee, as the Black Pirates and the Betway Cobs prepare to meet in the second final of the 2021 Guinness Sevens Series. What a match we've had, Ruben.
Yeah, definitely. But one thing I'll have to say, is there any loser who will ever be happy with the referee? So yeah, but anyway, unfortunate there for the Heathens. For a second weekend in a row, they get out at the semi-final stage, not having that final push that can take them to the final. And it's very unfortunate, but Pirates showing that they're too good for the contest and scoring some early tries, and the early tries were able to see them into the final for a date with eternal rivals Cobs. And can they be able to get one over the Blue Army in this coming final at the Gulu Sevens? Another placement game happening right now is 5-6 placement, a game between the Hippos and the Warriors. Definitely remember, these games are very important for the overall standings in the general log, and these are both core teams, so the win is very, very vital in the way they assess and the way they stand and the way they rank. Conditions are slippery, conditions are not ideal, but rugby has to go on. Yeah, we've seen some very, very good action, very big hits. This particular circuit hasn't had that many big hits, but saving the best for almost last in that semi-final matchup between the Heathens and the Pirates. Big hits there, big hit on Desire Ayera from Lawrence Sebeliba, but also a bigger fend from Desire Ayera on Michael Okorach to go and score what it was ideally the winner. And Pirates will go for the final, while the Heathens, have been condemned to another third, fourth place playoff. And they were clearly not happy with something about the referee, Michael Okorach, and Joseph Oyet leading that. As we kick off here, the Hippos and Warriors, Emmanuel Duku there in the multicolored headgear, trying to get a couple of meters. And we see Owen Kinyera with the chip and chase. Does he have the legs to counter it? It adds a little bit of footwork on it, and unfortunately doesn't score. The Warriors now are in defense mode, and the Hippos try to attack. Ball goes out to Jonathan Echeru. And ball comes out wide as Musisi have the ability to cover. And 3 Warriors players attack. And that was a tackle. Tacklers not releasing penalty to the Hippos. A few meters that the Warriors have to lose for not being back 10 on that penalty restart. And the Hippos move the ball patiently and assuredly. In these wet conditions, you need to make sure that your pass is on the money. Trying to test the gap there. The Hippos attack and able to surely secure their rack. Warriors being very brutal in the way they attack it as well. And Jonathan Echeru steps in to see if he can clean up. That's a last warning from the referee to the Warriors and the Hippos, and a high tackle there by the Warriors. As we see action going on, Emmanuel Onen with a very good tackle, an advantage penalty there. A yellow card for Emmanuel Onen, unfortunately, and a bit of back chat to follow it up. So not the kind of discipline you'd want from your player, especially in such a situation. Richard Kinyai gathers on that second attempt. As Warriors is looking to get something good out of this particular game. Warriors down to 6 men. Yellow card to Emmanuel Onen there. Hippos who will be looking to capitalize on that numerical advantage. Regardless of the weather, the action continues. And the fans have gone back to where they were normally seated, enjoying themselves, not really caring about the mud on the sidelines, and just enjoying a Guinness. And that's how rugby should be, regardless of the weather. It's about enjoyment. Hippos with a proper platform to attack inside the Warriors' half. And a bit of a good step. Henry Musisi versus Dennis Etwao. Good defense there from Musisi. Henry, the bald assassin, as the referee calls for a handling error, and it's an advantage there to the Warriors. Medical attention needed. Warriors player down and needing some attention from the doctors. Teams still sizing themselves up. No one has showed intent. There has been some intent though. The Warriors through that opportunistic kick by Owen Kinyera. Aside from that, nothing much. The Hippos haven't yet expressed themselves, I should say, because I believe rugby is a game of expression, and both teams having to get some medical attention. 2 players down with some injuries. I hope they just knocks and not necessarily big hits.
There's been a huge concern going around and having a conversation with some of the members from the different clubs that they've only been restricted to coming for these tournaments with 12-man squads, and that is clearly stipulated in the tournament menu. But their request has been to have the extra man, the 13th man, to cater for situations like this where they have an injury and they are out of numbers. So they would like that extra man to beef up the strength of their squad. And the idea communicated by the clubs is that this is an internationally accepted trend and standard of having the extra man, the 13th man. But then the union and the tournament directors are saying that this is something they had communicated in the tournament manual. So what do you think about the need for a 13th man to, help the teams in situations like this where they have an injury, where they have a player out and they will need the numbers to compete favorably in the Sevens Series?
Yeah, I think I totally agree with that. As we're seeing on the far end, Denis Etwao rounding the Warriors' defense and scoring the first try of the game, 5-0 to the Hippos with the conversion to come. And as you're saying, yeah, I think it's very, very important to have that extra man for injury cover, and especially in particular for these one-day kind of tournaments. It's important to have it could even be 2 or 3 people covering. You could carry a team of 15 if possible, because these one-day tournaments are very demanding. And as we're saying, conversion not successful there, and it's halftime. Hippos with 5 and the Warriors with 0. So yeah, ideally it's very important to have that extra man or men on your team that you take as injury cover. We have seen a lot of teams today have some of their players go off limping, and they didn't have anyone to cover, so they had to play short. Some of them even had to play with one substitute, which is a bit of a strain on a team on a one-day tournament. So I think it's something that's very, very important. As we approach the second half now, it's a kickoff for the Warriors by Richard Kinyai, and the chaser is ahead of the kick. Free kick to the Hippos, and that is advantage needless to give away at such a point when you really need to be the one scoring, and the Hippos have an opportunity to attack and maybe score, and that's Jonathan Echeru and defend, but it actually throws the person that was trying to hand off rather than throwing the person who received the handoff. So it's a very comical situation. Warriors there, very, very interesting battle at the breakdown. Both teams really going for it. Jonathan Echeru with a long kick. Simon Peter Nyeko, shot number 9 for the Warriors, and the sweeper roll. What can he do? Very confident young man, and sends a long ball, but that was Kanyebwa. As you can see, Anes really loves Bunyebwa. I don't know why. He'll maybe tell us someday. But the referee lets the play go on. Warriors somehow secure the ball, and Emmanuel Duku there in the headgear trying to step, but the ground is not favorable for side steps. Warriors are losing ground with every phase they take, and right there, possession changes hands with a scrum to the Hippos in a very attacking platform. No ground gain there by the Warriors for all the attacking possession they did have, and the medical attention is needed for, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, it could be Samir Din or it could be Tago Isaac. We're yet to see the play on the ground.
So there's a contrast. There's an interesting observation that I've noticed in these two teams. A few people may not be happy with how their teams have performed, and that's acceptable. That's understandable. But Warriors, who finished 8th, 7th, 8th last weekend, are playing 5th, 6th playoff this weekend. So that's an improvement from the first weekend. And Ginger Hippos should be in the same position as they were last weekend. So it's an improvement from the Warriors. They're on their way up. Hopefully next weekend, I was speaking to Mr. Fudribo, and he was saying that we have improved. Now we are in 5th, 6th place playoff final. Next weekend we want to be 3rd, 4th playoff, and then hopefully they will hopefully they will give the country what we have been yearning for, a final that does not have Cobs Pirates. But right now they are facing Ginger Hippos, a team that has a very slow start to the two tournaments so far. They struggle in their opening pool games, and then they pick up the pace when it's a little bit too late and facing tougher opposition in the knockout phases. But the two sides, one that is on its way up, one that has just stabilized, are facing off in rather unfamiliar conditions. So we'll be keen to see how this pans out in the remaining minutes of the game. And the player that we were concerned about, the one that was on the floor, is Samuel Dean, as he walks off with his teammate Juma, as Ginger Hippos get the feed in the scrum down to send it out wide to Dennis Etwa, who anticipated the switch from his teammate, but then he was giving him a flat ball, and it's going to be a scrum on the other end of the pitch, just across. No meters gained, no gain in territory. But this time the feed is going to be by Simon Yeko for the Warriors.
Yeah, definitely there. Hippos still in the lead, and the Warriors will have something to say about it. Yeah, definitely it is an improvement in positions for the Warriors, but they'll be looking to break that hurdle of just stopping at the quarterfinals, or at least they'd want to get to a semi-final, as Owen Kinyera boots high and long and chases, and he has the legs for it, he has the gas, and there he makes the tackle. Can he be able to roll away? Yes, he can, and at least he gets them good ground. But the Warriors are now in defense. The Hippos patiently moving the ball. Very vicious tackles there from the Warriors. Hippos swinging the ball, trying to look for the spaces. Jonathan Echeru, and he finds the space. Jonathan Echeru with Etwao on the support play, and Etwao, I don't think there is anyone going to get him there.
Simon Yeko will need to get a V8 by turbocharged Land Cruiser to stand a chance in a foot race against Dennis Etwao. And you can see that he's trying to catch his breath as Dennis Etwao calmly walks away from the crime scene of a hands down no contest race, as the conversion is made to make it full points for the Ginger Hippos.
Yeah, Hippos there taking their score to 12, and the Warriors yet again, for all their efforts, have nothing to show. A few changes happening for both teams, and Warriors, much as their chairman was saying there is a bit of an improvement, I'm sure he'll be wanting to see more, maybe a semi-final berth. I know there are very many rugby fans that will be looking to break that four-man duck that is the Toyota Buffaloes, that is the Heathens, the Cobs, and the Pirates, and have other teams feature at least in the semi-finals. But definitely the other teams need to invest a lot more in their teams and in their players, as these big four teams in quotes have done with theirs. And a long kickoff there by the Hippos. The ball is left to bounce, but can't bounce that much because it's a wet ground. And Emmanuel Onen takes the ball wide. Marvin Agaba has been carrying with a lot of character, and he does so yet again. Richard Kinyai looking to go for the long pass. And Isaac Tago finding a step somehow on slippery ground. And that was a bit of a tricky tackle, dangerous tackle above the horizontal. No yellow cards given, but a penalty. And Richard Kinyai, and the ball goes out to Owen Kinyera. Does he have the legs? No, he does not. And he's bundled into touch. It's advantage to the Hippos. Line out. As things look in this particular game, the Hippos will be settling for 5th position and the Warriors for 6th position with a medical break, as one of the Warriors players, Owen Kinyera in particular, down and needing to be attended to.
Mr. Allen, as the medical break goes on, we would like to ask another expert opinion. Another expert opinion from Mr. Alan Musoke, who is still excited about the developments from the other semi-final and looking forward to seeing what will happen in this second semi-final. Would like to, understand the difference in how teams have approached rugby today in very, very unfamiliar conditions. First in the rain, in the sun, and then now in the sunshine, and then now in the rain. We saw the teams played majority of their games. Teams played majority of their games under the sun, but a very, very unforgiving sun. And then now the knockout games, a couple of them, I believe, starting from the second in the semi-finals of the placement games, some of them were played under the rain. So we would like to ask him, as play resumes with the line out, would like to ask him when there's another stoppage, what he thinks about how teams are going to change in the strategy in their approach this match in the rain, as the Warriors are judged for not having thrown a straight ball in the line out, and so they've earned a free kick at the 15. Easy restart, a pop pass just right there to the first man on the carry, beats the gain line defense, and Dennis Etwao puts boot to ball with his very colorful boots, but Simon Nyeko cross covering there is able to regather, but the pass that he puts on the switch for Richard Kinyai is not good enough for him to regather, and there we have it. That should be half time, I believe, full time. The players are still on the pitch. It's celebrations for the Ginger Hippos guys. I must have lost that track of time here, and I think that should be full time for this 5th place playoff game. And we have the teams in the final. We have the teams in the final in the tunnel, so we're not going to have a 3rd place playoff game. Mr. Allen, would like to have a word with you. We've seen the teams play in different conditions today, in the sun for all of their pool games, and in very, very tough wet conditions in the knockout phase. We have the same final from last weekend, but what's going to be the difference in how the teams are approaching the final today?
I think the difference will really be, and it will come down to how well they take care of the ball. It's going to be a wet ball, so it's going to be how well they hit the space and how well they are able to manipulate that the tackle. It also comes down to how well they can secure or attack the breakdowns, because the breakdowns are going to be what's going to be major. Because with this kind of weather, you'd expect that there's going to be a number of drop balls in the tackle. So how do they manage their set pieces? And that's going to be very critical. But by and large, there's nothing that separates these two sides. They all have strong runners, they all have hard hitters, and they're all very, very good defensively. And by the way, up until that point, Pirates had not conceded a single try. And up until this point, the Betway Cobs have not considered a try all the way. So their defenses are really, really holding firm.
So I think this was the same performance the Black Pirates had last weekend, and Cobs have had a better performance this weekend, because last weekend the Black Pirates hadn't conceded until the semi-final, and they've conceded in the semi-final today. The Betway Cobs had conceded in the semi-final against Heathens, but then they've done one better today by going all the way until the final without conceding. Will the Black Pirates be able to breach their defense today? What do you think?
Oh yes, the Pirates have 2 or 3 tries in them. That's no doubt. So it will come down to how the Cobs can actually be able to stifle them, or even be able to create their own tries. You realize that the opening score, the opening score for the Betway Cobs last weekend actually came off the kickoff. So the team that starts stronger will definitely show.
So as we have now the teams in they are going to get the match owners. What are they called? The match owners, where they get to talk to the officials of the weekend ahead of the final here. And those are the match owners there. Pirates captain Ivan Magomo and Cobs captain Joseph Aredo, both fly-ups, taking the Guinness brand manager, Madam Liz Batamuriza, and the vice president of the Uganda Rugby Union, vice president technical, that should be Mr. Olara, and the chairperson of the Guinness Sevens Series this year, Mr. Vincent Otim. And the teams have been told to get it on and get going by the tournament director, Mr. Robert Boali. Center referee today will be Rosenberg Kanyunyuzi, I believe, assisted by Sama Emmanuel. And let's see who has the other flag. That's Rachel Kakaire. Center referee is going to be Ronald Wetimba, assisted by Rosenberg Kanyunyuzi and Sama Emmanuel. And the referees we shall have two referees for the final on the try-ends to make sure that every call that matters, that puts points on the scoreboard, is spot on. And Pirates will get the kickoff for this match with Conrad Wanyama, ball in hand, will be looking to kick towards the left end where there's Isaac Massa and Kelvin Balagade getting ready to make the chase.
And the main event of the day is finally here. Pirates take on the Cobs in the Sevens Circuit final at the Gulu Sevens. And we have two teams that met last weekend, meeting yet again. Will it be 2 times in a row for the Betway Cobs, or will the Pirates get their revenge and at least get a win in one of the circuits, which will surely make it very interesting in the overall log as Conrad Wanyama prepares to kick off a short, very interesting kick and a switch there. Kelvin Balagade doing a lot of work early there in the tackling, first taking down Ian Munyani, then taking Arinaitwe Karim into touch, and it's going to be a line out to the Pirates. First set piece of the game, first attack of the game, and it goes to the Pirates. We're seeing a line out there. Desire Yera gathers. Actually, it was Isaac Massa and Ivan Magomu going for the touch finder, but Arnold Atukunda, don't be surprised if he had gathered it. Because he's a very, very fast man, and the ground is a bit soggy, so the ball goes dead when it falls. Quickly looking into the lineups, we're seeing Desire Yera, we are seeing Ivan Magomu, we're seeing Kelvin Balagade, Arnold Atukunda, Haruna Mohammed, we are seeing Isaac Massa, we are seeing Conrad Wanyama, we are seeing Desire Ayera for the Pirates. For the Cobs, we are seeing Alhaji Manano, we are seeing Adrian Casito, Joseph Aredo, who's trying to break the line, but he's tackled by 2 Pirates. We are seeing Adrian Casito, Byron Oketayot, Pius Ogena, and Arinaito Karim. So those are some of the players you can watch out for in this final. Fiercely contested between the two. Adrian Casito having two minds but going for the safer option, and Karim Arinaitwe Pius Ogena looking to enforce, but he's equaled to the task by Big Bala, Kevin Balgade. And there's going to be a lot of matchups in this game to look out for on the enforcer role, and there was no clear release there. It's a penalty, and the Cobs get the ascendancy. Joseph Aredo a little too anxious and forgetting that the ball is slippery, and giving back possession to the Pirates. Scrum.
This is what we look forward to in a final between Cobs and Pirates. An extended phase of play with the Betway Cobs in possession much longer. This time they got their possession from the line out after Ivan Magomo had phone touch, and I thought Pirates would be looking to play more with the ball, but the Cobs have decided to do more with that. And now there's another set piece with the scrum down by Ivan Magomo. Haruna Mohammed sells the dummy, breaks 1, 2, 3 tackles, looks for the support, cannot find it. Conrad Wanyama is led to the rack, and Adrian Casito is quick enough to collect the ball and get the turnover, but the ball is being knocked forward repeatedly by the Betway Cobs players, and it's another scrum for the Black Pirates. But Joseph Aredo, who had been down in the first phase of play at the other lineout, is down again in what appears to be a hamstring problem. Ruben, these first 2 minutes of this final, it's still a balanced affair in my eyes. But how do you see the contest so far with Black Pirates having a little of the possession, but keeping Cobs just right in the middle territory?
The way I'm seeing it is Pirates are actually trying to make sure they do not allow Cobs to get into their half. That is why we saw Ivan Magomo trying to find a territorial kick there to continuously pin the Cobs into their half. Remember, the Cobs are a very dangerous side with very big and very physical players. If you let them get into your half, any meters that they gain can really, really hurt. As we're seeing, Joseph Aredo is hopping off in clear pain, and he's clearly not happy with what has happened. I think it's a knee issue, and he's trying to see if he can run it off, but I think that is it from him for today. And James Jongat comes into his place in the fly half role in the sevens, in the Cobs sevens team. It's
a very, very valid concerns for Cobs fans, knowing that their best player last weekend is not able to continue in this game, but I believe he will be back on. You can see in the look on his eyes, he's willing to push a little bit more in this game as his team gets to play in the second final against their strongest opponents in the series without him. A scrum feed for Conrad Wanyama, again slow as can possibly be, feeds Haruna Mohammed, who this time is unable to gather, but his back recovers and maintains the possession. Conrad Wanyama playing slow ball. I think this is a Pirates tactic. They have to play slow ball through to Desire Yera, and yet again Ivan Magom puts foot to boot. This should be a 50-22 kick from the Black Pirates, but the ball has already gone into touch. So I think this will be a 50-22 kick. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. But it goes back to what I was trying to tell you, that the Pirates are trying to frustrate Cobs of attacking platforms, and they're pinning the Cobs back into their own half, being very aware that they have Arnold Atukunda, who has the pace to chase and is able to put the pressure on the sweeper. And yet again, another line-out opportunity. And that's very interesting, something that the Cobs players are not agreeing with, but it's a very, very good platform for the Pirates now to attack, really clearly approaching this game in a different form than the final they did last weekend. And that's an overhead, and that's Byron Oketayot looking for the stool where there was a bit of space. Unfortunately, And the referee says ball lost. As you can see, the Pirates are congratulating themselves in defense. I think that's the first thing they need to tighten from last weekend, and clearly they are doing that now. Another thing they need to do is now make the most of their chances. They are playing their territory right. They are frustrating the Cobs, not letting them have what they need. But when it comes to the points, like they got a line out there, they were unable to win the ball in the line out and now attack. They can't kick forever. They need to put the ball in hand and then play, as they are customary for doing. But it's very good to see an attacking platform for them there. Cobs also will be tested in the defense. They are usually not tested in the preliminary rounds, and they get tested in the semi-finals. And you can see it's the same tactic, and Aaron Atukunda is always there to chase. And then they bundle the man into touch and get the line out. Very, very interesting tactic.
Pirates are playing the slow ball here, straight away from the set piece. But even when they have the ball in possession around the 22-meter area of the Cobs, they choose to put foot to boot and ball to boot, right? And go for territory and get their speedsters chasing. Second line out, Arnold Atkunda was able to bundle his opposite man into touch, but they've not been able to execute those lineouts very well. Oh, but they execute this one very well, but still the ball is not straight, so they are not exactly efficient in this set piece. Interesting strategy from the Black Pirates to play behind the Cobs, especially knowing that they are not a team that is favored by these kind of conditions compared to the Cobs.
Joseph Aredo on the sideline trying to stretch it out and see if he can go back and help his team. As James Jongat has a couple of handling errors there, but the referee says it went back, and a full penalty there to Pirates. The tactical battle is being won by Coach Bobby Musinguzi at the moment. And someone is going to the bin for apparent repeated infringement, and it is going to be Adrian Casito. So it's 6 Cobs players against 7 for the Pirates. What can Pirates do with the numerical advantage? Haruna Mohammed standing over the ball just inside there, and we know he loves contact, but that is not the kind of place you'd want to have contact. It's a wrestle. 2 teams that know themselves far too well and are really going at it. Big Bala there with a big hit, and Conrad Wanyama trying to sneak in. Small man with a big heart. And it's a bit of a pick and drive. You could think we're in the 15s matchup here. Big Bala. Unfortunate, and halftime goes at 0-0. Wow.
Halftime 0-0. What a match we've had. Big Bala is not patient enough to secure the ball and give his teammate a proper offload, but he's judged to be forward. And just when the Pirates thought that they had got the chance to take the lead just before halftime, we go into the game, we go into the break at 0-0.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark.
Very, very interesting game. We have seen a totally different and uncharacteristic tactic employed by Pirates. Seems to be working so far, although they haven't put any points to board. That's one thing that Coach Bobby will have to say that might come back to bite them. Now that the Cobs have realized what they are trying to employ, let us see what the counter will be from the Betway Cobs. It's going to be a game of chess, definitely, this one. 2 teams that are well familiar with each other and almost well-versed and well-matched in their energies, I should say.
I think Pirates will be looking back at the end of this game if they do not win it. I think they will be looking back at this moment where they had the man's advantage. Where they had the man's advantage, were not able to put points on the board. It will come back to haunt them, and seeing that The Betway Cobs have had a little bit longer team talk than them. We're looking at what solutions they've come up with in terms of that strategy that the Pirates have. That strategy that Pirates have decided to employ today in kicking and playing behind them. A little bit more concern for the Cobs. Joseph Aredo is limping off. It didn't look like he will be coming back on, and so James Sijongat will be taking kicking duties and getting us underway for the second half. Still 0-0. So we are playing. This is the most important 7 minutes that these teams are going to play, that these teams will play here in Gulu at the Kawowo Memorial Stadium for the second round of the 2021 Guinness Sevens Series. Ian Munyani chases and gathers the kick restart, but his attempt to play the ball back to his teammate is not successful, as it doesn't land into Karim's hands and bounces all the way into touch. So Pirates have a line out where they've struggled all day today. Everyone has struggled all day today. Have a line out just inside the 10-meter territory.
After this, we're going to have presentations.
Set piece there to the Pirates. Line out. Conrad Wanyama, can he clean his throw? And this time he goes short and it goes to Desire Yera. The tackle is affected, but the ball is ripped out. But the referee had already said tackle, so that is a penalty fully. Ivan Magomu opting to go for the quick tap, and he forgets the ball. The Cobs trying to get the attacking impetus there, and tackles are really, really tight in this game. No one is willing to let an inch go. Big hits and big contests. The physical battle is really exciting. Pius Ogena, Ian Munyene. Remember last weekend he made Michael Okorach sit down. Who will he make sit down this time round? It's a tougher contest here. Pius Ogena, he says, give me the ball, let me enforce. And he gets considerable meters. Now it's Cobs' opportunity to attack. Byron Oketayot gathers and carries. And Ian Munyani, I don't understand what he was trying to do there, but I think it's a case of a slippery ball. He was trying to go for maybe a grabber or something. He usually likes to have time on the ball before he passes. And Cobs have really defended well with Adrian Casito coming back into the fray. 7-7 now is the number of players there, not the score. The score is still 0-0, and you think that the first team to score could really win this.
Already restless on the touchline. He looks like he would like a chance to go back in. I'm thinking they are keeping him for the remaining minute or two of the second half. But Cobs have done really, really well to deny Pirates any sniff at their try area, any sniff at points when they were man down. And now back at full complement with a scrum deep in Pirates territory. Adrian Casito will look to make amends for that error that he committed to deny the Black Pirates in the first half. But we've seen Pirates play more with the boot than with ball in hand. So let's see how they treat, how they behave, how they treat the ball in this phase of play after the scrum down. Conrad Wanyama carries, gives the ball to Timothy Chisiga, who gives him a switch. But he is given a hard tackle by Adrian Casito at the touchline. But I believe that play will be stopped for Conrad Wanyama, who appears to be in a very, very, very concerning state there. And I hope that he's going to be okay. But that was a very hard tackle by Adrian Casito there on Conrad Wanyama to knock him into touch and onto his onto his team's technical bench there. And we hope that he'll be able to recover. Adrian Casito apologetic there with ball in hand, but very apologetic. Clearly that wasn't intentional. The tackle is in the game, but Conrad Wanyama appears to be okay, but that was a very, very scary moment right there.
Yeah, that's a very dangerous play. You could say the substitutes benches are a bit too close to the line, and that is a cause for concern, I should say. I hope that Conrad Wanyama is okay, because he's very important to the way the Pirates play. But that was a very, very big tackle from Adrian Casito, just off the sin bin, and he puts in a very big contribution. It was Timothy Kisiga there with the outside loop. Conrad Wanyama thought he had actually gone scot-free, but the tackle came out of nowhere and sent him crashing into the Pirates' technical area. And you can see they have moved their bench a bit farther away, and it would be good for the Cobs to do the same, but I don't think they received that email. And yet again, the story at set piece remains the same. The throws are really not straight from both sides. Both teams are not good at the throw, especially in such conditions with the ball quite slippery. And now it's an opportunity for the Pirates to attack. And it's William Nkore taking on the sweeper position with Conrad Wanyama off. I hope it's not as serious as that tackle made it appear to be. But that is rugby for you. Sometimes you're on the receiving end of the big hits, and it is dangerous. In the second half, in contrast to the first half, the Pirates have actually been in their own half. But now they're trying to cook up something, and it's a blocked play. But now Timothy Kisiga, tackled by Alhaji Manano. It's a game of small margins, but no one is letting the other have the advantage. And it's Cobs with possession now. Alhaji Manano digging for the ball.
There's no sweeper. Pop.
No sweeper behind, and the kick goes, but Arnold Atukunda is like two players in one, covering effectively and ushering the ball into touch. It's going to be a line out to the Pirates.
Cobs using the Black Pirates tactics against them, but not as accurately as they would have intended, because the objective of that kick is to go as close as it can for a foot race to the try line. But it finds touch just at the 10-meter territory, and William Nkore, who has come on for Conrad Wanyama, will have the task of throwing a straight ball, lest he turns over possession to the Betway Cobs. And ball was straight, but it's been knocked forward in the air by Desire Yera, and therefore the Betway Cobs will get a chance to feed the ball in for the scrum down there at the 15-meter territory. And as Cobs make a change with Marco Suna coming on for Arenaito Karim, still 0-0. I believe we're in the last 2-3 minutes of the match. So the next team to score surely should be the one to win this game. And Cobs have the perfect opportunity to do that with ball in hand and territory advantage here. Scrum feed by Adrian Casito. Quick ball out to James C. Jongat. Sends it out wide to Ian Munyani. Ian Munyani to Marco Suna, who gathers well. First with Arnold Atkunda, who tackles high and misses the tackle. So he's able to fend his opposite man off, but then he's bundled into touch. So it's another line out, exact position, 0 territory gain. It's another line out. This time with the Black Pirates getting the chance to throw the ball in its position where they would not want, given their challenges with throwing a straight ball in these conditions.
Two teams seemingly cancelling each other out in all aspects. And it seemed like a knock-on there, but the referee says it's fine, and Ian Munyani. And both teams employing the kick a lot more because of the conditions. Loose ball there by Arnold Atukunda. Referee lets it slide. Who has advantage? I think it's going to be a Cobs attack. There is something about this half of the pitch. Pirates camping this side in the first half, and now the Cobs are camping this side. Barono, someone's going to the bin for a tackle. Kelvin Balagade, yellow card for a high tackle.
Yeah, now Cobs have the chance to, replicate, get the chance to, hurt the Black Pirates where they felt hurt them with the man advantage. And James Jongat has gone for the drop kick. It's in very, very close regions, close territories, but let's see how successful it's going to be. And there, James Jongat puts the Betway Cobs ahead 3-0 in sevens. I never thought I would see this. It feels like we're watching a Northern Hemisphere game between Ireland and Wales, but no, it is the Black Pirates against the Cobs, and they score deep and late in the second half. The score is 3-0 in favor of the current series leaders, the Betway Cobs, against their closest challengers and ever rivals for a very, very long time, the Black Pirates.
Restart there by James Jongat, very high. And Ian Munyani and Alhaji Manano collects. Brilliant there. Betway Cobs showing why they are champions. And again, they employ the kick and chase. And unfortunately, this time it's gathered, but Pirates are now just kicking away possession. And ball is kicked into touch. And yes, and there you have it. The Betway Cobs are your Gulu Sevens champions. Winning it with just a drop kick. You can imagine the conditions were not favorable for running rugby. There was no try in this game. Two teams that love to score tries were unable to score. They matched themselves out. But at a certain point, you have to be a team that is ready and willing to win. And what do you do if you fail to score? Whenever you get the opportunity, get the points. I think that is where they have upped Pirates this time round. They had the opportunities, a couple of penalties. They chose to take the contact. They had the ball turned over. Those are the Pirates. And when it came to the Cobs, they made that bold call. And with the penalty, they scored the dropkick courtesy of James Jongat. 3-0 final score for this one.
And I mentioned it at the break that Pirates will look back at this moment. In hindsight, of course, we look back at this moment thinking we should have scored when we had the man advantage. We should have put points on the board. And they've been made to pay ever so dearly because this is a score. The game has ended 3-0. They had the chance to do the same exact thing, which James Jongat has chosen to do the easy thing. Let's put points on the board. Haruna Mohammed decided to carry the ball into contact. They could have called for a scrum with a man advantage, but they didn't. So looking back in hindsight, this is going to be one of the most painful losses that the Black Pirates have suffered, but very well won by the Cobs, making the right decisions at the right time, responding to the interesting strategy by Coach Bobby. I have actually liked the approach that Coach Bobby has input for this game in such challenging conditions, but yet again, Cobs have been the more efficient team. They've not conceded a single try the whole tournament, and it has shown in this final against the team that score ever so freely. Cobs have won another final. I think we will need to go back and watch this over and over again and try to see where the difference was in how come the Pirates were unable to breach the Cobs defense and how come the Cobs were unable to breach the Pirates defense. But the difference, as we've been talking about it the whole game, the difference has been off the boat and not Ivan Magomu's boat, not any other person's boat, but James Jongat's boat with that drop goal to score and make it 3-0. I think I am in shock. You've watched rugby longer than I have, but have you seen games that have ended like this? Have you ever watched a Sevens game where no try is scored?
Not particularly, but I have seen a Sevens game where there have been penalties taken with a drop kick. That was way back in about 2010. It was an Independence Cup game, high school between Namilyango and Hana, and it was again a cagey game. And funny thing, interesting about that game again is Ivan Magom was part of it, but this time he was on the winning side. But I totally agree with everything that you have said. Looking at both teams, it was really a game of chess, and Coach Bobby being very brilliant with the tactics. And you could say that the Cobs actually did a bit of copy and paste in the second half, and they just did it a lot better. And that's credit to how a champion can adjust to adversity. They lost Joseph Aredo at the beginning of the game, but were able to adjust, and James Jongat slotted in well. And just as justice has it all, you could say, as justice would prevail, it's James Jongat, his substitute, that actually scored the winning drop kick. But it really pains me. I'm not even a Pirates fan, but it really pains me that for all the possession they had in the first half, they chose to go for the contact against two very big enforcers in Byron Oketayot and Pius Ogena, and of course Alhaji Manano with the supplement there. And he was really, really brilliant, and they were all brilliant as a whole in defending that midfield and getting those turnovers. And when they got their chance, they realized, we are bigger than the Pirates, and maybe we have a little bit more experience, but we can kick it. Why not kick it? I mean, the conditions are not good for running rugby. Why not finish it in the easiest way possible. And a win is a win. So
yeah, now that you mention it, I'm a Pirates fan. I'm a Pirates player. We've not won the game where we had the best opportunity to get one over our closest challengers for this series. So the Betway Cobs have got one against us. It's 2-0, 6 to go. But 4 to go, out of 6, 4 to go. But then I think that with more points on the board, you tend to think what is going to be the Pirates' solution to this challenge of Cobs that we failed to overcome. We'll have all these discussions going on through the week. But as we wait for the awards and the honors for the best players and the winning team, for me, it has been nice to come here in Gulu. Very, very tough sunny conditions and very, very harsh wet conditions. We've been given both extreme ends of the weather. But what has been your standout moment today in terms of the rugby?
I think my standout moment was yet again a semi-final between Heathens and Pirates. It was a blockbuster game, really worth the hype. And it had a lot of hits. This particular circuit hasn't had that many hits prior to that semi-final, but it had a lot of hits. It had a lot of contests physically. It had a lot of contests. Surprisingly, they were moving the ball wide even in the wet conditions. It was a really brilliant game to watch. And I think also James Ijongat's kick and Cobs' general decision to take that penalty really stood out for me, because that's thinking outside the box. How often do Sevens players think about taking that drop kick? There were just two brilliant moments that really stood out for me.
It was a tough day out here in Gulu. Most teams traveled with deficiency of numbers, the injuries. It was a one-day tournament, different from how we played. And as Ian Munyani gets named tournament MVP, well deserved, as the teams continue their celebration, the Cobs continue their celebrations, and the Pirates on the far end in their team talk. They should be the happiest men. They should be the happiest men right now, and we'll hand over to Alan Musoke in the official handover ceremony for the awards, and we'll continue having discussions like this as we prepare for another tournament. We will be together next weekend in Soroti, so we're still hitting the road. So Soroti, please prepare yourselves. This time I'm not making the mistake of going with only dry weather clothes and what. I will make sure that I carry clothes for all kinds of weather, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you, everybody in Soroti next weekend, as we get a shout out from the Warriors team manager, Madam Eunice. Oh man, what a weekend we've had.
Yeah, it's a very brilliant weekend, but I think now let's just hand over. And thank you for keeping it, Kawowo. Keep watching as they're awarding the various accolades. And next weekend we are in Soroti. So we appreciate you for always being here. Always keep drinking Guinness. And for the Cobs fans, congratulations. Hard luck to the Pirates and their fans. And 4 more circuits to go. So lots more rugby to happen. Cheers.
Please pass me. Claude, excuse me. It's not over. Claude and Juanita, please pass take away your loconet. And right now your makeup is Honorable General Mapinduzi. He's the area MP of Gulu City, with the Honorable Secretary Peter Odong, handing over the trophy to the captain, Joseph Oredo, and Dan Mapinduzi. Dan Diabasa. Yo, Dre.
thought I was dead. Handing over the trophy, let's come through! Well won to the Bedway Cobs who won this 3-0. Hey, congratulations.
It's okay, I get it back.
All right, please step back for the photo moment. Please step back for the photo moment.
Hydraulic, then piss in the cup. Get hypnotic, I bleed with new niggas, bathing they shoe niggas. I'm talking to you, nigga. Bouncing the 6-4, throwing up West Side, man. Sell another 5 million albums, yes I am. Fresh like
All right, there we go. To the winners of the 2021 Gulu Sevens, courtesy of Guinness, the Bedway Cobs.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest.